Chapter 3026. 8 assassin towers were destroyed in less than a few years. This made everyone realize how tyrannical and terrifying this supreme senior Lin Fei was. The branches of the assassin's tower, which were high and mighty in their eyes, were violently destroyed again and again. The assassin tower was furious. Lin Fei must be punished. This was challenging the authority of the assassin tower. If this person was not killed, no one would take the assassin tower seriously in the future. They had to teach Lin Fei a bloody lesson. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Black Domain, the forces that were interested in the 2 elemental energy divine weapons drove their Black Domain battleships to the vicinity of the Starlight World. This was considered fast. For the divine weapon, no one was willing to miss this opportunity. Along the way, Xianxia didn't stop at all. He was heading toward the Starlight Dimension at full speed, afraid that he would be a step too late. Look, the experts of the Golden Dragon Nation are here. I didn't expect them to come. The people from Black Tiger Mountain are here as well. I heard that they joined forces to attack the mysterious Heaven Sect, causing the mysterious Heaven Sect to suffer heavy losses. This is beyond many people's expectations. The Brotherhood is here, too. Why are they here? The Strife Legion is here, too. None of them are weaker than the Starlight World. Huge and dignified Blackfield battleships arrived outside the Starlight World. They did not force their way in. Entering a new world might seem easy, but once they offended His Majesty, it would not be easy. Just the layer of origin extinguishing energy outside was enough to make them unable to endure it. The Starlight World was also boiling. With so many forces congregating outside the Starlight World, such a thing rarely happened. Unless it was the annihilation of a country, it would usually not happen. The people from Assassin Tower are here. I didn't expect him to come. The West killing Heavenly King of the Assassin Tower's 10 Heavenly King stage assassins. This is a top great monarch, and he even has a complete origin power weapon. The Black Realm battleship of the Assassin Tower was enormous. Along the way, all the warships in front of it that could not dodge in time were smashed into pieces. It was a domineering and overbearing move. Those who were lucky enough to survive left the scene one after another, not even daring to say a word. The Assassin Tower's overbearingness was well known. Killing someone at the slightest disagreement was a common occurrence. Heavenly King, that Lin Fei is in the Starlight Realm. Our men have been monitoring him. On the deck, a scout reported respectfully. The West killing Heavenly King was one of the Assassin Tower's 10 great Heavenly Kings. He wore a scarlet cloak, and his eyes were sharp as he looked at the Starlight World not far away. Destroying 8 branches of the Assassin Tower in a row, Lin Fei is clearly provoking me, forcing me to deal with him personally. A boundless killing intent erupted from the West killing Heavenly King. Everyone on the deck felt a chill down their spine. The might of a Heavenly King was unstoppable. Send someone to inform Starlight to open up the world formation and let us in, the Western killing Heavenly King said coldly. The Starlight World was very strong, but compared to the Assassin's Tower, it was still a little lacking. He believed that the Starlight World would give him face. The people from the Assassin Tower are here. Just about everyone is here. The 5th Prince's residence. Lin Fei was looking at the experts gathered outside through the system. Among them, there were 2 that he was more familiar with. For example, the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain. He didn't expect them to be here as well. Senior Lin Fei, the Assassin's Tower's West killing Heavenly King, has just informed Emperor Father to open up the world formation. This matter, Xianxia said respectfully. No need. I will go out and meet them. Lin Fei smiled. His entire body turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Senior is indeed a senior. Just the number of people from the outside is over 10,000, and the majority of them are elites. Xianxia didn't have the courage to do so. He went out by himself? Before the Starlight Emperor could react, he felt a tyrannical aura exiting from the royal city. This emperor has to treat any of these forces with caution. But he, the Starlight Emperor, shook his head and stood up. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. The front wave has already fallen onto the beach. Outside the Starlight World, the worship of the Assassin Tower was at the front, and it seemed like they were the first to rush in. He came out. The West-killing Heavenly King, who had been looking at the Starlight World, said indifferently, "He is truly fearless. This has saved us a lot of trouble. If the Starlight Emperor was protecting Lin Fei, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. But now that he had taken the initiative to come out, it was a completely different story. In this vast world, Lin Fei would definitely die. He came out. That's great. Once he comes out, everyone will make a move. He has an elemental energy weapon in his hand, and it is extremely powerful. Even if the Heavenly King assassin from the Assassin Tower was present, the other forces wouldn't have any fear. No matter how tyrannical the Assassin Tower was, they wouldn't dare to offend everyone here at once. Whoever could kill Lin Fei would be able to obtain the treasures on him. All the forces here wanted to fish a fortune from Lin Fei. Now that the opportunity was here, no one was willing to miss it. He knew that they were outside, yet he still dared to show himself. They could only say that there was something wrong with his brain. Do it. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he was immediately targeted. All sorts of treasures came crashing down. All sorts of supportive treasures covered the sky and landed on Lin Fei's body, such as slowing, gravity, paralysis, poison, freezing, and many other treasures. This scene caused the forces in the Starlight World to suck in a breath of cold air. Any expert that encountered such a situation would definitely end up in a miserable state. No one could block the attacks of these supportive treasures, and they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Ha ha ha! So many forces are attacking me. What an honor! The sky was filled with all sorts of Emperor Will and Saint Spirit attacks. A black-robed man walked over unhurriedly, and all the attacks were blocked by a barrier. He blocked it. How is this possible? What kind of protective barrier could be so powerful? The black-robed man who came out from the sky had a faint smile of disdain on his face as he faced the attacks of the crowd. What a powerful protective cultivation technique. West Killer, Heavenly King, narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see through this protective cultivation technique, but it was actually so powerful that it could block all attacks of Emperor Will. This was a little too domineering. The experts of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were both attacking. They didn't care who the other party was. They attacked the moment they came out. Golden Dragon Country, Black Tiger Mountain, you guys are quite bold. Are you guys going to do it again? Lin Fei entered the Starlight World as if he had entered an uninhabited land. His eyes met the position of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain with a faint smile on his face. The experts from the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were the ones who came from the Forbidden Land. At first, they felt that the name was familiar and didn't take it seriously. However, when they heard the other party's voice, their faces changed. It's him. How can it be him? The owner of 2 Yuan force weapons is actually him. What the hell? They couldn't forget the scene in the Forbidden Land where they were almost wiped out. The Black Heaven sect was a good example. Stop. Chapter 3027. In order to obtain Lin Fei's 2 complete origin energy divine weapons. In the Black Realm, there were many forces close to the Starlight World. There were more than 10,000 people in total. Tens of thousands of people attacking one person was quite a spectacular scene. Looking from a distance, one couldn't see the other party's figure. All kinds of Emperor Will and Holy Spirits attacked wave after wave. The momentum alone was enough to frighten countless people to death. But today, the scene had been rewritten. Facing tens of thousands of people, the mysterious black-robed man formed a shield around his body and blocked all the attacks. These attacks, which could normally threaten to kill a peak Supreme Sovereign, fell on the other party like tickles, completely beyond everyone's expectations and imagination. When the black-robed man walked out of the sky, full of attacks like an invincible being, he shouted at the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain Elder experts. Then, they heard the 2 forces' elders' expressions change dramatically, and they shouted at their subordinates to stop the attacks. Golden Dragon Nation, stop! Black Tiger Mountain, stop! The elders shouted loudly. Those people who were at a loss After being punched and kicked by the elder, all of them came to a stop. They couldn't beat the great demon king in the Forbidden Land. They had seen a series of supreme sovereigns running together, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The forces that had been attacking were dumbfounded when they saw the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain stop. Did they know this person? Senior Lin, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The Golden Dragon Nation elder expert explained. That's right, we all believe the rumors. The Black Tiger Mountain elder expert also explained. If we knew it was you, we wouldn't have dared to come. On the way here, the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain elder experts had secretly discussed that it would be best to act together. Maybe they could get great benefits. Lin Fei walked forward step by step, facing everyone's attacks. The attacks of Emperor Will and Holy Spirits were all shaken off. Go on, you haven't eaten yet, so use all your strength, Lin Fei said with a casual smile. Use all my strength? We've used all our strength, okay? You're just too strong. More than 10,000 people were attacking him, and there was no lack of high lords and great venerables among them. How could he even fight if they posed no threat to him? Misunderstanding? Do you think I'll believe that? Lin Fei smiled at the elders of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. Jean Longhua and the elder from Black Tiger Mountain looked at each other. They knew that if they didn't show their attitude today, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. The great Demon King's strength was even more terrifying than before. A single barrier was enough to block everyone's attacks. Everyone from the Golden Dragon Nation, listen up, attack with me. The Golden Dragon Country elder gave the order and attacked a force not far away. Kill them all. This elder powerhouse was the first to attack. With a big move, he killed dozens of people from the other side. Kill. The cultivators of the Golden Dragon Country were not fools. They immediately turned around and attacked the people nearby. Black Tiger Mountain, listen up, kill them all. The cultivators of Black Tiger Mountain also followed suit. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, they killed the people around them by surprise. The people of the two forces were quite cooperative. They quickly attacked and rushed into the nearby forces like a sharp knife. The cultivators of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were working especially hard. Kill them all. We must perform well. If we don't, we'll all die. In order to survive, they couldn't care less. Once the Great Demon King attacked, they would definitely die. If they attacked the surrounding forces now, they might still have a chance to survive. Everyone knew what to do. That man is too powerful. With just a few words, the Golden Dragon Kingdom and the Black Tiger Mountain, two first-rate forces, turned their guns on these forces. How terrifying! Even the attacks of the High Lords and Great Venerables couldn't break through that man's barrier. When did a body-tempering cultivator become so powerful? Everyone in the Starlight World, including those outside, widened their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Fei became majestic, tall, and invincible, taking root in their hearts. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the actions of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. These people really knew how to change. Kill them well. This time, I'll take it as a misunderstanding, Lin Fei said with a smile. The elders of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they led their disciples to kill everyone in their way. Lin Fei's gaze shifted. Assassin Tower. Do you only have so few people? As one of the 10 Heavenly King assassins, the Western Killer King had seen all kinds of experts. However, this was the first time he had seen someone so powerful. He faintly felt a trace of worry. This man was more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder he dared to attack the 8 branches of the Assassin Tower alone. With just these few people, we can still kill you, the Western Killer King shouted. The people of the Assassin Tower are not people you can kill just because you want to. Assassin Tower's disciples, follow me and kill. Supreme Monarch Chun Ying also came. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he waved his hand and led a team of 1,000 people, charging out like a dragon. Among the forces present, the Assassin Tower was the strongest. The rest were just SOSO. After Proud Heaven's 11-layered physique, the attacks of ordinary Emperor Will and sacred spirits were no threat. Even the attacks of a supreme monarch were like tickles to him. This was the strength of proud heaven at the late stage. Supreme monarch Chun Ying led a team of 1,000 people, charging towards Lin Fei like a black dragon. As the leader, he had brought an origin energy divine weapon from the Assassin Tower. With this origin energy divine weapon in hand, Supreme Monarch Chun Ying's strength skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the Supreme Monarch realm. You still dare to come after your doppelganger died last time? You don't need to go back. Supreme Monarch Chun Ying attacked 12 times in a row. Every time his domineering attacks were blocked by Xianxia's protective barrier. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Lin Fei shook his head and made a grabbing motion with his hand. His arms suddenly expanded, blotting out the sky. Supreme Monarch Chun Ying and the others seemed to have fallen into a huge trap. Quick attack! The team of 1,000 people attacked the palm with all their might. As Lin Fei closed his palm, Grand Monarch Chun Ying and the others he had brought with him landed in his palm. Lin Fei gently squeezed them, as if they were nothing at all. His tyrannical power swept over them, instantly crushing them into meat paste. Dying. After Lin Fei crushed the 1,000 elites of the Assassin Tower with a single palm strike, the Western killing Heavenly King made his move. He arrived behind Lin Fei, and a black short blade streaked across the air, piercing into Lin Fei's protective barrier. The West killing Heavenly King had endured patiently. Even though 1,000 elites had died, he was indifferent. He was waiting for the best opportunity. The black dagger easily tore a hole in Xianxia's protective barrier, which couldn't be broken by 10,000 people. No one can survive after killing someone from the Assassin Tower. You should be proud that you can die at the hands of the divine weapon killer. The black dagger stabbed into Lin Fei's back through the hole. Chapter 3028. Father, will Senior Lin Fei be all right? Xinghao asked worriedly. That's the Western killing Heavenly King. His first move was a thunderous one, and he even used the Assassin Tower's essence weapon. Xing Qianlight's expression was solemn. The Assassin Tower's 10 Heavenly Kings all have a trump card. The Western killing Heavenly King is truly ruthless. He used the death of the elite squad to attract Lin Fei's attention, then took the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. With the help of Lifestealer, fellow Taoist Lin Fei is most likely dead. That's Lifestealer. Xinghao's expression changed. Rumor has it that the 10 Heavenly Kings all have treasures similar to Lifestealer. They can absorb essence destruction power and store it within. Once it explodes, its power is boundless. He wants to use the essence destruction power to destroy Senior Lin Fei's body. What a vicious method. What was the most powerful thing about a body-tempering grandmaster? It was their body. Without a strong body, they were nothing. The greatest power of essence destruction power was destruction. Any existence would be destroyed before the essence destruction power. Yes, that's Lifestealer. Xing Qianlight couldn't help but worry. The Western killing Heavenly King wielded the black dagger, Lifestealer. As long as it pierced into Lin Fei's body, he would be able to take his life. No matter what peak grandmaster, as long as he got close to him, his fate would be sealed. You're mistaken. The one who will die is not me, but you. Lin Fei trembled, and a terrifying energy burst out, colliding with the Western killing Heavenly King's body. He was sent flying, coughing up blood, and his body began to collapse. Idiot, didn't anyone tell you that getting close to a body-tempering grandmaster will never end well? A huge black hole tore open around Lin Fei. Before the Western killing Heavenly King's Lifestealer could stab down, he was sent flying, and his body completely collapsed. How can his strength be so strong? It's like I was hit by a huge hand, and my body collapsed uncontrollably. The Western killing Heavenly King recondensed his body, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. How could such crushing power appear on his opponent? Now it's over. The Assassin Tower's powerhouses have disappointed me. A palm appeared in front of him, piercing through his chest. A massive amount of life energy flowed out like a flood. I'm one of the 10 great Heavenly Kings. You can't kill me. The Western-killing Heavenly King was in despair. He was unable to stop his life force from flowing away, and eventually he turned to ashes. With his prideful Heaven 11-fold physique activated, he could plunder everything in a few breaths of time. Even a Western-killing Heavenly King is dead. Too invincible, completely crushed. One of the 10 Heavenly Kings, Xianxia, was a top expert in the Black Domain. However, such a top-notch expert had died in the hands of Lin Fei just like that, unable to resist at all. The elders of Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country secretly wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Fortunately, we made the choice. Even if we have to pay a loss, it's worth it. He's too powerful. The West-killing Heavenly King died before he could even show his might. The Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country once again besieged the forces present. Even the Western-killing Heavenly King was dead, and the Assassin Tower was almost completely wiped out. Their choice was correct. Lin Fei grabbed the fatal black dagger and felt the dangerous aura of primordial destruction energy in it. Is this the trump card? Even if I use it, my physical body can withstand it. It's not much of a threat to me. However, it's definitely a killing move for the other supreme experts. With the death of the Western-killing Heavenly King, the remaining experts of the Assassin Tower almost fainted. The Western-killing Heavenly King, one of the 10 Heavenly Kings, was killed just like that. Was this still the Western-killing Heavenly King that they had imagined? He was too weak. Lin Fei rushed up to the warship of the Assassin Tower. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light swept toward all the heavenly gods present. One by one, they exploded and silence fell. No one could withstand the power of Lin Fei's flick of his finger. It was a true instant kill. The Assassin Tower is finished. Run. The Western-killing Heavenly King is also dead. The forces that were fighting with the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Did the Assassin Tower have to be finished so quickly? You're the Assassin Tower, ah. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had withstood 10,000 people's attacks at the start and had a defensive technique that made him unparalleled, they wouldn't have been so afraid. Now, the Assassin Tower was finished. Run. The several first-rank forces lost their confidence. If they didn't run now, when would they run? One of the first-rank forces with the fastest reaction had just turned around to flee when a giant palm fell from the sky, slapping on their bodies. One by one, the heavenly god masters died. Whoever dares to run, I don't mind slapping you to death one by one. After Lin Fei's palm slapped out, the entire place quieted down. No one dared to move anymore. All of you, stand there obediently and don't move. You don't even dare to disobey Senior's words. You're courting death. The Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain's masters stopped moving, but they cooperated with each other, roaring at the other forces like vile villains. We are. One of the Ninth Order Heavenly God Realm Masters tried to introduce his background. A loud bang rang in the air, but a palm landed on his body, turning him into a mist of blood. Lin Fei stood in this person's position. I hate using violence the most. Of course, if you think you're tough enough, you can give it a try. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Give it a try? Everyone shook their heads. Only a fool would give it a try. With this kind of violence, anything in front of you would be smashed to pieces. Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain, come here. Lin Fei waved at the elders of the two factions, and they obediently flew over like sheep. They looked very well-behaved, completely lacking the high-spirited attitude they had before. Senior, feel free to instruct us. The two of them lowered their stance. You all know how to handle matters. Seeing that you've done a good job, I think I should reward you with a gift. Lin Fei pointed at the people present. Take everything off their bodies. I never let people work for nothing. Take everything off their bodies? The two elders swallowed nervously. There were more than 10,000 people here, ah? If they really took everything off their bodies, those things, why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei said with a smile. Many thanks for Senior's gift. We'll do it right away. The Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain's disciples swiftly carried out their orders. Take out everything you have. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take everything out. This was not the first time the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain's disciples had taken the spoils of war, but compared to this time, it paled in comparison. They were filled with excitement and fear as they collected the spoils of war. The forces present dared not voice their indignation. Didn't they see that the master, just now, was killed with a slap the moment he opened his mouth? They could only obediently hand over everything on their bodies. In an instant, the high lords and great venerables wanted to cry. That was their wealth, Chapter 3029. Outside the Starlight World, countless forces, large and small, encountered the most embarrassing scene of their lives. Everything on their bodies had been taken away. Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, their faces darkened as they watched their belongings being taken away. At this moment, it didn't matter whether they were great supremacies or great supremacies. During the plunder, there had been resistance, but they were all violently beaten to death by the black-clothed Lin Fei. Be ruthless. One punch, one palm, one kick directly beat the other party to death. Under such circumstances, who would dare to cause trouble for no reason? That fierce god killed without blinking an eye. The heavenly gods from the Golden Dragon Nation and the Black Tiger Mountain would never forget this day. They had taken the treasures from the Great High Lord, but the Great High Lord did not dare to say anything and obediently handed over the treasures. The whole process lasted about an hour. Apart from the armor on their bodies, everyone present had nothing else. Even the warships had been mercilessly taken away. You should be glad that I didn't kill you. Of course, I welcome you to take revenge on me. If you bring enough treasures, they may save your lives at the critical moment. Lin Fei's voice fell into everyone's ears. Revenge? How many people were there, but they were all beaten up by him? Only a fool would come. Hearing that they could leave, everyone hurriedly left. They didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Everyone dispersed like a swarm of bees. When they came, they were aggressive, but when they left, they all had bitter expressions. This time the loss was too great. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Even top great supremacies couldn't withstand their attacks, but Lin Fei seemed to be able to do it so easily. It was like the difference between a child and an adult. Senior Lin Fei, everything is here. The elders of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain took out all the treasures they had plundered. In their hearts, they didn't have the guts to take these things. What? You don't dare to take it. Lin Fei really didn't want these things now. Take it? Would they dare? Of course not. There were dozens of forces present. If they knew, Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country would not have peace in the future. Their targets were great supremacies and great supremacies. They would never forget the frightening look in his eyes when he left. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the elders of the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain cried, Senior Lin Fei, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Please keep these things. We're just porters. Yes, porters. They immediately defined themselves as porters. I won't let you do it for nothing. Lin Fei threw out a dozen storage rings. Take these and divide them among yourselves. If there's a chance in the future, I'll ask you to be porters again. Holding a dozen or so burning storage rings, the elders and experts of the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain left the Starlight World with different emotions. Lin Fei returned to the Starlight World. His Majesty of Stellar Light personally came out to greet him. After this battle, he directly defined Grandmaster Lin Fei as an apex supremacy. Even he himself felt that he was inferior. His opponent's strength was much higher than his. The Assassin Tower's West Killer Heavenly King couldn't even last a few moves against Lin Fei before he was killed. His weapon was snatched away, and he even looted the forces that were present. There weren't many people in the entire Black Realm who could completely offend the other party. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin Fei. From now on, you're a top figure in the Black Realm. Even those first-rate forces won't dare to make trouble for you. This was naturally the result that Lin Fei wanted. Just as he said, he was now a top figure in the Black Realm. What happened today would spread among the people and affect the forces in the entire Black Realm. Anyone who coveted the treasures in his hands would have to consider whether they had the strength to do so. Actually, I really hate violence. Sigh, it's their fault for wanting my things. They're too narrow-minded. Lin Fei chuckled as he glanced at Stellar Light. Stellar Light's hair stood on end, and he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't been foolish back then. If you're not violent, who is? He thought to himself. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei is right. These people are all muddle-headed and don't even know whether they have the ability to do so. Stellar Light cooperated. By the way, is your Starlight Trade Union interested in digesting these things? Lin Fei said casually. I believe they'll be very happy to buy them back. After all, they're all things that are convenient to use. I'm interested, very interested. The news of the battle outside the Starlight world spread in the shortest time possible. All the forces that were paying attention were dumbfounded. The Assassin Tower's West Killer, Heavenly King, was completely annihilated. A High Lord and a Great High Lord were killed with just a few punches and kicks. Tens of thousands of experts were swept away. The Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain rebelled at the critical moment and didn't hesitate to attack their own people. Despicable behavior? All kind of news spread. Some were shocked, and some were disdainful. A physique tempering supreme figure took on all the attacks alone? This was completely impossible. They had never heard of a physique tempering supreme figure's protective cultivation technique being so powerful. After all, the forces that took action this time were all extremely strong, such as the elites of the Assassin Tower. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Lin Fei's name spread like the wind. Everyone knew that there was a tyrannical and violent top expert in the Starlight world. Lin Fei became famous after the battle in the Black Domain. The quickest to react were the surrounding neighbors, such as those experts from the Assassin Tower, who had hidden themselves in the dark. All of them began to retreat, and no one dared to stay. Those forces that tried to fish in troubled waters also came to the Starlight world one by one, bringing generous gifts before apologizing. Stellar Light took advantage of this opportunity and borrowed the name of Lin Fei to intimidate others, leaving a deep impression on the surrounding neighbors. This also led to the emperors of these worlds personally coming over to express that everything had nothing to do with them. They also hoped that Stellar Light could be the middleman to mediate. Stellar Light had only encountered such a situation a few times in his life. Because of the expert brought back by his fifth son, there was a change. Who would have thought that the other party was a true hidden expert, which one of the surrounding emperors wasn't proud and arrogant? Now, all of them took the initiative to apologize and even wanted him to be the middleman. This feeling was too great. Lin Fei couldn't see these people, so he sent them to Stellar Light. This also allowed Stellar Light to take the opportunity to greatly increase his influence in the Starlight world. Unless Lin Fei was gone that day, these neighbors had to behave themselves. Now, everyone knew that this top expert was friends with the fifth prince. Chapter 30:30. Lin Fei lived in the Starlight world, but he was like a fierce god. This was a violent guy who could kill supremacies and great supremacies without any pressure. In this area of the Starlight world, there was a rare silence. The Assassin Tower, who was completely wiped out, did not say anything. It was as if they were afraid of Lin Fei, which was beyond everyone's imagination. As for the other forces, they were the same. Fifth Prince, I'm leaving. After staying for a year, Lin Fei decided to leave. It was time to settle some things. Xianxia's position in the Starlight world became stable, and no prince could shake his position. Even if his elder brother came out, it would be the same. Hearing that he was leaving, Xianxia felt a sense of loss in his heart. Back then, he treated a living horse as a dead horse. That was why he had to current him. His father even expressed that in the future, he would be the next emperor of the Starlight world, ruling a world. Xianxia said words to persuade him to stay. This day would come sooner or later. Lin Fei swaggered away. He did not keep a low profile, but to the surrounding neighbors, it was a complete relief. That night, they held a big banquet. No one could guarantee when this fierce god would come knocking on their door. He left. Great. Lin Fei boarded the Blackfield warship and went straight outside. During this period, the journey was safe and sound. When they heard that this worship belonged to the fierce god Lin Fei, all of them did not have any thoughts. If they went up to make a move, it would be equivalent to looking for trouble. Everyone knew the legend of the fierce god Lin Fei coming, just as they were about to leave the Blackfield worship. In the void, 5 big hands grabbed the approaching Blackfield worship. This void was torn by the 5 big hands on the spot, and endless astral winds howled. "Ha! You guys really dare to come." In the sky, Lin Fei stood in the air, and a shield appeared, blocking the terrifying tearing force. "Assassin Tower, I have been waiting for you for a long time." In the distant void, 5 warships appeared, forming a circle surrounding Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, you also knew that we would come looking for you." The West-killing Heavenly King appeared on a warship. "You destroyed my clone. Do you really think you can leave the Black Domain?" 5 battleships, 5 Heavenly King killers. There was an elite assassin behind him. "This is where your confidence comes from." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Attack. Don't give him a chance to attack." The 5 Heavenly Kings immediately moved. They controlled the special warship beneath them, and 5 light wheels emerged. Every light wheel had a different color, and they all carried the unique destructive aura of the primordial annihilation power. "You're quite capable." 5 light wheels, each with a dangerous aura. Lin Fei was quite interested in the power of such a move. Compared to the attack in front of the Starlight World that day, there was a huge change and improvement. This was what he wanted. The first halo formed a finger and stabbed towards Lin Fei. The second light wheel slammed down with a palm. The third light wheel punched into the sky, and the shadow of the fist was like a mountain. A sword light slashed out from the 4th light wheel. On the 5th light wheel, a saber light shot out horizontally. 5 light wheels, 5 kinds of top killing moves. "Lin Fei, you're dead this time. You should be proud that you made 5 Heavenly Kings use the primordial annihilation warship to deal with you." The West-killing Heavenly King's eyes were filled with resentment. It was rare to see 5 Heavenly King killers with 5 Assassin Tower's treasures at once. Lin Fei must die. The Assassin Tower would never allow such a person to exist. Hence, they prepared this secret operation without any news. They wanted to catch Lin Fei off guard, and they didn't want too many people to know about it. After all, they sent 5 Heavenly King killers this time. If they failed, they would lose face even if they said it out loud. This was something they had to guard against. As long as they could kill Lin Fei, they could say whatever they wanted. Who would dare to say that the Assassin Tower was shameless? 5 light wheels, 5 kinds of attacks containing the primordial annihilation power. This was an important reason why the Assassin Tower could move unhindered in the Black Domain. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they had analyzed and sent 5 of these warships to kill him in one blow. According to their analysis, Lin Fei's protective cultivation technique could be considered top-notch. Even a peak Great Venerable's battle prowess couldn't break the other party's protective cultivation technique. In that case, they could only use even greater power. In front of this kind of killing move, no matter how powerful Lin Fei's protective cultivation technique was, he couldn't block this kind of top-notch killing move. In the past, there were also peak Great Venerables who didn't put the Assassin Tower in their eyes, thinking that the Assassin Tower couldn't do anything to them. But in the end, they were all killed by the Assassin Tower. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he couldn't block this kind of killing move. The 5 killing moves flattened the area where Lin Fei was, covering a range of hundreds of millions of miles. In this area, apart from the terrifying residual power, nothing else could be found. It was precisely because the killing move was extremely powerful that the movement was similarly huge. Every time they used it, they had to be very careful. This was the Assassin Tower's trump card. That was why they had set up an ambush here. The area of hundreds of millions of miles was swept by the origin destruction power, and everywhere was in ruins. One could imagine that in the face of this kind of destructive attack, even a peak Great Venerable wouldn't be able to withstand it. With the 5 of us taking action, together with the Origin Destruction warship under us, it'll be easy to deal with this guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth," a heavenly king assassin said disdainfully. "It's a pity that this person offended our assassin tower. Otherwise, we could really recruit him. This person is dead for sure. There are no fluctuations just now. We didn't waste our time lying in ambush here for so long, and we even used the special space scrolls." The 5 heavenly kings all had the same opinion. Lin Fei was dead for sure. If there were any of them, in the face of this kind of power, they would also die without a doubt, without any chance of survival. "Quickly go and find the whereabouts of the origin energy weapons." A heavenly king assassin ordered the elites to begin withdrawing. Even if someone died, the origin energy weapons would still be there. Elite squads flew out and began searching. The origin destruction power could destroy everything, but it couldn't destroy the origin energy weapons. As long as Lin Fei died, the origin energy weapons would always be theirs. "Everyone, there's no need to search. The thing you want is still in my hands." In a distant, dilapidated void, a black-robed Lin Fei walked out, a scepter in his hand. It was the illusion scepter. Following that, a huge world descended. Illusion world quickly opened the array formation. The 5 heavenly kings looked at each other in horror. Immediately sensing the arrival of the illusion world, they immediately activated the origin destruction warship's special array formation, and shields appeared one after another. Those elites who went out did not have such a good ending, and they fell one by one. The trump card of your assassin tower is really extraordinary. Fortunately, I'm lucky. I just don't know how many more times you can activate such a move. Chapter 30-31. Lin Fei wielded the Sky Splitter Staff and attacked the nearest origin destruction warship. Activate the formation with all your strength. Activate the warship's defense. The combined attack of 5 origin destruction warships could not kill Lin Fei. The 5 heavenly king assassins did not dare to take him lightly. They treated him as their greatest enemy. The Sky Splitter Staff struck one of the origin destruction warships, causing ripples to appear on its protective shield. The huge warship was sent flying like a sandbag in the face of this powerful strike, heavily smashing into another warship in the distance, causing a loud rumble. The experts in the warship were dizzy from the impact. He sent the origin destruction warship flying with one strike. The 5 heavenly king assassins were dumbfounded once again. This power seemed to be tyrannical to send the origin destruction warship flying with one strike. What kind of joke was this? Quickly pull away. Don't let him hit us. The 5 heavenly king assassins saw this and felt a shadow in their hearts. This might be bad. This warship is so tyrannical. With my current power, an ordinary Blackfield warship can be penetrated, but this special warship can withstand it. Lin Fei once again pounced on another origin destruction warship. The Sky Splitter Staff struck. West-killing Heavenly King only felt the body of the warship shake. The warship under him was hit by gravity and was sent flying. Fortunately, the origin destruction warship's defense was not broken. West-killing Heavenly King was relieved. Lin Fei wielded the Sky Splitter Staff. Every time he moved, an origin destruction warship would be sent flying. All 5 warships were sent flying like sandbags. It is indeed difficult to penetrate this special warship with the power of Proud Heaven 11th Layer. Lin Fei tried once, and had to admit the foundation of Assassin Tower. Lin Fei, we all underestimated you. With your strength, you could become a top existence in the body tempering school, and even become the #1 person in the future, the leader. One of the heavenly kings stared at Lin Fei. But you want to break our origin destruction warship? That is a pipe dream. Assassin Tower will kill an expert like you. Leaving Lin Fei alive was equivalent to bringing a powerful enemy to Assassin Tower. Do it. The 5 battleships of elemental destruction released 5 more light wheels. Yuan Mie's aura was very strong. In order to kill Lin Fei, they did not hesitate to activate the second attack, just to kill Lin Fei. An existence like Lin Fei was worth it for them to activate it a second time. Even if the Origin Extermination warship's stores of Origin Extermination energy were all used up, it would still be worth it. It was the same as the previous trump card attack. Lin Fei would not give him a chance. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. After realizing that normal power couldn't do anything to Yuan Annihilation power, Lin Fei decided to go on a killing spree. Shadow Stealth. Lin Fei pounced at the nearest warship, baring his white teeth. He stretched out his sky-splitting staff and stabbed the protective shield of the Origin Extermination warship. With a kacha sound, the shield collapsed, and Lin Fei arrived on the deck. Illusion World. A huge world descended, enveloping everyone. No one could understand how Lin Fei had managed to tear open the barrier and attack them. Their souls had been pulled into the world, and they had lost their senses. Only one Heavenly King assassin was barely holding on. Die. The sky-splitting staff swept over. 5 levels of power, 2nd level. A power as gentle as the wind swept over the Heavenly King assassin, and his entire body shattered on the spot. In order to avoid trouble, the 2nd level of power was enough to settle everything. In fact, after being hit by the illusion world, the Heavenly King assassin only had about 30% of his strength left. How could he resist the power of Lin Fei's staff? Collect. From attacking the Origin Extermination battleship to collecting the first battleship, only a dozen breaths of time had passed. The trump card that the Assassin Tower was proud of had fallen into the enemy's hands. It's your turn. Lin Fei arrived in front of the 2nd Origin Extermination battleship. Attack. Don't let him in. Seeing what had happened to his companions, the Heavenly King assassin ordered. Several cannons appeared on the battleship, and beams of light shot over. Each beam had the power of a peak great venerable. You can't block it. Using the same move, Lin Fei rushed in. Illusion World. Retreat. Retreat. The 3 Heavenly King assassins watched on in fear. The trump card of the Assassin Tower was nothing more than a piece of cake in the eyes of the other party. Even though they were strong, they were like ants in the hands of the black-robed Lin Fei. Go, or there won't be another chance. Activate long-distance teleportation. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Lin Fei was a fierce god, and even the trump card of the Assassin Tower couldn't deal with him. If they didn't leave now, when would they? 3 black holes appeared behind the 3 Origin Extermination battleships. Through the black holes, one could vaguely see the world behind them. A white light surrounded the battleship. Since you're here to kill me, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Fei cleared the 2nd battleship and saw them fleeing together. The black holes behind them could clearly be used for long-distance teleportation. Once they entered, they really wouldn't be able to catch up. A wave of Origin Extermination power erupted from his body. The sky splitter swayed, and it turned into the move Total Annihilation. The 5th level of the power art also erupted with the 3rd level. The 3 Heavenly Kings instantly felt a boundless and terrifying aura attacking them, and it was a very familiar aura. Not good. Lin Fei also has an Origin Extermination treasure on him. The sky splitter whistled, and with the power of black and white, it swept past the 3 Origin Extermination battleships like the autumn wind. The moment the Origin Extermination battleship's protective barrier activated, it was torn apart by an even stronger power. The experts on the battleship were all torn into pieces by the power. Even the Heavenly King assassins became extremely weak in the face of this power, and they were instantly killed. Their physical bodies couldn't withstand the might of the Origin Extermination power. The 3 Origin Extermination battleships turned into a pile of debris at the same time. What a pity for the 3 treasures. If they hadn't wanted to escape, Lin Fei wouldn't have used a killer move. The power of the 3 Heavenly Kings combined with the Origin Extermination power was even more terrifying than expected, and it destroyed the 3 Origin Extermination battleships with a single strike. Even if they were damaged, Lin Fei waved his hand and stored the wreckage of the battleship. After losing 5 Heavenly King assassins and 5 special battleships, they probably won't dare to make a move for a short period of time. I reckon that they'll be feeling heartache for a long time. At the headquarters of the Assassin Tower, they were also the first to receive the news. When the white-robed youth from the Assassin Tower heard the news, He looked up to the sky and sighed. We've all underestimated Lin Fei. 5 Origin extermination battleships couldn't withstand the might of his staff. This kid definitely has a powerful background. He might even be an expert from a foreign tribe. The Assassin Tower's 10 Heavenly Kings, no, it was now the 9 Heavenly Kings. The West-killing Heavenly King had died under that strike. They all fell silent. This was especially so for the 4 Heavenly Kings, who had developed a fear of Lin Fei. They didn't even have the chance to resist and were instantly killed. Chapter 3032. Saint Spirit World outside the Black Region. The war between the 3 top forces and the demon motherland lasted for more than 100 years. Wars broke out everywhere. In the beginning, the human side suppressed the demons of the demon motherland. But as time passed, the advantage of the demon motherland was fully displayed, and an endless stream of experts filled in. The human experts couldn't do it. One loss was one loss. In the Saint Spirit World, the demon motherland attacked cities and built many demon ancestral cities. In a short period of time, they occupied half of the world. The 3 top forces kept shrinking the territory in their hands. Until now, the 3 top forces and the demon motherland had formed a stalemate. The 3 top forces had taken in all the forces, big and small, and built many lines of defense, making the territory airtight. The demon motherland side couldn't come up with an effective solution, but everyone knew that this situation wouldn't last for long. Once the powerhouses of the demon motherland found a breakthrough, the defense formed by the 3 top forces would completely collapse. After Lin Fei solved the ambush of the Assassin Tower, he finally came out of the Black Region. The Assassin Tower's trump card treasure was also figured out. It turned out to be called the Yuan Destroyer Battleship, a top-grade battleship. In the entire Saint Spirit World, only one place could make it. Inside each Yuan Destroyer battleship, there was a special array platform that could absorb the Yuan Destroyer energy and preserve it. It took a very long time. The Assassin Tower rarely used this kind of trump card. After Starlight knew about the Yuan Destroyer battleship, he offered to buy it at a high price. Even a Starlight world liked this kind of thing, something that had a price but no market. Lin Fei politely refused. This thing could be used again after some mending. Especially the array platform, it didn't suffer too much damage. With the system around, it was only a matter of time before it was repaired. As soon as the Black Region came out, the pressure on his body disappeared. Lin Fei was very uncomfortable. After adapting for a while, he headed in one of the directions. The Black Region is still very different from the outside world. Lin Fei traveled through the void at an extremely fast speed. Bystanders couldn't discover him at all. The current Saint Spirit World was completely different from before. There were flames of war everywhere. One city after another became empty, with ruins everywhere. This was especially true for a few large cities, which Lin Fei had an impression of. At this moment, they were all in ruins. The demon soldiers and demon generals of the demon motherland are all locust-like existences. Wherever they go, not even a blade of grass grows. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to go to the motherland of demons. The origin god cistern in the devil motherland was something that Xianxia could never forget. It was filled with life force power, and if he could absorb it all, even if it was just a small portion, he would be able to push his 11th division all the way to the peak. As for the origin god's lake, Lin Fei had the confidence to deal with it. Aotion's 11th layer wasn't a pushover. Even the origin annihilation couldn't pose a threat to him in a short time, let alone an unintelligent origin beast. In less than half a month, Lin Fei arrived at the Wildlands. The blockade established by the 3 top forces in the past had long since disappeared. In its place were numerous large cities, each of which was extremely large. Lin Fei saw the army of the demon motherland. There were hundreds of millions of them, densely packed. At the same time, he also felt a tyrannical aura, all of which were the auras of great devils. In each large city, there were at least 10 of them. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that these large cities were connected to other large cities. Formation connections. If anyone broke in, The formation between the large cities would activate, and the wildlands would become a true land of despair. No matter how many great sovereigns came, they would all die. The strength of the demon motherland is probably inseparable from the dark shadow race. Lin Fei didn't plan to make a move. In the entire wildlands, only the few experts in the depths of the demon motherland could give him a sense of danger. He couldn't feel it last time, but this time, Lin Fei really felt it. There were a total of 9 such threatening auras, and one of them was an old acquaintance of the 33 demon motherland monarch. If one were to carefully write down the 9 auras, he wasn't the most powerful one. He was temporarily ranked 3rd. I really wouldn't have known if I didn't see it. The demon motherland actually hid 2 top experts. After Lin Fei released his divine sense, he sensed the terrifying foundation of the demon motherland. It's understandable that the 3 top forces couldn't take down the demon motherland. The demon motherland was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely not have the confidence. But now it was different. With the 11th layer of Ao Tian's physical body, the protective cultivation method, and the 14 strands of origin destruction power, he could go anywhere in the world. After knowing the truth of the demon motherland, Lin Fei didn't plan to fight his way in. He planned to quietly enter. Along the way, Lin Fei arrived at the last large city of the demon motherland. Compared to back then, the defenses here were still tight. This was not a problem for Lin Fei. He easily entered the large city and walked the familiar path until he arrived at the Origin Divine Lake. There was no one around the Origin Divine Lake. The calm lake was quiet. The Origin beasts are hidden at the bottom of the lake. Under the calm lake, Lin Fei could feel the aura of the Origin beasts. They were as eye-catching as the sun in the night sky. Lin Fei looked at the depths of the Origin Divine Lake. At the bottom of the lake, the Origin beasts were snoring. Such dense life energy. I won't be polite and will gladly accept it. Lin Fei revealed himself and rushed into the lake. A strand of origin destruction power covered his body. The bottom of the lake was huge. Lin Fei went all the way to the bottom. Using the origin destruction power to cover myself can indeed deceive the origin beasts. From now on, this life energy belongs to me. Being in the dense life energy, Lin Fei's pores opened up. He only needed a thought to start plundering the life energy here. Absorb. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked, forming a huge whirlpool. Whoosh, whoosh. A huge amount of life energy entered Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei turned into a terrifying beast. Huge waves rose in the Origin Divine Lake. Awesome. After swallowing the first mouthful, Lin Fei's body felt refreshed. Great, this is the feeling I wanted. The second mouthful, third mouthful, fourth mouthful. Every mouthful caused a huge commotion. Lin Fei was now racing against time to plunder every bit of life energy here. Whether Ao Tian's 11th layer could reach the peak depended on this Origin Divine Lake. Ao Tian's 11th layer also started to make progress. 10%, 20%, while Lin Fei was wantonly plundering life energy. The commotion from the Origin Divine Pool also woke up the Origin Divine Life Form. The Origin Divine Life Form opened its eyes, revealing an ominous glint. It swayed its enormous body, and after searching for a while, it headed straight for Lin Fei. A black shadow flashed across the sky. Its strength was even stronger than that of a peak great sovereign. What a fast reaction. I was afraid of you last time. Who's afraid of you this time? Chapter 3033. The Essence Beast was attacking. His casual attack was like the pressure of Mount Tai, majestic and imposing. Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. After more than 100 years of cultivation, he was no longer the same person he used to be. His strength was now at the pinnacle of the Saint Spirit domain. The Sky Splitter staff slammed into the black shadow quickly and fiercely. The pressure of Mount Tai stopped, and the surrounding life energy was torn to pieces. The Origin Deity's lake was no longer calm. Roar! The Essence Beast roared in pain. It was obviously unhappy that it hadn't killed the intruder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 black shadows appeared, each more powerful and terrifying than the one before. When Lin Fei had struck the black shadow, he had also felt the impact of the opponent's power, which confirmed the Essence Beast's strength. This Meta Beast's life force is indeed terrifying, and its strength is enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. It contains the use of the Annihilation Force, but it's very superficial. However, it's a merciless suppression against the vast majority of people. Compared to the variant kings in the sealed area, it's clearly much stronger. It won't be that easy to kill me. The whirlpool around Lin Fei appeared again. The Heaven Splitter staff brought along 4 shadows and directly smashed against the incoming shadow, blocking the other party's power. His body trembled slightly, but it wasn't very strenuous. Second-tier power art open. Lin Fei's staff followed like a shadow, smashing into the Essence Beast like a crescent moon. Roar, roar, roar. The Essence Beast's angry roar echoed throughout the Devil Nation. Its roar was filled with endless anger. The Essence Beast's huge body rushed over. Lin Fei absorbed the life energy crazily. With a sweep of the staff, the Essence Beast was sent flying like a sandbag, shattering a large amount of life energy. It can't withstand the second-tier power art. Essence Beasts aren't as strong as I thought. Lin Fei shook his head and looked up. Among the 9 auras of the Devil Nation, 3 terrifying auras had arrived. They had also sensed the changes in the Origin Deity's Lake. What happened to the Origin Deity's Lake? Why is the Black Shielan Beast so angry? Who sneaked in? That's impossible. With us here, even a top-notch great sage can't sneak in. 3 powerful auras arrived above the Origin Divine Lake. Something's wrong. One of the old experts stared at the scene below. It seems like his life energy is weakening. Boom! A huge shadow rushed out from the bottom of the lake and smashed into the old expert's body. The old expert's blood and chi churned on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Black Scale Beast. When the elderly expert was smashed, the other 2 peak experts of the Devil Empire were both startled. This was a meta beast that was guarding the bottom of the lake. Its skin was extremely thick, and even if they joined forces, it would still be difficult to defeat it. But the current situation seemed to have been beaten out by someone. It was too shocking. The Black Scale Beast left the lake. A huge whirlpool had appeared beneath the Origin Divine Pool. A figure could be seen at the center of the whirlpool, stealing large amounts of life energy. Stop him! Someone is stealing life energy. The 2 top experts were furious. There was actually someone stealing their life energy right under their noses. This was unforgivable. No matter who it was, they had to die. The Black Scale Beast was completely enraged and fell into a frenzy. Arriving above the lake, it opened its bloody mouth and began to suck in the lake water. The 2 top experts hid to the side. With the Black Scale Beast's innate magical ability, no matter who that person is, he definitely won't be able to block it. Let's keep a close eye on him. Don't let him escape. The 3 experts stared at the person below. No one had ever been able to take advantage of the Meta Beast's innate magical ability. This move again. Lin Fei clearly remembered that it was this move that had wiped out the top experts of the 3 top forces on the spot. This move contained the power of primordial destruction. The Sky Splitter was inserted into the bottom of the lake like a stabilizing needle. Lin Fei began to crazily suck in the life energy again. The lake water was continuously sucked in. The 3 top experts stood in the distance, and they were also afraid of the Black Scale Beast's innate magical ability. The scene that they had imagined did not appear. He seems to have blocked it. What's going on? The Black Scale Beast's innate magical ability seems to be useless against him. This is impossible. That's an innate magical ability. This was the first time that the 3 top experts had encountered such a situation. The elderly expert reacted quickly. Immediately informed the king, "We must kill this person." The life energy in the Origin Deity's lake rapidly weakened. If this continued, they had no doubt that the life energy that they had accumulated over the years would be completely devoured by this mysterious person. What's going on? Someone seems to have snuck in and is stealing our life energy. Even without their notification, a few more top experts arrived. Seeing this scene, their expressions began to change. King, someone is frantically stealing the life energy of our origin deity's lake. The demon 33 country lord teleported above the lake, and he felt the life energy continuously disappearing. It was as if he had been hit in the head. Attack him. We can't let him continue. The demon 33 country lord took out the treasure of the demon nation. Without saying anything, a scarlet flame descended, burning fiercely, and the origin deity's lake turned into a sea of fire. This was not an ordinary fire, but a flame with the power of primordial destruction that could incinerate everything. The demon 33 country lord did not dare to be careless. Even the black-scale beast's innate magical ability could not do anything to the other party, so he did not dare to hold back. He wanted to see who had the guts to come here and act so impudently. The other top experts took out their treasures one after another, and the sky was filled with Emperor's Will attacks, heading straight for Lin Fei in the depths of the lake. I've only absorbed 30%. I have to continue. Grabbing the sky splitter, he brandished it in an airtight manner. Right now, he needed to seize the opportunity to steal more life energy, rather than engage in a meaningless battle with them. Once the defense was up, the attacks from above were all blocked by the sky splitter. Even if a small portion managed to rush in, it was blocked by the protective cultivation technique. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all. Proud Heaven Tier 11 had also reached 35%, 40%. Below, Lin Fei easily blocked the attacks, but above, the Demon 33 Country Lord and the other top experts were completely unable to remain calm. They saw that when their attacks approached a certain range of the other party, they were easily blocked by the other party, unable to threaten the other party. Even the attacks from the Demon 33 Country Lord's treasures were unable to do anything to the other party. Continue killing. He won't be able to hold on for long. The Demon 33 Country Lord's heart sank. Where did this expert come from? He was the first to rush to the bottom of the lake, activated his treasure, condensed a fire dragon, and pounced over. Demon 33 Country Lord, long time no see, but you don't look too good. When the Demon 33 Country Lord rushed to the bottom of the lake, he heard that person speak, his voice full of mockery. Looking over, he saw a black-robed man laughing at him. Chapter 30-34. The Demon 33 Country Lord's emotions were rather complicated. A thought kept echoing in his mind. How could it be him? That weak, unlucky fellow. Ever since he had schemed against the three top forces, the Demon Motherland had successfully torn apart the Wilderness Barracks defense line and gained a right to kill his way out. As for those unlucky fellows who had luckily escaped, the Demon 33 Country Lord didn't care at all. Moreover, the three top forces had issued a warrant for their arrest. They would definitely die. Even if they didn't die at their hands, they still wouldn't be able to escape the three top forces' pursuit. They were just struggling at death's door and living a little longer. Everything had gone according to plan. Those unlucky fellows had taken the blame and then disappeared from the Saint Spirit domain without a trace. If he hadn't seen Lin Fei here, the Demon 33 Country Lord would have forgotten about this person. Back then, this person had been able to escape with the Elysian Sun and Dugu Aegean. His strength was not bad, but it was just not bad. The Demon 33 Country Lord's memory was still fresh, especially after his investigation. In a short 100,000 years, he had grown to such an extent. In the body cultivation sect, he was definitely a top existence. Unfortunately, the other party was from the three top forces. The Demon Motherland didn't mind completely destroying him. If he didn't grow up, no matter how monstrous he was destined to become a speck of dust in history. But the Demon 33 Country Lord had never thought that this monstrous fellow would not only survive the pursuit of the three top forces, but also dare to sneak into the Origin Divine Lake and wantonly steal life energy. With every breath, a portion of the life energy was sucked away by the other party. This was the foundation of the Demon Motherland. Now, the Demon Motherland's army was arrogant precisely because the Demon Motherland could use secret techniques to create demon-level martial artists. They had been suppressing the three top forces, and victory was only a matter of time. The Origin Divine Lake's life energy could not be lost. A fellow who had long been dead in his eyes was now swaggering around in the Origin Divine Lake and stealing things from the demon motherland. This was no different from a slap in the face. That's right, it's me. The demon motherland has a good memory. Lin Fei laughed and didn't stop his plundering. I see that the demon motherland doesn't seem to welcome me. The demon 33 country lord would never welcome Lin Fei to steal life energy, especially at a time like this. You dare to steal life energy from the Origin Divine Lake? You got guts. The demon 33 heavenly country lord activated his treasure. Scarlet flame dragons condensed one after another, and with a long roar, they charged forward. Each of these fire dragons could pose a threat to a peak Grand Monarch. Lin Fei held the staff in his hand and brandished it impenetrably. When the fire dragons approached, they were struck by the sky splitter staff. Their condensed bodies started to show signs of collapsing. Some of them were even sent flying. None of the dozen or so fire dragons could affect Lin Fei. Lin Fei plundered the resources in large gulps. Monarch, the killer move is not bad. Continue. Lin Fei's sky-splitting rod was an elemental energy divine weapon. It was perfect for dealing with these fire dragons. You were so powerful back then. How long has it been? You're already so old. The demon 33 heavenly country lord had been shocked that Lin Fei was able to barge in. He was certain that Lin Fei was relying on some sort of treasure to be so impudent. But when he personally attacked, he realized that the current Lin Fei was no longer the scheming fellow of the past. He actually couldn't break the other party's defense. With Lin Fei as the center, all the power in that area was mercilessly torn apart by the staff. MO33 felt bitter helplessness in his heart. How did this guy cultivate? It's only been less than 200 years. The demon 33 heavenly country lord suppressed his thoughts. He saw several other peak experts coming down. Attack together. We can't let him continue. The demon 33 heavenly country lord roared. He didn't believe that Lin Fei could persist under the attacks of so many peak experts. The 6 peak experts, including the demon 33 heavenly country lord, attacked in a frenzy. They used all their trump cards. The Emperor Will and Sacred Spirit attacks that filled the sky never stopped. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei faced the attacks of peak great monarchs. He didn't put these people in his eyes at all. With the sky-splitting rod in his hand, his defense was impenetrable. He has an elemental, energy, divine weapon. The demon 33 heavenly country lord grew increasingly anxious. His life energy was constantly decreasing. Use the elemental annihilation sphere. The eyes of the 6 peak experts all turned red. They took out the annihilation sphere and threw it at Lin Fei, detonating it. If they didn't interrupt the other party, they wouldn't be able to break his defense. Especially with an elemental energy divine weapon in his hand. It was like a god helping them. The annihilation sphere erupted with a terrifying destructive power. Lin Fei grabbed the sky-splitting rod with both hands and directly activated the 3rd level of the power technique. His strength skyrocketed, and he used total annihilation against the incoming annihilation power. The first total annihilation met the suppression of the annihilation power. After the annihilation power crushed the first round of total annihilation power, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th attacks met one after another, constantly canceling out the annihilation power. This was the method that Lin Fei had figured out to resist the powerful annihilation power. The first time he used it, the effect was quite good. After releasing dozens of attacks, the power that erupted from the annihilation sphere was completely blocked by Lin Fei. A small portion of the annihilation power was also tyrannically crushed. King, he actually blocked it. This is the attack of the annihilation sphere. How can he block it? The 6 peak great venerables, including the demon 33 country king, opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. There was someone who easily blocked the annihilation sphere's attack while facing it head-on. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Just how strong was the other party? Your abilities aren't enough. This place is fated with me, so I won't be polite. Lin Fei swept his rod towards the Demon 33 Country King, and a storm-like pressure assaulted them. The six-peak experts felt like they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Quickly retreat. They didn't have Lin Fei's robust strength. They put on their battle armors one after another, and used their killer moves against this wave of vigorous power. Their strength was ultimately too weak. The power of the third-level power technique, combined with the proud Heaven 11-layered physique, was not something that they could resist. It instantly drowned them. Among the six-peak experts, other than the Demon 33 Country King, the remaining 5 exploded on the spot. In front of this power, all of their resistance was useless. The battle armor on the Demon 33 Country King's body was almost torn to pieces in an instant, becoming tattered. His face no longer showed fear. If not for the battle armor, his body would have exploded under that attack. His strength. Demon 33 vomited blood. He didn't dare to imagine that a junior's strength surpassed him, crushing six-peak experts by himself. He's too strong. I can't deal with him. I need to ask the old ancestor. The Demon 33 Country King retreated with his injured people and immediately sent out a request for help. The Demon 33 Country King left with his people, but Lin Fei didn't chase after them. He just shook his head. Chapter 30-35. In the forbidden area of the Demon Nation, Old Ancestor, a top expert has arrived at the Origin Divine Lake. He's plundering our life energy. We can't stop him. The Demon Nation Lord sent a message as he flew. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei, who had fled to the Black Domain after being hunted by the 3 top factions, had actually made a huge comeback. His strength was shocking and terrifying. 6 of the Demon Nation's experts couldn't even block a single blow from him, and were almost killed. Too terrifying. It was too unreal, like a dream. The Demon Nation Lord now hoped that the second ancestor could take down Lin Fei. If this continued, all the life energy stored in the Origin Divine Lake would be plundered by the other party. Nation Lord, what do we do now? The top experts who had reformed their bodies came to the side of the Demon Nation Lord with pale faces. I've already reported this to the Old Ancestor. As long as the second Old Ancestor takes action, Lin Fei won't be able to escape. The Demon Nation Lord said helplessly. The other party was so tyrannical that he could destroy their bodies with a casual strike. They were no match for Lin Fei now. In fact, the top experts behind them also had the same thoughts. Even now, they still had lingering fears. The might of a single staff had directly destroyed their bodies, and they had no way of resisting it. If they were to receive another strike, they would all be greatly injured. They wouldn't dare to attack again, even if they were given 100 guts. They were most willing to listen to the Demon Nation Lord's words. If the Old Ancestor takes action, that brat definitely won't be able to stop him. The top experts all had the same thought. In front of the invincible Old Ancestor, the human brat wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Lin Fei's strike had frightened them, so he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he madly plundered their life energy, racing against time. Here, the only ones who could make him feel apprehensive were the 2 top experts of the Demon Nation Lord. Lin Fei was guarding against them. The reason the Demon Nation Lord hadn't been flattened was undoubtedly related to those 2 experts. They were the ones that Lin Fei needed to pay attention to. 60% soon. Feeling the progress, Lin Fei needed time. Human brat, who allowed you to be so impudent here? There was a loud rumble, and a loud shout came from the sky above the lake. A black hand covered in scales swatted at Lin Fei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The void began to collapse. Strands of energy penetrated the bottom of the lake, and the life energy was safe and sound. It must be a patriarch-level expert to be able to unleash the power of a palm without affecting my life energy. Only they can do it. Lin Fei perked up. Even the ruler of the Demon 33 Kingdoms did not have much interest in him. I'm being impudent here. What do you do to me? Lin Fei laughed heartily. He brandished his sky splitter staff and set up an impenetrable defense. The strands of power surged into the bottom of the lake, condensing into a palm in front of Lin Fei. It struck out with an earth-shattering force, causing the void to collapse. One could see the world barrier, as well as the black and white power. The tripartite power was now put to use. The Sky Splitter staff waved, forming layers of barriers. When the palm arrived in front of him, it turned into strands of power that began to penetrate the barriers, destroying them layer by layer. What a high-level mastery of elemental destruction power. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lin Fei immediately realized that the attack of an ancestor-level expert was indeed different from masses. It was ferocious beyond belief, and when it was soft, it was as if a needle could be inserted. Lin Fei's dance was fast, and the strands of power permeated the barrier quickly. When they arrived in front of him, they all crashed into the proud sky barrier, causing quite a bit of impact. They cannot penetrate it. You have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to be so impudent here. A light snort came from the void, full of disdain. A black figure appeared in the sky and entered the bottom of the lake. The second ancestor has made his move. The peak expert behind the ruler of the Demon 33 Kingdoms said happily. The Demon Nation had a total of 2 ancestors. One was the first ancestor, and the other was the second ancestor. Usually, the second ancestor was the guardian, and the first ancestor was in seclusion all year round. It was very difficult to find traces of him. And here I thought you would continue to attack from afar. Lin Fei saw a black figure rushing over, and the strands of power that filled the sky shot out like sword shadows. Each of these attacks could threaten a peak great sovereign. Lin Fei smiled, but his hands did not stop moving. He used total annihilation, destroying the sword shadows at the very front. He attacked again, and the life energy he absorbed was transferred to the system. Lin Fei was very excited to fight with such an expert. The second ancestor of the Demon Nation was tall and strong. The most special thing about him was that he had a black horn that gave off an evil aura. This was the most obvious characteristic of the Dark Shadow race. This is the Dark Shadow race's 5th stage strength art. The second ancestor's weapon was also not ordinary. It was a Black Wolf Tooth Club. Seeing that, Lin Fei easily blocked his attack. Especially when he exploded with power, he let out a cry of surprise. How do you have it? There are not many experts in the human race who could block his attack with ordinary power that contained elemental destruction power. Which one of them did not control a portion of elemental destruction power? Your ancestor gave it to me. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He grabbed the Sky Splitter staff and stabbed it forward. It spun, and a huge vortex was formed, heading straight for the second ancestor. One by one, the sword shadows were crushed into pieces. The second ancestor knew that the 5th stage strength art was an important secret art of the Dark Shadow race. Only the Dark Shadow race could cultivate it to the 5th stage. As for humans, it was already not bad if they could cultivate it to the 2nd stage. Speak clearly. Where did you get the 5th stage strength art? The second ancestor grabbed the Wolf Tooth Club and leaped into the air. He arrived in front of Lin Fei and attacked. Lin Fei grabbed the staff with both hands and blocked the attack. A powerful force surged out, washing over Ao Tian's body armor and causing ripples. This power is not enough. Lin Fei might have said it casually, but he knew how powerful the second old ancestor was. A portion of it pierced through Ao Tian's body armor and hit the particles of his body, causing them to collapse. You're good at talking, but let's see how long you can last. The second ancestor's attacks are different from the others. He's using brute force. Only someone like Lin Fei can withstand it. My lord, there's a huge commotion down there. Waves of air rose from the surface of the lake, and the entire origin deity lake seemed to be shaking. Lord Amo 33 looked at the bottom of the lake. One person was attacking, while the other was defending. They fought from the left to the right, and then from the right to the center. How can he withstand the second ancestor's attacks? Even I don't have the ability to do so. Lord Mo 33 exclaimed in his heart. The second ancestor has activated the 4th stage strength art. Chapter 3036. At the bottom of the lake. The battle was still going on. The second old ancestor of the Devil Nation recognized the secret skill that his opponent was using. It was the Dark Shadow race's level 5 power skill. He couldn't believe that a human kid would use it, and he had even cultivated it to the 3rd level. The second old ancestor used his absolute strength to crush his opponent again and again. As a member of the Dark Shadow race, he was best at close combat and was known to be invincible. Not many formidable martial artists from the Saint Spirit domain had been able to withstand his close combat attacks. Every single one of them had launched a long-range attack the moment they met. No one had dared to engage him in close combat. Anyone who got close to a member of the Dark Shadow race would definitely die. That was publicly acknowledged. No one dared to question it. But today, the second old ancestor did not have any advantage in close combat. His opponent had been defending and rarely attacked, while the second old ancestor had been attacking fiercely, but he still could not defeat his opponent. Not only was his opponent strong, but his physical body was also very strong. He could not defeat his opponent in a short period of time. If this had happened to any other top Grand Monarch, it would have never happened. If the level 3 power skill doesn't work, then the level 4 power skill. The second old ancestor activated the level 4 power skill and smashed his mace down. Lin Fei blocked it 6 times, but he was still hit by the force. Is this the power of the level 4 power skill? A large number of Lin Fei's physical body particles instantly collapsed. However, in just a breath's time, they had all recovered. This was the benefit of having a strong life force. No, it's not easy for me to cultivate to the level 11 power skill, so I can use the level 3 power skill. It's impossible for his body to be stronger than mine. He must have used some kind of secret skill of the Dark Shadow race. Lin Fei was very clear that the biggest obstacle in cultivating the level 5 power skill was his physical body. 80% life force. After checking the system, Lin Fei took a deep breath. I can't take it head on. I have to fight back. With the help of the level 4 power skill, his opponent was stronger than him. If not for the level 11 power skill, it would not be as easy as it was now. After making this decision, Lin Fei activated a trace of his origin extermination power. Taking advantage of the other party's attack, he used total annihilation to follow up. A terrifying power swept out and collided with the second ancestor's power, which was released by the level 4 strength technique. You've actually grasped the usage of the annihilation power. The second old ancestor was shocked as he stared at the human lad. That strike just now contained the power of Yuan extermination. If you can grasp it, why can't I? Lin Fei swung his cudgel once again, and the second wave of annihilation energy erupted, sweeping over like a stream of light. Under the second great ancestor's level 4 strength secret art, they were evenly matched. 87%, 89%. After the other party used the 4th layer strength technique, Lin Fei had no choice but to use the annihilation energy to deal with the other party. Forcefully withstanding the other party's attack, he was still somewhat unable to withstand it. There were only a handful of people in the Saint Spirit domain who could reach this level. The more the second old ancestor fought, the more annoyed he became. Using Tier 4 power was a shortcut, but in this situation, he could not last for too long. Now, he could not take down his opponent, and he had to defend against his opponent's attacks that contained origin destruction power. Success! After using up 5 of the Yuan extinguishing energy, Lin Fei had plundered enough life energy. The mission was complete. All that was left was to refine it. As long as he refined the life energy, his prideful Sky 11-layered physique would be truly formed, and it would no longer look good, but be useless, unable to withstand the other party's Tier 4 power. Let's go. With a feint, Lin Fei rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Good stuff from the Devil Motherland. I'll kindly accept it. I'll come back another day when I'm free. Once he came out, Lin Fei used Shadow Stealth and disappeared in front of the Devil 33 country lords and the others. The second old ancestor also came out, and he also used Shadow Stealth. 33. Immediately activate the Devil Motherland formation. We definitely can't let this brat out. The second old ancestor's voice landed in the Devil 33 country lord's ears. The Devil 33 Country Lord's eyes widened. Second Old Ancestor, even you can't catch him. Hurry up and activate the formation. You can't escape. The Second Old Ancestor chased closely behind, and the distance between them was constantly shortened. Lin Fei constantly flew forward, and the devil generals and devils that appeared in front of him casually swept out with a wave of power, killing them all. No one could stop him at all. My shadow stealth is not bad, but the shadow race is even better at it. If this continues, I'll definitely catch up. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the other party was getting closer and closer to him. It was the same secret technique, but the other party was better at it. Illusory World. Lin Fei put away the sky splitter rod and took out the illusion scepter. He directly released a world that enveloped the Second Old Ancestor. The powerful tearing force almost pulled him into the illusory world, and he had no choice but to mobilize a portion of his power to resist. The speed of his shadow stealth clearly slowed down, and the distance between them rapidly increased. Another origin energy divine weapon. The Second Old Ancestor sucked in a breath of air. And it's an illusory world, damn it. Illusory worlds were famous for being difficult to resist. The Second Old Ancestor could resist it, but his speed would slow down, and the distance between him and the other party would only grow. In the entire Devil Motherland, besides him, only the Great Old Ancestor could catch the other party. But now that the Great Old Ancestor was in seclusion, if he couldn't catch up, the other party would definitely escape. Lin Fei knew that the illusion scepter could affect the Second Old Ancestor. It was really worth it to obtain this treasure back then. It can really come in handy at a crucial moment. After pulling away, Lin Fei was completely relieved. He also used shadow stealth to the extreme, and before the formation opened, he successfully escaped. Everything that blocked him along the way was turned to dust. The Second Old Ancestor broke through the illusory world and chased again, but he lost track of the other party. One person has two origin energy divine weapons, and his physical body is so strong. I didn't think that the Saint Spirit world would have such an expert. The Second Old Ancestor looked into the distance, his expression solemn, and he's standing on the opposite side of the Devil Motherland. The Devil 33 Country Lord also brought people over. Old Ancestor. The Second Old Ancestor retracted his gaze. There's no need to chase. You won't be able to catch up to that fellow. How much life energy did our Origin Divine Lake lose? After a rough inspection, we lost about 60%. The Devil 33 Country Lord had a pained expression. That was the accumulation of the Devil Motherland, and he didn't think that so much would be stolen in one go. How could he store so much life energy? This matter must be completely locked down. The Second Old Ancestor ordered. Also, spread the news that the Dark Shadow Palace's traitor, Lin Fei, obtained two Origin Energy divine weapons in a mystic realm. One is Strength type, and the other is an illusory treasure that can create an illusory world. Let them fight each other. Alright, also, Lin Fei is suspected to have a top-grade body tempering cultivation technique that can allow him to reach the godly venerable level. Chapter 3037. In a large city in the Saint Spirit domain. Did you hear? That traitor from the Dark Shadow Palace obtained two Essence Force weapons from a mystic realm and a top-notch body tempering cultivation technique. It can't be, he's too lucky. It's true, it's absolutely true. Two Source Energy God weapons. Similar situations kept happening in many large cities in the Saint Spirit domain. The news spread like the wind. Everyone in the big and small forces knew about it. Two Essence Force weapons and a top-notch body tempering cultivation technique attracted the attention of countless forces, especially the body tempering sects, especially when they knew that one of them could be cultivated to the peak of the Heaven God stage and reach the godly venerable level. The Dark Shadow Palace also heard the news immediately. Lin Fei was once the #1 person among the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace, on the same level as Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun. Everyone in the Dark Shadow Palace knew about him. Even after more than 100 years, the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace had not forgotten this person. Master, this is not good news. It seems to be targeting junior brother Lin Fei. All the disciples were gathered in front of great venerable Han Tian. They felt very guilty for not being able to help back then. After hearing the news, they immediately reported it to great venerable Han Tian. 2 essence force weapons? How was that possible? I've arranged for someone to investigate. This news is spreading almost everywhere in the city. We can be sure that someone is targeting him. Master, should we contact junior brother Lin Fei? In the past 100 years, great venerable Han Tian's personal disciples have been worried about Lin Fei's safety. Fortunately, nothing had happened to him. However, this news made their hearts skip a beat. Which force was targeting Lin Fei? What a great ability! How powerful! Everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew that Lin Fei had great treasures on him. 2 essence force weapons. One was enough to make people go crazy, let alone 2. In the past, Grand Monarch Shaker Heaven had admired Lin Fei the most. He had even believed that Lin Fei would become the most powerful body-tempering cultivator in the future. However, after what had happened, he refused to believe that Lin Fei would do such a thing. He was very clear about this matter. His personal disciple, Dugu Yijian, and the Elysian Son of Heaven were actually all sacrifices in the war between the Devil Motherland and the 3 great powers. Everything was too coincidental. You guys just wait and see. Great Paragon Shaker said, now that Lin Fei has reappeared, the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple will definitely take action. Who knows, the experts of the Black Domain might also come out. You should contact junior brother Lin Fei and tell him to find a place to hide immediately. Even though he didn't know where the news had come from, he couldn't help but worry. The Massacre God Court and the Space-Time Temple also received the news in a very short period of time. They immediately sent people to look for Lin Fei. Especially after the experts of the Devil Motherland started to look for Lin Fei, no one doubted the authenticity of the news. The entire Saint Spirit world started to move. People were searching for Lin Fei everywhere. In their eyes, Lin Fei, the traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, couldn't have improved much even after more than 100 years. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a mobile gold ingot? Especially those supremacies and supremacies. They all sent people to look for traces of Lin Fei. A wave of people looking for Lin Fei quickly rose. Saint Spirit World in a mountain range. I've finally refined all the life energy. My proud heaven body has finally stabilized. I've truly reached the 11th layer of proud heaven body. A figure rushed out of the ground. A tyrannical and arrogant aura was released from this figure. This person was naturally Lin Fei. After plundering the life energy from the Devil Motherland, Lin Fei came to this mountain range, found a random place, and started to absorb and refine the life energy. It took him 3 months to refine the life energy. After the 11th layer of Proud Heaven Body stabilized, Proud Heaven Body's true power could be unleashed. Looking at the Jingguang coiling around his body, Lin Fei thought, if I fight with that old ancestor now, even if he activates the 4th layer of power arts, I can take it without using the elemental destruction power. I don't know if I can use the 4th stage of the 5-stage strength technique now. Lin Fei activated the 5th layer of power arts. 1st layer, 2nd layer, 3rd layer. The 3rd layer was instantly activated. 4th layer, charge, activating the technique. He tried to break through to the 4th layer. At the start, there was an obstruction on the path, as if it was stuck. Lin Fei tried to break through a few times and forcefully broke through the obstruction. The 3rd layer of power arts clearly increased again. So Proud Heaven can also support the 4th layer of power arts. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Fei didn't think it would succeed. Between the 3rd layer and the 4th layer, the power doubled again. It wasn't something that the 3rd layer could withstand. The 4th layer of power arts lasted for 5 minutes. After that, Proud Heaven couldn't take it anymore and showed signs of collapsing. He decisively stopped the power arts. I don't need to use the elemental destruction power now. Just the normal power of Proud Heaven can easily kill supremacies and injure ordinary great supremacies. Lin Fei was satisfied with his current strength. Junior brother Lin Fei, where are you? Everyone in the Saint Spirit world is looking for you. Junior brother Lin Fei, hurry up and leave. Don't show yourself. Lin Fei turned on the communication device that had been turned off all this time. A lot of messages were sent over. Many of them were from his senior brothers. Ever since he had been in seclusion in the Black Domain, Lin Fei had turned off his communication device to prevent people from finding him. Lin Fei looked through the messages from his senior brothers. They were all asking him to leave or find a place to hide and not show himself for the time being. Everyone in the Saint Spirit world is looking for me. After looking through all the messages, Lin Fei had a rough idea of what was going on. This must be the Devil Motherland scheme. They know that they can't do anything to me, but others don't. They want to use me to do their dirty work. What a good scheme. Putting everything else aside, the Dark Shadow Palace, the Massacre Court, and the Temporal Temple are filled with experts. When I'm tired of defending, they're going to take advantage of me. How interesting. Lin Fei didn't contact his senior brothers. Only the Devil Motherland had the ability to make the experts of the Saint Spirit world believe this news. There was no other power that could do this. Lin Fei could clearly see what they were thinking. Lin Fei left this mountain range. He activated Shadow Stealth and rushed to the nearest big city. After entering the big city silently, Lin Fei discovered that he was in the Massacre Court's territory. Because the Devil Motherland was too powerful, the Massacre Court had taken in a large number of forces and built many big cities. Lin Fei snuck into a mansion and suppressed a supremacy, forcing out the information he wanted. 2 Essence Force Divine Weapons, a top-notch physical cultivation technique, and a supremacy-level physical body. No wonder everyone is tempted. Even I am tempted. The strongest one is only a pseudo-supremacy. He's like a child walking the streets. Who wouldn't want to try? Chapter 3038. I've become the target of everyone's pursuit. After knowing the situation, Lin Fei knew that it was the Devil Patriarch's doing. This kind of crafty plot couldn't be more obvious. I can't keep a low profile anymore. I have to show off. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then I'll play with you and see who's stronger. Lin Fei left the mansion with a smile on his face. After leaving the mansion, the High Lord wiped the cold sweat off his body. He had never thought that he would be able to survive. This person was too terrifying. He had captured him with a single move. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he might have died in his own home. He hurriedly searched for the identity of this person. Lin Fei, he's Lin Fei. The Saint Spirit domain has been searching for him recently. After searching for a while, he found out who it was. He was excited, but also a little afraid. I have to report this news to the city lord. No, I have to report it to the higher-ups of the Massacre Court. Once I take down Lin Fei, I'll be a meritorious subject. Under the temptation of benefits, this supremacy immediately reported the news. The higher-ups of the Massacre Court had made a move. Looking at the time, the Massacre Court should have received the news. I'm guessing that all the forces in their territory have begun to make a move. Lin Fei didn't kill that person because he wanted to let the Massacre Court know. I'm here. A supremacy could be killed or not. It was just a matter of a thought. To the current Lin Fei, a supremacy's life force was really nothing. It was just a drop in the bucket. After passing by a few big cities, Lin Fei clearly felt a large number of heavenly god experts searching for something. There were also supremacies in the void searching for something. The Massacre Court had made a move. It's time to settle old scores with the Massacre Court. Lin Fei still remembered that he had been tricked by the Massacre Court. Even if the Imperial Killer Supreme Paragon was no longer around, he couldn't just let this matter go. Who knew if the Imperial Killer Supreme Paragon was really dead or not? The Massacre Court had to give an explanation for this matter. We don't have it here. We can't find it. Could it be that he left? Many pieces of news were transmitted to the headquarters of the God of Massacre. The higher-ups of the Massacre Court took the news of Lin Fei's appearance very seriously. 2 elemental energy divine weapons and a top-notch body cultivation technique. If even the Devil Country was searching for it, then it couldn't be fake. For a single person, it wasn't worth it. Considering what Lin Fei had done in the past, it would be best if he could capture him in his territory. Perhaps he really did have some sort of treasure. Once the Massacre God Court was mobilized, all the major and minor powers started searching for it. There were people searching every corner of those big cities. There was no sign of Lin Fei. Just when everyone was wondering if Lin Fei had fled in fear, a piece of news suddenly appeared. In a certain big city, Lin Fei had appeared. Most importantly, he had to appear in public. He's Lin Fei. Hurry up and capture him. There's a handsome reward. Let's attack together. A pseudo-supreme monarch is nothing to us. In the massacre court's next big city, many great venerables and great venerables had discovered Lin Fei's whereabouts. The other party was drinking in a restaurant with a carefree expression, completely disregarding the group of 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters outside. The entire restaurant was heavily surrounded. Not even a fly could escape. A large group of masters was eyeing Lin Fei like a tiger watching its prey. There was a handsome reward for capturing Lin Fei. They firmly believed in strength in numbers. Not to mention they were in the massacre court's territory. The first group consisted of 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. There were more than 100 of them, and they attacked in an instant. Lin Fei didn't even spare them a glance. With a casual wave of his hand, the attacks of more than 100 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters were swept away. Those people didn't fare any better. Before they could even scream, all of them turned into a mist of blood. The great venerables and great venerables were inwardly shocked watching this scene. A physique cultivator's strength was indeed tyrannical. Dark Shadow Palace's traitor Lin Fei. Do you want to come out yourself? Or do you want us to invite you out? Escorted by a group of people, the city's castellan arrived. This castellan was one of the massacre court's higher echelons. Lin Fei drank another cup of wine before placing it down on the table, looking at them. Not bad. All the experts are here. I can start a massacre now. The castellan was enraged. You? Yes, just me. Lin Fei dashed out from the restaurant with a heroic air, his fist striking the root of the problem. Instantly, everyone felt a huge wave of energy crushing down on them. One by one, they were torn to shreds by this power. Even that city lord had his physical body destroyed by this punch. Lin Fei punched out a total of 3 times. After the 3 punches, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. No one dared to breathe loudly. Lin Fei swaggered off, also making a trip to the castellan's residence, violently opening the treasury, plundering everything inside, leaving behind a bunch of heavenly god experts. At the massacre court's headquarters, everyone was overjoyed when they learned of Lin Fei's whereabouts. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, capturing Lin Fei would only bring benefits to the massacre god court. Not good. Lin Fei went on a killing spree in Azure Cloud City, killing 90% of the great venerables and great venerables, smashing the castellan's residence, plundering everything inside, and finally swaggering off. As soon as the news came, the massacre court's upper echelons all changed their expressions. Their first thought was that they doubted the authenticity of the news. Azure Cloud City's strength was not weak. In order to resist the Demon Empire's experts, they had arranged for a large number of troops. But the constant news proved that Azure Cloud City had been single-handedly smashed by Lin Fei. This time, they could no longer remain calm. Report, just now, Lin Fei broke into Flying Snow City, killing the Flying Snow City Lord and a large number of great venerables and great venerables, plundering everything in Flying Snow City's treasury. Before they could make a decision, another piece of bad news came. Flying Snow City had been breached. The massacre court now had a total of more than 20 major cities, forming an important barrier against the Demon Empire. Azure Cloud City and Flying Snow City were both peak cities. How could they accept losing 2 peak cities experts in a row? Immediately mobilize experts to surround and annihilate Lin Fei. We cannot let him continue killing. Orders came one after another. However, they could not imagine it. The massacre court's elites gathered to surround and annihilate Lin Fei. Bad news came one after another. We encountered Lin Fei. The elites are currently surrounding and annihilating him. We can't stop him. That Lin Fei is too powerful. He easily annihilated all the elites alone. Report, Lin Fei broke into another major city. Report, Xianxia city has fallen. The news came one after another. None of it good news. All of it was bad news. Lin Fei was unstoppable in the massacre court's territory, destroying one major city after another. Great venerables and great venerables were not his match at all. Who can tell me, what is that Lin Fei trying to do? The higher echelons were furious. The losses were too heavy. Chapter 30-39. With the appearance of Lin Fei, everything changed for the massacre court. While the Saint Spirit domain was busy searching for Lin Fei, the massacre court was no exception. The traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace in the past, who knew that this fellow would be so lucky to have obtained such a treasure. Now, he actually dared to appear again. He was helping everyone. Everyone rubbed their fists, wanting to try their luck. As Lin Fei appeared in the massacre court's territory, the experts of the massacre court were all beaming with joy. From their point of view, their chance had come. Capturing Lin Fei would be a great achievement. But after Lin Fei easily killed the Green Cloud City Lord, along with a large number of great supremacies and great supremacies, the experts of the massacre court were all collectively dumbfounded. If the Green Cloud City could be said to be lucky, then the second and third big cities have been broken through one after another. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and they were completely terrified. This was especially true since Lin Fei had killed his way to every major city. He had killed almost all the great monarchs and great monarchs he had encountered along the way. Run, Lin Fei is coming. Why aren't you running? You're a supremacy. I heard that Lin Fei specializes in killing great supremacies and great supremacies. If you don't run, you're dead. Wait for me. Let's run together. After Lin Fei successively broke through more than a dozen cities of different sizes. When the remaining major cities heard that Lin Fei was coming, they immediately led their experts and fled without a word. They were waiting for that demon to come and kill them. Once everyone fled, the rest of the people also fled. As a result, the city lord was in a difficult position. No matter how much courage they had, they did not dare to run. As for stopping the resistance, they did not even dare to think about it. Could they stop that demon? The city lord no longer had any confidence. When Lin Fei once again arrived in front of a major city, a trusted aide of the city lord came out and surrendered uneasily. Senior Lin Fei, I surrender. The treasury is also willing to open for you. Please don't kill me. For the sake of his life, the city lord did not care so much, especially at this realm. Lin Fei scanned the city. There were no experts inside. There was not a single expert above the High Lord rank. He thought he was seeing things. These guys run really fast. Lin Fei shook his head and swaggered into the city. He plundered everything inside and left. Before he left, he patted the city lord's shoulder. You've done well. You can live. Looking at Lin Fei's departing figure, the city lord wiped the cold sweat off his body. It was as if he had just taken a stroll on the road to death. Lin Fei had killed more than a dozen city lords, as well as countless high lords and great sovereigns. The first thing he did was to send a message to his friend. Open the door and surrender. You can keep your life. In the following time, Lin Fei didn't even need to make a move when he came to a big city. The other party would open the city gates and surrender. The high lords and great high lords had all fled. These people have really learned to be shrewd. Just like that, Lin Fei plundered the treasures of the big cities as he approached the massacre god court. As for the experts that came to encircle him, after a few attempts, none of them dared to come again, because no matter how many came, they were all annihilated. The news that Lin Fei alone had killed high lords and great high lords in the massacre god court spread quickly in the Saint Spirit world. Everyone was shocked and incredulous. Was this still the Lin Fei they knew? When did he become so tyrannical and violent? Killing city lords and destroying the massacre god court's strength was a slap to the face of the massacre god court. Just as everyone was hesitating about whether or not to go to the massacre god court, Lin Fei swaggered to the outside of the massacre god court's headquarters, Slaughter City, an enormous city. One could not see the end of it. This time, Slaughter City had activated a rare array formation, and it was not just one. At the same time, the array formation was heavily guarded. This was because they had heard that Lin Fei could easily break through the array formation, so they had no choice but to guard against this. The current Slaughter City was on full alert. Such a situation had not happened for a long time, and to everyone, this was a rather inconceivable matter. Thinking about that terrifying Lin Fei who had killed High Lords and Great High Lords as easily as chopping vegetables, everyone couldn't help but shrink back. They could not afford to offend such a ruthless person. In Slaughter City, the headquarters of the Massacre God Court, everyone was more at ease. No matter how powerful that Lin Fei was, he could not easily break through Slaughter City. He did not have the ability to do so. He's here. Lin Fei is here. Is that Lin Fei? He looks so young. Is that the person? He's really bold, daring to come to Slaughter City. Does he really think that he has the ability to contend with the Massacre God Court? All the experts of the Massacre God Court have gathered here. He's dead meat if he comes. Everyone in Slaughter City saw the black-robed Lin Fei standing in the sky. It had been a long, long time since anyone had been able to force the Massacre God Court to activate their Grand Array and mobilize their elite army to deal with a single person. But this Lin Fei had done it. No one believed that Lin Fei could do anything to Slaughter City. He's Lin Fei. The upper echelon members of the Massacre God Court were all gathered together. Everyone was looking at the black-robed Lin Fei in the sky. It was precisely because of this person that the experts of the Massacre God Court had recruited with great difficulty had been slaughtered, and there was no need to even mention the resources they had lost. This was especially true towards the end. Wherever Lin Fei went, experts would flee, and city lords would directly open their doors to surrender in order to survive. The Massacre God Court's face had been slapped countless times over. It was all because of this person that they had thought they could easily take care of. Steward of the Massacre God Court, get out here. The rumbling sound was like heavenly thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Too impudent. What kind of words are those? Kill him. We must kill him. The upper echelon members were all enraged, but none of them said anything about going out to fight Lin Fei. From the information they had received, the High Lords and Great High Lords were no match for Lin Fei. Only a peak Great Sovereign would be able to do so, and that would require at least 2 or 3 people. Lin Fei had swept all the way here using pure physical strength. He was terrifyingly vigorous, and any existence he encountered would be blown apart with a single punch. The number 1 expert of the Massacre God Court, the Massacre Sect Master, was a middle-aged man with a slightly pale face. He looked very ordinary, and no one would think that he was the leader of the Massacre God Court. Dark Shadow Palace traitor Lin Fei, you actually dared to come to Slaughter City. Do you know that as long as I give the order, you won't be able to escape today? The Massacre Sect Master flew into the sky, facing Lin Fei through the array. I know you, the Massacre Sect Master, the leader of the Massacre God Court. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. I think you're quite arrogant. On my way here, I've killed countless High Lords and Great High Lords, and no one has dared to say such words. Fine, I'll stand right here. Come and kill me. Hearing this, the Massacre Sect Master was infuriated. Arrogant. Chapter 30-40. The experts of Slaughter City were all enraged. He dared to say such arrogant words in front of the Slaughter Sect Master. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Who is willing to fight and suppress this kid? The Slaughter Sect Master said, Sect Master, I am willing. I alone am enough to kill him. As a top force, the Slaughter Sect naturally had many experts. For example, there were many great supremacies among them. Their overall strength was a bit stronger than the Dark Shadow Palace. The 3 great supremacies rushed out of the formation. Illusory world. A huge illusory world directly descended, covering the 3 great supremacies. It really is a spirit weapon and a treasure of the illusory school. This is an illusory world. The rumor is true. As soon as the illusory world appeared, the expressions of the experts in Slaughter City changed. The rumor outside had finally been confirmed. The traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei, really had a spirit weapon. At least it was confirmed. The Slaughter Sect master's face darkened. There really is a spirit weapon, and it is a weapon of the illusory school. The three great supremacies who had rushed out immediately fell into a state of resistance. Their strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%. Whether it was their movement or movement, they all seemed to have slowed down. Slaughter Sect Master, the three of them are not enough. A long staff appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he swung it at the three great supremacies in the distance. In that area, the three great supremacies did not even have time to make a sound before the whole area was smashed into pieces. The remaining 30% of the three great supremacies' strength could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's staff, and their bodies were directly smashed. Everyone in Slaughter City was momentarily speechless. As the rumor said, this Lin Fei was unreasonably violent. The power of his staff had smashed the bodies of the three great supremacies. They did not even have the chance to reform their bodies. They died in such a sullen way. The Slaughter Sect master watched the three great supremacies die. From that staff, he could see the vigorous power of the other party, which was as continuous as a mountain. How could this level of power be on the other party? At this moment, the Slaughter Sect master also believed those rumors. This Lin Fei seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. Otherwise, how could his strength become so terrifying? Lin Fei is too terrifying. This is the strength of a peak Grand Monarch. So what if he's a peak Great Monarch? He's dead for sure, since he dares to kill people in front of Slaughter City. I don't know how many experts there are in Slaughter City. No matter how strong he is, he's just a body-tempering style Grand Sovereign. How could he possibly resist the experts of Slaughter City? Even if he had treasures of the illusory style, the result would still be the same, even though Lin Fei had displayed extraordinary strength. In the eyes of the massacre cult leader, a body-tempering supreme sovereign wasn't much of a threat. The experts of Slaughter City were far beyond what Lin Fei could imagine. Lin Fei, you dare to kill someone in front of Slaughter City? Do you think there's no one here? The Slaughter cult leader shouted. Elder Chun, I'll have to trouble you with this boy. A tall and sturdy man stood up, his eyes bright and full of expression. He's just a body-tempering cultivator. I'll go take care of him. The Slaughter cult leader took out a treasure and handed it to the tall and sturdy man. This treasure can resist the attack of the illusory world. Without the threat of the illusory world, he won't be a match for you. Cult leader, I'll suppress this person right now. The tall and sturdy man also took out a long staff and rushed out of the array. As soon as he activated the treasure, the power of the illusory world was greatly reduced. Lin Fei, give me your life. The tall and sturdy man was extremely fast. His long staff was like a spear stabbing out. Lin Fei smiled. He also raised his long staff horizontally, blocking the other's attack. The huge force of the staff was pretty good, but for Lin Fei, it was far from enough. Too slow. His strength is not enough. You, a body-tempering supreme sovereign, are not enough. Facing a body-tempering supreme sovereign who was very close to the peak level, Lin Fei dealt with him with ease. Every time he raised his long staff horizontally, he easily blocked his opponent's attack. Explode. After a series of fierce attacks, the tall and sturdy man failed to gain any advantage. With a shout, he directly activated a secret magic, and his aura directly soared to the level of a peak Great Monarch. Another staff smashed down, this time with several times more power. Lin Fei raised his long staff horizontally and easily blocked it. Is this your secret magic? It's not very powerful. Lin Fei, don't be cocky. The tall and sturdy man launched another fierce attack. The sky was filled with fierce staff shadows. The power of his secret magic could easily defeat opponents at the same level. After a series of fierce attacks, Lin Fei was like a mountain that couldn't be defeated. I'm done playing with you. After witnessing the secret magic of a body-tempering supreme sovereign, Lin Fei lost interest. After blocking with one staff, he slashed out with his long staff. The tall and sturdy man raised his long staff horizontally, using defense. Gotcha! Just like that, the opponent's staff was broken. The power didn't stop there. It struck the tall and sturdy man's body, and with a crack, his body was directly mangled. Even the most ordinary strength of the proud Heaven 11th layer physique could easily destroy the body of a body-tempering supreme sovereign. Slaughter Temple Master, how many experts do you have? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll send them to hell one by one for free. Lin Fei rested the sky splitter on his shoulder, smiling at the Slaughter Temple Master. After killing 4 supreme sovereigns in a row, especially the last one, even after using a secret magic, it still wasn't inferior to Lin Fei's violent killing. For a time, the experts of Slaughter City fell silent. Even the exalted lords lost confidence. Even the great exalted lords lost confidence. At this moment, they finally understood why the great exalted lords of the major cities had taken the initiative to run away. Fighting with such a powerhouse, no matter how many of them went, they would just be throwing away their lives. The other party's pure physical strength had already reached this level. What was the point of fighting? Slaughter City had to send out true experts, at least peak supreme sovereigns. Otherwise, no one would be able to subdue Lin Fei. In a one-on-one situation, he was practically invincible. Everyone no longer doubted that Lin Fei had obtained a powerful top body tempering art. Only a top body tempering art could have such physical strength, and such powerhouses were the most difficult to deal with. It's time to mobilize the elite forces of the Massacre God Court. The Slaughter Temple Master said to himself, only peak supreme sovereigns can do it. There must be at least 3 people, no less. Mobilize the Massacre God Soldiers. The Slaughter Temple Master commanded without hesitation. Other powerhouses couldn't take down Lin Fei, so they needed true peak powerhouses. The expressions of the upper echelons behind him changed slightly, but they also felt relieved. Lin Fei was too powerful. These upper echelons all had the strength of a supreme sovereign, but compared to Lin Fei, they were far inferior. Everyone that went up would die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 3041. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to attack. As one of the 3 top forces, the Massacre Court had many experts, including a large number of supremacies and great supremacies. Of course, these posed no threat to Lin Fei. Lin Fei could even deal with a peak supremacy. Lin Fei was prepared to slowly shatter the Massacre Court's illusions and leave true fear in their hearts. Lifeless things. 3 streaks of light appeared in front of Lin Fei. 3 figures without any signs of life, and 3 weapons attacked fiercely. Their pure power swept across Lin Fei's protective barrier. The Massacre Divine weapons have made their move. I didn't expect 3 of them to appear at once. This time, Lin Fei is in trouble. What's a Massacre Divine weapon? It sounds so awesome. He's dead for sure. No one can survive a Massacre Divine weapon. After the 3 black figures appeared in the sky, the members of the Massacre Court smiled. The Massacre Divine weapons were the Massacre Court's treasures. It was rumored that they were made from annihilation materials, which were extremely rare in the entire Saint Spirit world, including the Black Domain. Each of the 3 Massacre Divine weapons had the strength of a peak supremacy. However, that was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that their bodies were extremely tough, and it was rumored that they could withstand multiple attacks from a Hierarch expert. This was truly shocking. Multiple attacks from a Hierarch expert was no joke. Under normal circumstances, the Massacre Court would only send out 1 Massacre Divine weapon at most. Even a peak supremacy expert would not be a match for a Massacre Divine weapon. Countless experts had died in the hands of the Massacre Divine weapons. The reason why the Massacre Court was so powerful was largely due to the Massacre Divine weapon. This time, they had sent out 3 Massacre Divine weapons. It was truly a killing move. Even 10 peak supremacies might not be a match for the 3 Massacre Divine weapons. Let's see how you deal with the Massacre Divine weapons. The Massacre Sect Master said indifferently. He was full of confidence in the 3 Massacre Divine weapons, because no one had ever survived in the hands of a divine weapon of slaughter. Not even a peak supremacy. Not even Lin Fei. Lin Fei's face lit up with joy as he faced the attacks of the three divine weapons of massacre. I didn't expect the massacre court to have such a good item. From their attacks, Lin Fei could sense how powerful they were, to the point that they could even shake his Aotian body fortification, and some of their power was able to penetrate into his fleshly body. They're very fast and powerful. Ordinary Grand Monarchs would be killed in less than 5 moves if they were to fight them. Lin Fei kept retreating. The offensive of the three divine weapons of massacre was fierce, and most importantly, they joined forces to attack. They attacked continuously from 3 directions, and at the same time blocked all paths of escape. In the face of such a divine weapon of slaughter, there was no other way but to face it head-on. From the moment they attacked, it was unknown how many times Lin Fei's proud heaven's body fortification had been hit. Their strength and speed were top-notch. They could dodge one attack, but not the other. Haha, Lin Fei, weren't you very arrogant? Why can't you be arrogant? Continue to be arrogant if you can. In front of our massacre court's massacre god weapon, you are nothing. In the past, more than a dozen apex grand monarchs besieged the massacre court, but they all died at the hands of the divine weapons of massacre, let alone a junior like you. No one believed that Lin Fei could withstand the ferocious attacks of the divine weapons of massacre. Sectmaster, using 3 divine weapons of massacre to deal with that guy is already giving him enough face. An upper echelon said with a sneer. In my opinion, just one is enough. The Sectmaster of Massacre said, the Massacre Court is one of the 3 apex forces of the Saint Spirit world. It's been a long time since anyone has dared to act presumptuously here. I want to tell everyone that anyone who dares to make an enemy of the Massacre Court should think twice about the consequences. This time, the Massacre Court had suffered a great loss. Many great supremacies and great supremacies had died, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. Lin Fei had to pay the price. Using the 3 divine weapons of massacre was actually a message to everyone that the foundation of the 3 apex forces was not something they could imagine, and that no one could shake. The 3 divine weapons of massacre attacked over 1,000 times. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Lin Fei's proud heaven's protection was also broken countless times. In the eyes of everyone present, the 1,000 attacks happened in an instant. Lin Fei truly felt the foundation of the massacre court, and, at the same time, he fell in love with the 3 divine weapons of massacre. Good stuff. Illusory world. The illusory world enveloped the divine weapons of massacre, but they were not affected in the slightest. Lin Fei immediately switched to the Sky Splitter Staff and charged at one of the divine weapons of massacre. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The staff struck the divine weapon of massacre, but such a powerful force only managed to send the divine weapon of massacre flying. Lin Fei, you are very strong, but you will never know how powerful the divine weapons of massacre are. Even the hierarch will have to attack them several times. You should just obediently surrender. The Sectmaster of Massacre laughed. If the divine weapons of massacre were so easy to deal with, how could they have become the cornerstone treasure of the massacre court? Their defenses are too strong. Lin Fei continuously attacked one of the divine weapons of massacre. They don't even have a single crack. Could they also be refined using Essence Force God Sand? No, it's definitely not this kind of thing. The power of Proud Heaven's 11th layer couldn't shake these divine weapons of massacre. Lin Fei felt that he had made the right decision to come here. These 3 divine weapons of massacre are mine for sure. After continuously attacking one of the divine weapons of massacre, Lin Fei decided to take these 3 divine weapons of massacre for himself. What great helper! A single divine weapon of massacre was enough to make the massacre court bleed. Lin Fei didn't believe that the massacre court would have many divine weapons of massacre. There were definitely more than 3 of them. Heaven and earth capture. With such good stuff, Lin Fei couldn't bear to break them. After expending a strand of annihilation energy, he executed the heaven and earth capture. The sky darkened, and the sun was covered as he grabbed the 3 divine weapons of massacre. The explosive power of the divine weapons of massacre was very violent. The explosive power of one strand of annihilation energy and the combined power of 3 divine weapons of massacre could actually shake the heaven and earth capture. Lin Fei liked it more and more. Sect leader of massacre, these 3 divine weapons of massacre are mine. Lin Fei laughed and raised his hand. He can actually use annihilation energy. When the sect leader of massacre saw the huge hand in the sky, his heart skipped a beat for some reason. He suddenly realized an important problem, and his entire person was dumbfounded. Hurry up and stop Lin Fei. Under the attack of annihilation energy, the 3 divine weapons of massacre were very powerful. It wouldn't be easy for them to rush out. The sect leader of massacre also rushed out. Seal. A white world of ice appeared, freezing the entire space. Even the void was frozen. The sect leader of massacre realized that things weren't good. Those were 3 divine weapons of massacre. He came out to stop them, and he consumed a strand of annihilation energy just to stop Lin Fei. Even though the ice seal's chill had frozen the void, it could not stop Lin Fei from collecting the 3 massacre divine weapons. The system opened a vortex and devoured the 3 divine weapons of massacre. The sect leader of massacre spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 3042. The sect master has used his killing move. Lin Fei won't be able to block it. Once the sect master uses his killing move, Lin Fei will die for sure. As soon as the sect master made his move, the experts of Slaughter City cheered. In particular, the frozen void world was a true killing move. Even a top great venerable might not be able to block it, as it contained the power of primordial destruction. The power of primordial destruction was the highest power in the Saint Spirit domain. There were only a handful of people who could use it. The Blood Demon Cult Master was one of them. Not just anyone could become a cult master and control the Massacre Court. The Massacre Divine Weapons have disappeared. I think they're gone. No way, they're really gone. Did Lin Fei take them away? How is that possible? How could he take away the Massacre Divine Weapons? In the sky, in the frozen void world, the 3 Massacre Divine Weapons had disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. In that instant, the Massacre Court's most precious treasure, the Massacre Divine Weapons, had disappeared. This was definitely a big deal. 3 divine weapons of slaughter. The higher-ups of the Massacre Court looked as if their parents had died. They had suffered a great loss. Sect Master of Massacre, thank you for your Massacre Divine Weapons. I'll accept them. Rumble. The frozen void world was smashed by Lin Fei's staff, and large pieces of it collapsed, unable to trap him. Lin Fei laughed as he ran toward the Sect Master of Massacre, raising his staff and smashing it across the air. Condense. In the void, layers of coldness blocked in front of him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The layers of coldness shattered continuously, and only when he got close did he manage to block it. Boom! It seemed like he had blocked it, but the power that was about to disappear erupted with even greater power without warning. The huge power swept across the Sect Master of Massacre Sect, shattering the protective layer of Emperor Will. After the first strike, the second followed, and then the third. The power of each strike was stronger than the last. Sect Master of Massacre, I really want to know if the Imperial Exterminator is still alive. The Massacre Sect leader had lost his chance to attack. The other party's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Every strike of the staff contained a fierce and domineering power. He had to use all his strength to defend against it, and he also had to guard against the invasion of the illusory world. Because of this, the Massacre Sect leader's abilities were restricted. This guy's strength is too strong. The might of his staff exceeds the strength of a peak Grand Monarch. I have to fight him with all my strength. If I don't do anything, I won't be able to stop him. I'll have to use my origin extermination power. The Massacre Sect leader was having a hard time defending. That kind of violent and destructive power bombarded his body again and again. Even if there was only a small portion left, it was still very difficult to resist. Lin Fei, You're a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace. That can't be changed. If it weren't for you, the Imperial Exterminator of the Massacre Court wouldn't have died. The Massacre sect leader shouted angrily. Everyone outside is saying that the Imperial Exterminator is dead, but I don't believe it. He must have left behind a clone. I want him to come out. Lin Fei smashed his rod again. After losing 3 divine weapons of Massacre, the Massacre sect leader didn't dare to use his remaining divine weapon of Massacre. Who knew if he would lose it? That was the life of the Massacre Court. If he wanted to defeat Lin Fei, he had to use his Origin Extermination power. The Massacre sect leader's Origin Extermination power was instantly consumed. The Massacre sect leader switched from defense to offense. A cold white lotus appeared under Lin Fei. The huge lotus wrapped around Lin Fei, layer by layer. This kind of move needed the Origin Extermination power to display its greatest power. The white lotus wrapped around Lin Fei. The Massacre sect leader used another Holy Spirit killing move. A Jingguang slashed at Lin Fei. Anyone who saw this Jingguang would feel the aura of death. It was a killing move formed by the Origin Extermination power. Lin Fei, you are indeed very strong, but you have not grasped the ultimate power of the Saint Spirit realm. Even if you're the number 1 person in the body tempering school, you will not be able to withstand this power. Massacre sect master trapped Lin Fei and slashed with the Holy Spirit killer move. He finally revealed a joyful expression. As long as they could kill Lin Fei, they would be able to take back the 3 Slaughter God weapons that they had lost. At the same time, they would also be able to obtain 2 Source Energy God weapons. Top-level body transformation cultivation methods, especially top-level body transformation cultivation methods. The Massacre God Court would be able to create a massive number of body transformation masters in a short period of time. This would be a massive increase in the overall strength of the Massacre God Court. Slaughter sect leader didn't think that Lin Fei could block the power of primordial extermination. Sect master is mighty. Sect master is domineering. The Massacre God Court is one of the top 3 factions. How can a traitor be allowed to do as he pleases? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he has come to the wrong place. What a stupid person. The strength displayed by Lin Fei was unexpectedly strong. The Blood Fiend cult leader had easily trapped Lin Fei after he had unleashed his terrifying annihilation killing move. The final killing move of the Golden Flowing Light killing move would most likely split apart the body of a body-tempering cultivator. Explode. If it were before, Lin Fei would definitely use the primordial extermination power to break the move. But now he didn't need to. Threefold power exploded. Hundreds of blows landed on the Lotus barrier. The entire void was shaken. Even so, the White Lotus was still intact, pure and holy. A killing move activated by the primordial extermination power is indeed terrifying. Even a threefold power can't break it open. This is probably the reason why the top great venerables don't dare to act presumptuously. Seeing that Lin Fei was trying to break the White Lotus, the Massacre sect master was quite disdainful. It's useless. In front of my killing move, you can only accept your fate. Lin Fei remained calm and collected the entire time. I don't think so. Explode again. Threefold power increased to fourfold power. With a sweep of the sky-splitting rod, a terrifying power comparable to the primordial extermination power surged out and hit the barrier like a torrent. Swish, swish, swish. The White Lotus shook with one blow. Swish. Ripples appeared on the White Lotus. Swish, swish. Cracks appeared on the White Lotus. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, the golden beam of light also arrived in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei's rod swept on the golden beam of light. The golden beam of light burst out with terrifying power, directly sweeping out and smashing half of the sky. His power can actually break the siege of the primordial extermination power. The Massacre sect master stared at the broken sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. Someone could break the blockade of the primordial extermination power with pure power alone. I must be wrong. There has never been a top-body transformation Grand Venerable who could burst out such a tyrannical power. He can even compete with the primordial extermination power. Fortunately, the last move specializes in breaking the body. Even if he can block it, he can't withstand the invasion of the primordial extermination power. The Massacre Sect Master kept telling himself that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to resist it. Massacre Sect Master, is that all you've got? A figure crossed the void and arrived in front of the Massacre Sect Master, thrusting his rod like a long spear. Puff! The sky-splitting rod pierced through the Massacre Sect Master's body. Chapter 3043. Not good. The headmaster has been pierced. Everyone go help him. That's our headmaster. Everything had happened too quickly. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fei would not be able to resist the sect master's killer move, Lin Fei made a huge reversal. Under the power of that killer move, he seemed to be completely fine. The higher-ups of the Massacre Court were panicking. The headmaster of the Massacre Court was the face of the Massacre Court. If word spread that he had been pierced and hung from a staff, the Massacre Court would become a laughingstock. Lin Fei must be seriously injured. Everyone, let's attack together. The higher-ups of the Massacre Court began to move. They rushed out like a swarm of bees. The headmaster of the Massacre Court saw this momentum. Don't come out, all of you, go back. It was too late to speak. As soon as they rushed out, they unleashed all sorts of Holy Spirit killer moves, even using treasures like the Annihilation Orb. They wanted to kill the headmaster in one blow. Lin Fei grabbed the headmaster by the neck and used him as a shield. At the same time, he covered his palm with annihilation power. If the headmaster made any moves, he would use it to kill the headmaster's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The attacks fell on the headmaster like a stream of water. The Annihilation Orb's power swept over him. All of you stop. The headmaster of the Massacre Court's body was in tatters. He didn't dare to struggle free, for the enemy's dangerous aura was locked onto him. He knew that it was annihilation power. Under such circumstances, as long as a single strand of energy was injected into his body, his physical body would no longer exist. Not good, we've hit the headmaster. Shameless, too shameless. He's using the headmaster as a meat shield. After the upper echelon stopped, they were enraged, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. After they came to a stop, Lin Fei used the worldly capture technique, violently grabbing towards the higher-ups of the Massacre Court in the sky. This time, it was purely proud heaven who was going to grab them. The giant hand was as large as the sky, and with a single move, it caught all of them. No matter how they attacked the palm, they were unable to cause any damage to proud heaven. Lin Fei gently clenched his palm, and a series of exploding sounds rang out nonstop. His life force was also instantly plundered clean. The high-level experts of the slaughtering divine court had been captured in one fell swoop. Among them, quite a number of high-level experts had come out with their true bodies. But now, they had suffered a calamity. Under the tyrannical proud heaven, even the power of Yuan destruction couldn't destroy them instantly. Sect leader of Massacre, what do you think of my move? It's okay, right? Lin Fei withdrew his palm and smiled. The Massacre sect leader was lifted up and watched as all the higher-ups of the sect were killed. You're really shameless. There's nothing shameless about it. If they can't stop me, they'll die. Lin Fei said with a smile. I stand by my words. Hand over the Imperial Exterminator. The Imperial Killer is dead. You will forever be a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Massacre sect leader wanted Lin Fei to bear the name of a traitor forever. Here's your chance. Lin Fei activated the plunder skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Massacre sect leader was sucked dry. In Slaughter City, in front of everyone, Lin Fei tyrannically sucked their sect leader dry. The annihilation power in his body couldn't even burst out, and his body was directly destroyed. One evil secret technique. The Massacre sect leader was actually sucked dry. Too terrifying. Even the higher-ups were wiped out. Their vitality was greatly damaged. In Slaughter City, the higher-ups and the Massacre sect leader appeared again. But now, they were all filled with killing intent and resentment. Their true bodies or clones have been destroyed by that guy. Not only that, but their treasures had also been taken away by him. Most importantly, it had been done in front of everyone. This was a huge humiliation. If they didn't kill Lin Fei, they would never be able to live in peace for the rest of their lives. It was too humiliating. The massacre sect leader was the same. He had 3 massacre divine weapons. His true body was destroyed, and his treasures were taken away. It was a huge loss. Even if he had clones, his strength would be greatly affected. In the beginning, he thought that Lin Fei was easy to bully, and he could suppress him easily. But now, the massacre sect leader felt a trace of helplessness. Even the annihilation power could not destroy Lin Fei's body. How could he fight? Do I have to use the one-time killer move left by the ancestor? The massacre sect leader was reluctant. That was used to deal with ultimate gods. It was too wasteful to use it on Lin Fei. The massacre sect leader hesitated, wondering if he should take action. If he let Lin Fei leave, then the massacre sect will be trampled by Lin Fei. Come on, hierarch of the massacre. Isn't your massacre court very powerful? If you have anything good, secret killing moves, bring it all out. Oh, right, for example, the patriarch of the massacre court, the legendary godly venerable. Lin Fei laughed. Not coming out? That's really a pity. The massacre sect disappoints me. My people are here, but not a single one dares to come out. It's really boring. Lin Fei cursed all kinds of things outside. The people inside Slaughter City all had ugly expressions. None of them dared to go out. Everyone knew that going out was equivalent to throwing away their lives. Lin Fei cursed outside Slaughter City for a total of 3 days. The massacre sect leader and the other experts were like turtles, refusing to come out. Their gazes became more and more resentful, and their faces became darker and darker. The news that Lin Fei had displayed his invincible might outside Slaughter City instantly spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain, causing a complete uproar. Blocking the massacre sect's door? That was simply unbelievable. Everyone thought it was a joke at first. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he did not have the strength of a pseudo-great venerable. Could a random expert from the massacre sect suppress him? That must be a rumor. Lin Fei was definitely not that powerful. Therefore, a large number of heavenly god powerhouses rushed to Slaughter City, preparing to try their luck. When they arrived outside Slaughter City, they indeed saw a black-robed man. It was that Lin Fei from the Dark Shadow Palace. Those people were excited and swarmed over. Lin Fei casually swung his staff and killed these powerhouses. After killing dozens of waves of heavenly god powerhouses, no one dared to make a move. All of them hid far away. Capture Lin Fei. Do you want to go to your death? In these few days, whatever great supremacy or great supremacy, they've all gone to deliver food to Lin Fei. Dead, they're all dead. We can't go. In this battle, Lin Fei had truly shocked the Saint Spirit domain. Some top great venerables had said that in a one-on-one situation, no one was a match for him. In the dozens of waves of enemies, several top great venerables had made a move. In the end, they had all died at Lin Fei's hands. Moreover, they had been killed in extremely violent ways. That scene made one's hair stand on end just thinking about it. Those heavenly god powerhouses who tried to try their luck were full of fear for Lin Fei. At this point, Lin Fei had become a top powerhouse in their eyes. The strongest powerhouse below godly venerable. Chapter 3044. Lin Fei had shaken the entire Saint Spirit domain. The news spread like wildfire. Reclusive experts, top-notch venerables, all of them had fallen at the hands of Lin Fei. No one knew when the title of the strongest person below the hierarch stage had appeared. No matter which expert went against Lin Fei, the results seemed to be decided. No one could survive. In the face of such violent and domineering power, every punch and kick was earth-shattering. After the upper echelons of the massacre court died, no more experts dared to act. They would be sending themselves to their deaths. The massacre court could not afford such a loss. They could only watch as Lin Fei swaggered out and blocked the door. One person had shaken the massacre court. How awe-inspiring was that? During this period, experts from the Saint Spirit domain came wave after wave, but no one dared to act anymore. Too many experts had died at the hands of Lin Fei. When the experts from the Dark Shadow Palace and the Space-Time Temple come, Lin Fei will definitely leave. The Massacre Sect leader comforted himself. He no longer had the confidence to go out and fight with Lin Fei now. Even the Yuan extermination killer move could not deal with Lin Fei. The Massacre Sect leader had no confidence at all. Since when could a body cultivator compete with the Yuan extermination killer move? What a joke. Lin Fei must die a horrible death. The Massacre Sect leader cursed Lin Fei almost every day. It seemed that this was the only way to calm his heart. The Massacre Court had lost all its face in his hands. It had become a joke in the Saint Spirit domain. Ancestor, where are you? The Massacre Court is being bullied by Junior. The Massacre Sect leader prayed for the Ancestor to appear every day. Once the Ancestor appeared, he would be able to suppress Lin Fei. Sect leader, he seems to have left. A high-level elder hurried to report. Left. The Massacre Sect leader brought people out. There was no trace of Lin Fei outside Massacre City. Gone, finally gone. The Massacre Sect leader almost cried. That bastard had finally left. Did you see clearly where that guy went? He seems to have gone to the Dark Shadow Palace. Dark Shadow Palace? Sure. Upon hearing where Lin Fei had gone, the Massacre Sect leader couldn't help but gloat. Their Massacre Court had been tormented into a joke, and the Dark Shadow Palace had better suffer the same fate. It's not that our Massacre Court isn't strong enough. It's just that Lin Fei is too powerful. You can't blame us for that. Just look at the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei is gone. I think he went to the Dark Shadow Palace. Hurry up, there's going to be a good show. They're going to slap the Dark Shadow Palace in the face. Does everyone think that Lin Fei is still a traitor? There seems to be a problem here. The people who were watching from the side followed one by one. There were also some people who began to have doubts. How could a traitor increase his strength so quickly? At this moment, no one dared to covet the things on Lin Fei's body. Those who had coveted it had now become ghosts. None of them could leave alive. Lin Fei had indeed left. The experts of the Massacre Court were holed up in the palace, refusing to come out. It would be rather difficult for Lin Fei to enter, not to mention that he had killed all of them and robbed them of their belongings. That was the purpose of his trip. The only regret was that the old ancestor of the Massacre Court did not make a move. In Lin Fei's eyes, the only thing that could excite him was a god-level expert. He had waited outside for so long just to see the old ancestor of the Massacre Court, but the old ancestor seemed to have disappeared. Dark Shadow Palace, here I come. Lin Fei swaggered toward the Dark Shadow Palace. He did not hide anything along the way. He was clearly telling everyone that he was going to the Dark Shadow Palace. As for what he was going to do, that was up to the people's imagination. Dark Shadow Palace, City of Shadows. Oh no, Lin Fei is here. No way, he's really here. Isn't he supposed to be in Slaughter City? He has left. I reckon he'll be here soon. What should we do? When the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace heard the news, they were all dumbfounded. Recently, everyone had been hearing all sorts of news about Lin Fei. No matter who he killed today or the day after tomorrow, all experts would die in his hands. Palace Lord, he's coming back to settle the score. Dark Shadow Palace, Meeting Hall. The great venerables wore grave expressions. Lin Fei, who was wanted by the Saint Spirit domain, had returned. At the same time, he brought with him unfathomable strength. Even a Massacre Court was blocked in the city by him alone, not daring to fight him. How ironic was this? Back then, when the Dark Shadow Palace issued a wanted order, they had sent out experts. But who knew that in just 100 years, that person would return with the title of the strongest expert below the ultimate god realm? Palace Lord, I don't think we need to be afraid. No matter how strong he is, our Dark Shadow Palace has many experts. A newly advanced Great Venerate said. This Great Venerate's words were immediately met with disdain. If you think that Lin Fei can't do it, why don't you go kill him? If you can kill Lin Fei, we'll worship you 100 times. If you can kill Lin Fei, you go. The meeting hall soon turned into a bustling market. No one was willing to fight with Lin Fei. In that news, all kinds of famous experts died under Lin Fei's fists. Usually, he killed one person with 3 punches, beating them to death. If a divine weapon was used, it would be solved with 1 strike. Not to mention, Lin Fei had an illusory sect treasure that could release an illusory world. Once released, how many people could stop it? Silence. The Dark Shadow Palace Lord shouted. The great venerates and the other upper echelons fell silent. I'm still here. What do you have to be afraid of? The Dark Shadow Palace Lord was very disappointed with the upper echelons. Only then did everyone react. That's right, the Palace Lord was an ultimate god expert. Even if it was only an avatar, it was still an existence that could easily kill them. Palace Lord is right. In fact, we're also worried. With the Palace Lord here, if Lin Fei dares to come, we'll make sure he never returns. After everyone left, the Dark Shadow Palace Lord asked Great Venerable Hantian to stay. Hantian, do you think we can still win over Lin Fei? The Dark Shadow Palace Lord looked at Great Venerable Hantian and asked with a tone of inquiry. Great Venerable Hantian was shocked. Ever since Lin Fei came out of the Black Domain, Great Venerable Hantian had been very worried about his safety, especially since the 2 Essence Force divine weapons could cause countless hidden experts to fight for them. Later, news came one after another, and Great Venerable Hantian was completely dumbfounded. That personal disciple of his was so strong. He single-handedly killed the upper echelons of the Massacre Court, and even a Massacre sect leader was killed once. At the same time, he also snatched 3 Massacre divine weapons. When he heard the news, Great Venerable Hantian's first reaction was, how could it be possible? That was the Massacre Court. After the news of the strongest ultimate god spread, Great Venerable Hantian sighed. Lin Fei is not an ordinary person. Back then, our Dark Shadow Palace was indeed in the wrong. That incident is very likely a conspiracy of the Demon Motherland. Everyone is surprised that he is still alive. This time, he came out of the Black Domain, and I think he's here for revenge. If you want to win him over, it'll be very difficult. Great Venerable Hantian was not optimistic. Chapter 3045. Every big city in the Dark Shadow Palace's territory had its gates closed. Coupled with the activation of the formation, the city was heavily guarded, completely different from its usual appearance. The experts in every big city were waiting for Lin Fei to go over. Yes, he would fly over. Only after Lin Fei left did they truly heave a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei had really charged in, they would not have been able to stop him. They would have been completely annihilated. That was a little scary. In a span of more than 100 years, he had risen from the strength of a High Lord to the strongest person below the hierarch level. This was not something that just anyone could achieve. At the very least, they did not have the ability to do so. Without seeing the Massacre God Court, they did not even dare to make a move. How many experts and treasures had they lost? In the end, they did not even dare to fart. That was his strength. More experts could not help but think of one thing. If Lin Fei did not leave back then, our Dark Shadow Palace would be so powerful now. That would be a great loss. Lin Fei. After passing through half of the Dark Shadow Palace's territory, in the sky above an uninhabited mountain range, a loud voice came from the front and directly entered Lin Fei's ears. A group of people came out of the void. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy man. He had a complicated expression on his face as he looked over. The people standing behind him were clearly very excited as they looked at Lin Fei. Master! Lin Fei smiled. Grand Venerable Hantian was really worried that Lin Fei would not recognize him as his master. With Lin Fei's current strength, even he was not a match for him. Hearing the word master, he smiled. This personal disciple of his still remembered him. He was satisfied. He was really satisfied. Brat, you're really awesome now. The strongest person below the ultimate god realm. Grand Venerable Hantian came over with his personal disciple and laughed. Even Master was not as powerful as you back then. I'm very proud. These words were from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're really awesome. Even the Massacre sect master suffered a lot in your hands. Junior brother is really awe-inspiring. The elites of our Dark Shadow Palace are all dumbfounded. The Massacre God Court is truly impressive. They probably won't dare to put on airs for a long time to come. The 5 senior brothers were all talking at the same time, and their faces were full of smiles. Now that Lin Fei was mentioned, they felt proud as he was the strongest person below the ultimate gods. Hello, senior brothers. Lin Fei was also in a good mood. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was quite pleased. A disciple that he had taken in by accident would one day grow to such an extent that even he would have to look up to, Master, are you here to welcome me, or are you here on behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace? After catching up with his senior martial brothers for a while, Lin Fei turned to Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and said, I really can't hide anything from you. Great Venerable Shaker smiled bitterly. To be honest, he didn't want to come, but he had no choice. After all, he was the Dark Shadow Palace's Great Venerable. Actually, I came here on behalf of the Palace Master. Grand Monarch Hantian's disciples tactfully stood aside. They all had looks of admiration on their faces. If they didn't encounter any accidents, they would never be able to reach the level of their junior brother Lin Fei. Palace Master, what does he mean? Lin Fei was quite curious. Lin Fei was very happy to see Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, but he knew that it must be the Palace Master's intention to come at this time. Unless the Dark Shadow Palace wanted to follow the Massacre God Court's example. If that was the case, Lin Fei wouldn't mind making another move. The Palace Master wants you to go back. They didn't do a good job in that matter and made you suffer. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said, as long as you are willing to go back, the Palace Master will inform the entire Saint Spirit domain to thoroughly investigate the matter and prove your innocence. These meaningless words again. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. Innocence? Lin Fei didn't really need that. For those with sharp eyes, the matter of the Demon Motherland was strange and had nothing to do with the 3 of them. However, the 3 top forces needed a dignified excuse. Therefore, Lin Fei and the other 2 were sacrificed. He was very unhappy about this. That's it. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was very embarrassed. He knew this would happen. As long as you go back, the Palace Master will give you the position of Deputy Palace Master and the future Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace. All kinds of resources and treasures in the palace will be open to you. In addition, the Palace Master will teach you the method to become an ultimate god and give you a chance to reach the ultimate god realm. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was also very shocked when he heard these benefits, especially the last one. Become an ultimate god. There are only a few ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain. It wasn't easy to go from a top Great Venerable to the ultimate god realm. Many heroes and geniuses couldn't go further. But with the secret method, it was different. Many people dreamed of it. To obtain this method in the Dark Shadow Palace, one needed to make countless contributions and reach a certain amount of contribution points. That Palace Master is really generous. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei would definitely go back. After all, it was a chance to step into the ultimate god realm. But he didn't need it anymore. The ultimate god realm, according to his speculation, was to master the destructive energy. That was not the limit. In order to master the destructive energy perfectly, he had to cultivate the destructive energy body. Only then would he have the chance to master more powerful abilities. Lin Fei had taken this step first. At least, he could now store 15 streams of destructive energy. Lin Fei even felt that those Hierarch Realm experts might not have much more primordial destruction energy than him. The gap between them was not that big. Be it the position of Deputy Palace Master, the future heir, the treasury, resources, or even the secret method, Lin Fei had no interest in them. Most importantly, the Dark Shadow Palace Master must be related to the Dark Shadow tribe. The arrangements of the 3 top forces in the wilderness had been torn apart by the Devil Empire. Perhaps the Dark Shadow Palace Master was also involved. Because of this, Lin Fei lost interest. He didn't want to be schemed against again. Master, I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip, Lin Fei said apologetically. I'm not interested in those things. Grand Venerable Hantian really wanted Lin Fei to go back. Lin Fei, that's a chance to become an ultimate god. Master, My physical body has reached its limit. I think if I make another breakthrough, I'll have the battle strength of an ultimate god. Even if I'm not an ultimate god. Grand Venerable Han Tian suddenly shook his head. That's right. The physique cultivation school was glorious and insufferably arrogant back then because they had all stepped into the ultimate god realm. Maybe you'll become the leader of the conjoined physique cultivation school. Grand Venerable Han Tian could go back and explain after hearing Lin Fei's words. The palace master would not say anything. At the end of the day, it was because the Dark Shadow Palace did not take it seriously. Chapter 3046. Although he knew that this would be Lin Fei's final answer, Great Venerable Han Tian still couldn't help but feel disappointed. There was really no hope. Great Venerable Han Tian was now full of bitterness. Back then, he had suggested that they should deal with the matter of the demon motherland cautiously. It would be best to investigate it thoroughly before doing anything. However, the upper echelons didn't listen to him seriously. They expelled the three of them from the Dark Shadow Palace and sent experts to hunt them down. Now, it was the Dark Shadow Palace's turn to regret. The Massacre God Court was amazing, but in front of Lin Fei, they were tormented to death, and all the upper echelons were killed. Now, they had become a big joke in the Saint Spirit world. Great Venerable Han Tian really didn't think that this day would come so soon. Do you really have to go to the Dark Shadow Palace? Great Venerable Han Tian didn't try to persuade him anymore. The Dark Shadow Palace sheltered me in the past. As a disciple, I have to go back. What do you think, Master? Lin Fei said with a smile. As for whether there will be rivers of blood, it depends on the Palace Master's attitude. With the Massacre God Court as an example, Lin Fei believed that the Dark Shadow Palace would definitely make a choice. Great Venerable Han Tian knew that he couldn't stop Lin Fei even if he kept talking. I knew that this trip was for nothing. I'm very satisfied to see you again. Great Venerable Han Tian sighed. With your current strength, you can completely establish your own sect. Even if you become a godly venerable, you will have a better chance than others. It really doesn't matter much whether you return to the Dark Shadow Palace or not. So tell me, what can I do to not fight in the Dark Shadow Palace? No one understood better than him how terrifying a top expert of the body tempering school was. Lin Fei currently had the strongest physical body in the body tempering school. The power of his fist could easily injure a venerable Lord-level expert. If the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace fought him head-on, none of them could withstand Lin Fei's attack. Even Great Venerable Han Tian himself couldn't. Since Master is so direct, I won't stand on ceremony either. When he first came to the Saint Spirit domain and joined the Dark Shadow Palace, it saved him a lot of trouble. If he had a choice, he did not want to go on a killing spree. I'm very interested in the Dark Shadow Throne and am preparing to go in again. There's still a large amount of divine essence energy sand. I barely managed to get 150,000 kilograms. To restore my reputation, there's also the Elysian Sun, Dugu Yijian, and the rest. All right, let me read through the techniques to become a godly venerable one. That is all for now. Lin Fei's request wasn't too excessive. As far as Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was concerned, these were all very difficult requirements. I will report your request to the Palace Master. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a low voice. I hope you won't act in such a hurry and give me some time to deal with this. Since Master has spoken, no problem. Lin Fei still had to give this bit of face. Lin Fei continued to stroll around leisurely. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker returned to the Dark Shadow Palace with his disciples as soon as possible. They met with the Palace Master. These are all Lin Fei's requests. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker told the Palace Master all of Lin Fei's requests. He won't be returning to the Dark Shadow Palace. The Palace Master was very calm. That's a big talk. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker couldn't figure out what the Palace Master was thinking. Palace Master, in fact, we don't have to fight with Lin Fei. After all, given his strength, there aren't many in the Dark Shadow Palace who can fight him. Even the Massacre Court's divine weapon of Massacre failed. The Dark Shadow Palace can't afford such a loss. From the bottom of his heart, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker didn't want the Dark Shadow Palace to fight Lin Fei. If it's between the Massacre Court and Lin Fei, that's because they aren't prepared. But the Dark Shadow Palace is different, said the Palace Master indifferently. It's not that we can't agree to his requests, but we have to see if he has the capability to do so. Palace Master, we absolutely can't do that. Why not? Lin Fei leisurely traveled and arrived outside the Dark Shadow Palace's City of Shadows. He saw the City of Shadows again. As Lin Fei gazed at the enormous City of Shadows, he was reminded of the first time he came here. Everything had changed. He was no longer a person who needed to think about self-preservation. When he stood in front of the City of Shadows again, Lin Fei could sense several powerful auras. One of them was the most dazzling and eye-catching. Without guessing, he knew that it was a divine venerable expert. That aura was as bright as the sun and was especially obvious in the dark night. Lin Fei is here. He's so young. He killed so many people that the Massacre Court doesn't dare to retaliate. What an idol. What idol? He's a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace. I don't want to be associated with him. Such an audacious person dares to come to the Dark Shadow Palace? We have the Palace Lord. The people of the City of Shadows looked at the figure outside the city. This was the person who had recently caused an uproar in the Sacred Spirit Realm. He single-handedly suppressed the Massacre Court and even killed the Massacre Sect Master and a group of high-level experts. How great would it be if Lin Fei wasn't a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace? It seems that I'm not very welcome here, Lin Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the City of Shadows. If the Palace Master had agreed to his terms, he wouldn't have activated the formation and wouldn't have been on guard. The situation was clear at a glance. The Palace Master is out. That's great. Lin Fei is about to admit defeat. Over the past 100 years, the Dark Shadow Palace had recruited many new people. In addition to the incident with the Demon Motherland, many disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace did not like Lin Fei. The higher-ups of the City of Shadows followed behind the Palace Master. They looked at Lin Fei with rather complicated gazes. This person, who was a proud son of heaven in their eyes back then, had now grown to a level that they could only look up to. Whether it was true or not, not many people could be called the strongest person below the divine venerable realm. Lin Fei, how dare you come back? One of the higher-ups shouted at Lin Fei after receiving the order. I'm very bold. There's no place in this world that I can't go, Lin Fei said with a smile. Even the City of Shadows can't stop me. What do you think, Palace Master? These words were directed at the Palace Master by Lin Fei. I haven't seen you for over 100 years, and your temper is still the same, the Palace Master said indifferently. I can't change this temper of mine, Lin Fei said. I like to solve everything with force. The Massacre Court doesn't take it seriously. They are regretting it. I wonder what your choice will be. Lin Fei was the only person who dared to say such words to the Palace Master. The others were dumbstruck. Was this still the same Lin Fei from back then? He was so bold. Was he going to challenge the Palace Master? The Palace Master was a divine venerable expert. The Sacred Spirit Domain's true top-notch experts were not just for show. Then you have to show your strength first. The Dark Shadow Palace Master stepped out of the City of Shadows and arrived in the sky outside. I know that you killed the Massacre Sect Master in the Massacre Court, a top-notch great venerable. The Palace Master looked at Lin Fei. Show me your true strength. Is he trying to test me? Lin Fei smiled. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Those top-notch great venerables are no match for me. Only an expert like you can bring out my battle intent. Boom. Chapter 3047. He really made a move. The Dark Shadow Palace's upper echelons were shocked by Lin Fei's move. In their opinion, Lin Fei would not dare to make a move. After all, who would dare to make a move against an ultimate god expert? Lin Fei's move was completely out of everyone's expectations. He was really bold. He's definitely going to lose. The Palace Lord is an ultimate god expert. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he won't be a match for the Palace Lord. The Palace Lord is going to win. Even if it's just a clone, he won't be able to fight against it. The Massacre Court doesn't have a great ancestor, so Lin Fei can take advantage of it. However, in the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei won't be able to take advantage of it. The upper echelons were all confident. In front of an ultimate god, no expert was strong enough. Great Venerable Han Tian looked at the two people in the sky silently. Lin Fei, I've already told the palace lord about the conditions. Whether you can take it or not is up to you. There's nothing I can do to help. As a top force, the Dark Shadow Palace would definitely not agree to those conditions easily. Lin Fei had to be strong enough. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had learned this the moment he had returned. An ultimate god expert could not be persuaded with just a few words, let alone a palace lord. Lin Fei is really bold. He really dared to make a move. If he can take advantage of the Dark Shadow Palace Lord, he'll really be the strongest person below the ultimate god level. A great venerable can fight an ultimate god. Lin Fei is going to be famous. Those who came to watch were also excited. What a grand scene. Just the fact that he dared to make a move against an ultimate god expert made him worthy of worship. Everyone believed that Lin Fei was asking for trouble. No one could defeat an ultimate god as a great venerable. It would be good enough if he could take advantage of the situation. Lin Fei was too arrogant. He took advantage of the massacre court and then came to the Dark Shadow Palace. There are not many advantages in this world. He's so fast. I can't even keep up with his speed. This Lin Fei is too heaven-defying. No wonder he has the courage to make a move. In everyone's eyes, there was only a shadow moving quickly. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace stood still. You're fast and powerful, but you're still far from being able to defeat me. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace's body shimmered with light, forming a powerful barrier to protect himself. This was a powerful protective cultivation technique. The palace lord is indeed the palace lord. Lin Fei's aura exploded as he unleashed the power of the third stage of the power technique. At the same time, the Essence Force Divine weapon appeared in his hands as well. Streaks of black shadows shot towards the palace master. Be it the experts inside or outside the City of Shadows, they all gasped when they saw the third stage strength technique. Those attacks made them shudder with fear. If they were to encounter those attacks, they would be dead for sure. It wasn't something they could resist. It was too terrifying. Everyone kept wiping off their cold sweat. Lin Fei, you are indeed our Dark Shadow Palace's top heavenly pride. You are indeed qualified to be called the number one person below the ultimate god realm for cultivating your strength to this extent. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace was secretly shocked. It was clearly a third stage strength technique. Such a level of power was quite terrifying. Even his protective cultivation technique was starting to fail. Such power was above all the top-notch great venerables. The palace master's words also surprised everyone. It was the first time they had heard an ultimate god expert evaluate a person. With those words, Lin Fei was really qualified to be the number one person below the ultimate god realm. However, if you want to defeat me, this little bit of power is still not enough. The palace master waved his hand, and the monstrous power of the waves came crashing down, dispersing all the threat of Lin Fei's attack. He looked like he was at ease. The palace master is really powerful. Only the palace master can easily dispel an attack of this level. Lin Fei is also powerful. I really don't know how he cultivates. The number one person in the physique cultivation sect. When an ultimate god and a top-notch great venerables fought, it was usually one-sided. The palace master did not use his full strength, but every time he attacked, he could suppress Lin Fei's attack. From this, the gap between them could be seen. Lin Fei's attacks with the Sky Splitter Staff became fiercer and fiercer. Under the third stage strength technique, he kept releasing powerful killer moves, one after another. I overestimated the palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace. His protective cultivation technique is very powerful, but under the eruption of my triple power skill, his protective cultivation technique can't take it anymore. The only way to dissolve my attack is to use the annihilation power. The more Lin Fei fought, the more excited he became. An ultimate god expert was not as powerful as he thought. Every time the palace master dispelled his attack, it looked very powerful. With his current Proud Sky 11-layered physique, blocking the attacks was not very harmful. I wonder how much primordial destruction power the Palace Master can display. That was what Lin Fei wanted to know the most. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace managed to deflect Lin Fei's attack with a wave of his hand. He looked very impressive and showed his identity as an ultimate god. However, only he knew in his heart. Damn, what kind of physique cultivation technique does this guy cultivate? He can keep using the third stage strength technique. What the hell? The Palace Master's casual attack was thunderous. But this time, his power could not do anything to Lin Fei. The most frustrating thing was that the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace could not use the quintuple power technique. This technique was not suitable for him to use, especially under such circumstances. He calculated in his heart. Even if he used the quintuple power technique, there would still be a certain gap between his strength and Lin Fei's. This made the Palace Master want to vomit blood. Even with the same cultivation technique, he could not match his opponent's power. Fortunately, from the looks of it, he hasn't mastered the fourth stage strength. If he did, it would be terrible. The Palace Master knew better than anyone else how powerful the fourth stage was. Boom! Lin Fei's power exploded once again. A terrifying aura swept out, and the people who were watching immediately felt a terrible, suffocating feeling. This is the aura of an ultimate god. How is this possible? Has Lin Fei stepped into the ultimate god realm? Impossible. I must be seeing things. The people who were watching retreated. Under such an aura, they felt too uncomfortable. They felt like they were about to die. Who would feel comfortable under such a feeling? They were all terrified. Dark Shadow Palace Master, take this. Lin Fei wanted to test the true strength of an ultimate god. He used the fourth stage strength, and this time, his power increased several times. A long slash tore the sky apart. In the face of such a strike, all great venerables felt despair. They could not block it. They really could not block it. Was this Lin Fei's true strength? Or was it the true strength of a physique cultivator? A strange look flashed in the Palace Master's eyes. It was an expression of wanting to vomit blood. His opponent had really mastered the fourth stage strength. Doesn't that mean his physical body is infinitely close to the ultimate god level? This is a big joke. Shock was one thing. The Palace Master was, after all, an ultimate god expert. Both his hands moved at the same time. His left and right hands each formed a hand seal. When the two hand seals came together, a huge ancient word appeared. As soon as this ancient word appeared, it was like an ancient existence. An even more powerful aura crushed over and collided with the sky-splitting staff. Whoosh. Chapter 3048. As soon as the ancient characters appeared, everyone felt suffocated and unable to move. That's terrifying. Is this the power of an ultimate god? Completely crushed. If I were to go up there, I would be dead. Between a top-notch supreme venerable and an ultimate god. The gap between them isn't small at all. I wonder if that arrogant Lin Fei will be able to withstand it. He definitely can't. Outside the City of Shadows, the area had turned into a black hole. The enormous City of Shadows was also shrouded by an enormous formation. Colorful lights flickered incessantly around it. In a shattered void, large areas collapsed. The Dark Shadow Palace Master stood in the void with an unusually calm expression. This kid probably can't take that blow. The Dark Shadow Palace Master had killed many top-notch supreme venerables of the body tempering school, but none of them could compare to Lin Fei. Especially after learning the 5th grade power technique, his power had increased to a terrifying level. You can be proud that I have to use my primordial annihilation killer move against you. The Dark Shadow Palace Master rarely used such a move. Ordinary power would not work against Lin Fei. An ultimate god is indeed an ultimate god. I finally learned something new. Just as the Dark Shadow Palace Master was pondering, a voice came from the void. Lin Fei, who looked a little disheveled, came out of the void. You really live up to your reputation. Lin Fei looked disheveled, but his breathing was steady as if he was not injured at all. The strongest person below the ultimate god realm. You are also quite amazing. The Dark Shadow Palace Master had actually guessed this result. The other party's powerful physical body was the best proof. With a physical body of this level, it was not impossible for him to withstand the Dark Shadow Palace Master's killer move. Seeing Lin Fei appear in one piece, everyone was speechless. He was really the strongest person below the ultimate god realm. Even the Dark Shadow Palace Master's terrifying killer move did not cause much damage. If we see Lin Fei in the future, run as far away as you can. Yeah, we can't afford to offend him. The strongest person below the ultimate god realm. It's useless for us to go up. The space-time temple is probably dumbfounded. Such a powerful enemy is not that easy to deal with. The number one person below the godly venerable rank against a godly venerable rank cultivator might not have fought for long, but everyone knew that in the Saint Spirit domain, as long as the godly venerable martial artist did not make a move, no one would be able to take Lin Fei down. You're the most powerful body-tempering cultivator I've ever seen. You're already very powerful to be able to survive one blow from me. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace did not intend to fight anymore. It was pointless. It wasn't that easy to kill Lin Fei. He did not dare to guarantee that Lin Fei had grasped the 4th level of strength art. That was a top-secret art of the Dark Shadow variant human race that could match Primordial Extermination killer move. Palace Master is too polite. May I know my conditions? Lin Fei asked. If it was anyone else who heard of this, the Dark Shadow Palace Master would definitely not care. But Lin Fei was different. This guy was not easy to deal with. He could even collect the Massacre God Weapon of the Massacre Court. Who knew if he could control it? This was also one of the reasons why the Dark Shadow Palace Master did not intend to fight. The 3 Massacre God Weapons could not be killed unless they were completely destroyed. Otherwise, they could only drag it out. It would be fine if there were 3 Massacre God Weapons, but with Lin Fei on top, it would be difficult to deal with him. The higher-ups of the Dark Shadow Palace were not a match for Lin Fei. If they really fought, it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. Although he would be the winner, he would have to pay a hefty price. It was not worth it. Fortunately, the two of them were separated from each other, so outsiders did not know what they were talking about. You can go to the Dark Shadow Throne. The Dark Shadow Palace Master did not have much confidence in winning over Lin Fei again. It would not be a problem for such a powerful martial artist to establish his own sect. Even a space-time temple would have to think twice. Even if they could not win over the Dark Shadow Palace, they could not become enemies. There was no need to offend an enemy with such potential. The Massacre Court was the best proof. None of the higher-ups were a match for him. You can look at the Dark Shadow Palace's method to become a godly venerable, but you can't copy it. However, I don't have that much divine yuan force sand. I can give you 50,000 caddies at most. This is what I can promise you, said the Dark Shadow Palace Master. 100,000 caddies, or I'll block the door. Lin Fei laughed. I believe the Palace Master is busy and has no time to guard me. The Dark Shadow Palace Master cursed Lin Fei for being shameless in his heart. You really know how to talk. Aren't you afraid that I'll call the godly venerable experts to surround and kill you? The Dark Shadow Palace Master looked at Lin Fei. Also, I just need to spread the news a little. You're the strongest person below the godly venerable level. I'm afraid there will be many experts looking to compete with you. Lin Fei did not care. 100,000 caddies. I'm not asking for much. The Palace Master is a godly venerable expert. 100,000 caddies of divine yuan force sand is nothing. Why you haven't put me in danger? Just say it, 100,000 caddies. Otherwise, I'll go to those big cities. Coincidentally, I'm also proficient in array formations. You're threatening me. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was quite angry. You can think of it that way. Lin Fei laughed. Unless you can kill me. Of course, before the Palace Master kills me, you'll have to pay a huge price. Do you believe me? The Dark Shadow Palace Master was silent for a moment. Then you win. Lin Fei had the Dark Shadow Palace Master in his grasp. Palace Master, aren't you going to invite me to the Dark Shadow Palace? It'll be good for both of us. The Dark Shadow Palace Master did not like to pay a huge price to deal with someone. even if that person had treasures and the 3 divine massacring weapons of the massacre court. Those were things that even the godly venerable would covet. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was rather hesitant when it came to paying a huge price. Yes, you're from the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace is your home. The Dark Shadow Palace Master and Lin Fei entered the City of Shadows side by side. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It's over? Everyone wanted to see the Dark Shadow Palace Master and Lin Fei fight for 300 rounds. It seemed to have ended way too quickly. Lin Fei is quite bold. Isn't he afraid that the Dark Shadow Palace Master will deal with him in the city? If I were the Dark Shadow Palace Master, I wouldn't really kill him. What a cunning plan. No matter what the Dark Shadow Palace Master is planning, at least Lin Fei and the Dark Shadow Palace seem to be in harmony. Since Lin Fei is fine, the Space-Time Palace will have to be careful from now on. The higher-ups of the Dark Shadow Palace were all dumbfounded. He's actually on equal footing with the Palace Master now. This is unbelievable. A top-notch venerable expert, less than 150,000 years old. Wrong. He's the strongest expert below the godly venerable level. In fact, everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Finally, we don't have to fight anymore. Everyone had witnessed Lin Fei's prowess. Who would be willing to go out and fight him? That was a slim chance of survival, and that was to put it in a nicer way. They would definitely die if they went out. Chapter 3049. The strongest person below the ultimate god realm, Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace Master admitted it himself. Incredible, the strongest person below the ultimate god realm. This is unbelievable. What monster? I heard that he has cultivated for less than 150,000 years. What a monster! The battle between Lin Fei and the Dark Shadow Palace Master wasn't very long, but everyone could see how powerful Lin Fei was. The strongest person below the ultimate god realm. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction. In the Saint Spirit domain, there were people who could survive the attacks of ultimate gods. However, no one dared to say that they were the strongest person below the ultimate god realm. The news continued to spread in the Saint Spirit domain. He's still fine. He's so lucky. At the Massacre Sect Master. The Massacre Sect Master listened quietly and couldn't help but shout. Ever since Lin Fei had beaten up the members of the Massacre God Court, the Massacre Sect Master, as the Massacre Sect Master, was more disappointed than anyone else that Lin Fei had died. The Dark Shadow Palace Master is also very cunning. He might look fine, but he's the strongest person below the ultimate god realm. That kid is going to be in big trouble soon. Even though the Massacre Sect Master wasn't an ultimate god expert, he knew that the Dark Shadow Palace Master wasn't easy to deal with. If anyone believed the Palace Master of the Umbra Palace, then congratulations, they would definitely be eaten alive. He had experienced this before. Someone arranged for people to spread the news about Lin Fei. The most important thing is that he's the strongest person below the ultimate god realm. I want everyone to know about this, regardless of whether they're in seclusion or cultivating. The Massacre Sect Master smiled sinisterly. If I don't help you with such a good thing, I'd be a fool. If it could make Lin Fei uncomfortable, the Massacre Sect leader would do it. At the Temple Palace's side, the Dark Shadow Palace Master is really cunning and shameless. He's trying to rope in Lin Fei again. The Temple Palace Master listened to the news. He had to admit that the other party was very cunning. Whole Master, they must be acting. If Lin Fei really dares to come, I will definitely kill him. He won't be able to escape this time. Supreme Sovereign Kong, Wen's face was filled with killing intent. Ever since he lost his clone, Supreme Monarch Kong One had been immersed in cultivation. Now, his strength had increased yet again. He had truly stepped into the level of a top Grand Monarch. With the combination of space and time, Supreme Venerable Kong One was qualified to be the strongest person below the godly venerable level. Before Great Venerable Kong One could do it, Lin Fei had already snatched it away. The entire Sacred Spirit domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that he was the strongest person below the ultimate gods. This news was very unpleasant to hear. Moreover, There was a feud between Supreme Venerable Kong 1 and Lin Fei. You don't have to worry. The Dark Shadow Palace Master is not a good person. Lin Fei now has a lot of treasures on him. Not to mention other things, just the 2 elemental energy weapons alone are enough to tempt people. For example, the elemental energy weapon that can release an illusory world. Experts of the illusory world will definitely be tempted. Also, the title of the strongest person below the ultimate gods is not something anyone can wear. You just have to stand aside and watch. The Space-Time Palace Master smiled faintly, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Once again, he returned to the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei's expression did not change much. The Dark Shadow Throne is open. You can enter at any time. The Dark Shadow Palace Master personally opened the passage to the Dark Shadow Throne. After staying in the Dark Shadow Palace for 3 days, Lin Fei was ready to enter the Dark Shadow Throne. He did not believe that the other party could control such an item. Dark Shadow Palace Master, don't tell me you lost the item in the throne. Before entering, Lin Fei asked with a smile. You worry too much. I'm not that kind of person. The Dark Shadow Palace Master did not like Lin Fei very much. This guy was purely shameless. Is that so? Lin Fei smiled and entered the passage. Despicable guy. The Dark Shadow Palace Master snorted and turned to leave. The passage to the Dark Shadow Throne contained the power of primordial destruction. Fortunately, it was not very strong. Lin Fei easily entered and once again arrived at the Dark Shadow Throne. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei's speed was much faster this time. The item in the Dark Shadow Throne was no longer a threat. Lin Fei arrived at the last level. He passed through the plains and came to a place by the sea. The huge black item was still there and continued to exude a domineering aura. Lin Fei came here for this item. Another primordial destruction, divine weapon. As for why the Dark Shadow Palace Master did not take it, it could only be said that the other party did not have the ability. In the entire Dark Shadow Throne, this was the only thing that was worth Lin Fei's interest. As for whether it would work or not, how would he know if he did not try? Demon Lord, how have you been? Lin Fei arrived on the platform and met the Demon Monarch powerhouse again. Brat, you still dare to come? Haha, you are dead this time. The Demon Lord woke up from his cultivation and saw Lin Fei. He immediately exploded with boundless hostility. It was this brat who had stolen a large amount of his life, energy, and almost killed him. His entire body turned into a black fog. I'll let you experience the ultimate killing move of our Dark Shadow race. Dark Shadow, Soul Devouring. The Demon Lord's proud voice came from the huge black fog. A large amount of black fog quickly wrapped around Lin Fei and seeped in. Lin Fei opened his body protection and was as unmoving as a mountain. Ultimate killing move. You have quite a lot of resentment. The black fog kept seeping in, but it was blocked by a layer of protection. The black fog attacked again and again, but it did not succeed. This is impossible. This is an ultimate killing move. Ever since he suffered heavy losses last time, the Demon Lord focused on researching other killing moves. Dark Shadow, Soul Devouring, was one of the stronger ones. It was infamous. Once it was used successfully, he could control the other party and turn them into his puppet. The Demon Lord realized it was useless the first time he used it. The other party had an impenetrable defensive technique. It could not seep in at all. Demon Lord, you still haven't changed. Lin Fei was happy. He slammed his palm on the black fog and erupted with 3 layers of power. A large amount of the black fog let out a miserable scream as it collapsed. The Demon Lord returned to his human form. His face was filled with unease and shock. You actually cultivated the 3rd layer of the 5-layer strength technique. How long has it been? The Demon Lord had a look of disbelief. There is nothing impossible, because I am a monstrous genius. Lin Fei smiled and said, Do you want me to continue attacking, or just stand there obediently? Haha, what big words. It is just a 3-layer strength technique. You want this Demon Lord to resign himself to fate. The Demon Lord laughed in extreme anger. What about this? Lin Fei punched again. The 4-layer strength technique erupted instantly. The violent power was like a flood. The demon lord's eyes widened. His body was destroyed. Fourth layer. This is the fourth layer. The demon lord looked like he had seen a ghost. He was almost speechless. Chapter 3050. One punch, and Demon Monarch's body was destroyed. Prideful Heaven 11 layer physique, combined with rank 4 strength secret art, could contend against Yuan extermination, and it was a head-on clash. I'm a monster. Lin Fei smiled. If you still want to try, I don't mind giving you another punch. I believe it can still destroy your body. Boom! Before Demon Monarch could finish his thought, Lin Fei's punch came. Not giving him a chance to think, he destroyed his body again. Wait! After blowing up the Demon Monarch's body twice in a row, the Demon Monarch's complexion was extremely ugly. The life energy that he had accumulated with great difficulty was almost exhausted. If he were to receive another punch, he would really be finished. What was this? I wanted to give you the third punch, but since you asked, I will keep the third punch. Lin Fei smiled with a harmless look on his face. If I'm not satisfied, the third punch is coming. But in Demon Monarch's eyes, this guy was too terrifying. Rank 5 strength secret arts, 4th rank. After the other party's strength erupted, it was much stronger than he imagined. His body actually could not withstand it. This was the most terrifying thing. How long has it been since the last time they fought? What monster? Absolutely a monster. Demon Monarch suppressed his anger and asked, "What are you trying to do?" In a situation where he could not win, he could only endure. The reason why I have my current strength is all thanks to the things you gave me. See, I came to see you, and also to ask if you are interested in leaving this place. Lin Fei said very seriously, "You want to bring me away?" Demon Monarch almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. So good? There must be a conspiracy. I feel that you are a good person. The Demon Monarch was on the verge of tears. When did he become a good person? On second thought, it seemed that he was right. He had painstakingly accumulated all the life energy in his body, but it had been plundered by this guy. If he was not a good person, then what was he? That was accumulated over a long period of time. How can you be so kind? Demon Monarch asked suspiciously. I'm that kind. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, you can choose not to go out, but I will beat you to death. There is something on you that I am interested in. I'll be killed if I don't go out? At the start, the Demon Lord would have definitely laughed and scorned the other party. Beat him to death. What a joke. After getting a taste of the other party's prowess, he lost all hope. Fight? I can't beat him. A bad life is better than a good death. Let's get out of here first. The Demon Monarch thought to himself. If he did not obey, he would die. In that case, it was better to obediently obey. If you want to take this Demon Monarch out, I'm afraid that person outside will not agree. The Demon Monarch was not stupid. I won't bring you out. He won't have any objections. Lin Fei laughed. Unless they are willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with me, then I don't mind killing their upper echelons. If once isn't enough, then I'll do it twice or thrice, ha ha ha. This time, the Demon Lord truly did not question these words. It would not be easy for that person, who was at the 4th level of strength, to kill the fellow in front of him. He would have to pay a huge price. Furthermore, for the other party to come, he must have come to some kind of agreement. This Demon King will believe you this once. The Demon King said, That's right. You should be glad that you made the right choice. Lin Fei laughed. Before I take you out, I have to break this thing. The Demon Monarch never thought that he would temporarily gain freedom in the hands of a fellow who had suffered a great loss. Under the other party's violent attack, the platform was forcefully torn open. The Demon Monarch took the opportunity to rush out and gain freedom. At that moment, the Demon Monarch felt great. This was freedom. Lin Fei laughed to himself. Palace Master of Dark Shadow, you promoted me to the number 1 person below the hierarch realm just to scheme against me. If you dare to scheme against me, I will dare to scheme against you. Hee hee hee. This Demon Monarch, Lin Fei believed that his background was not small. If he were to be released, it would definitely be quite interesting. Withdraw. Lin Fei used up a strand of annihilation power, and the 4th level of strength also erupted. His huge palm grabbed the platform and forcefully pulled it out. With this pull, The large area let out a loud rumbling sound. The demon monarch was shocked. This fellow can actually use the annihilation power. He's really too monstrous. This platform is a precious treasure. It's extremely heavy. Is he trying to take it away? Boom, boom, boom. The huge platform was really grabbed by Lin Fei. It's too heavy. How can there be such a heavy thing in this world? Lin Fei used all his strength, and the veins on his body bulged. He had pushed his strength to the extreme and barely managed to lift the treasure. Demon Monarch, does this treasure come from your Dark Shadow continent? It's so heavy. Hee. Lin Fei used up another strand of annihilation power. The treasure in his hand moved a lot again. That's right. It's a precious treasure of our Dark Shadow continent. It's an hierarch level treasure. In fact, it's also an annihilation divine weapon. It's probably an upper grade hierarch treasure. The demon monarch said with a look of disdain. It's impressive that you can lift it. Otherwise, how can a mere treasure suppress me? Lin Fei initially felt that the treasure was as heavy as a mountain. That was why he kept an eye on it. The only thing he did not expect was that this thing had such a huge origin. An upper-grade hierarch treasure. It was extraordinary. No wonder I can't lift it. It doesn't make sense. Lin Fei finally understood. I made a wasted trip. Unless my proud, heavenly body reaches the 12th stage, I'll probably be able to lift it. The treasure revealed its true appearance under Lin Fei's full strength. A huge seal the size of a mountain. It was squarish. It was unbelievable. This upper-grade hierarch treasure can only be lifted by an hierarch expert, and it has to be a very powerful one. You have to know that this treasure was the personal treasure of one of the top 10 experts of the Umbra continent back then. That Umbra fellow has been eyeing this thing for more than a day or two. Unfortunately, he can't do anything about it now. The demon lord sneered. Lin Fei gave up. He was happy for nothing. He even wasted 2 strands of annihilation power. Boom! A punch landed on the demon monarch's body. The demon monarch kept vomiting blood. His body almost exploded. Stop talking. You did it on purpose. The demon monarch was speechless. Why didn't you ask me? Why are you blaming me? Lin Fei asked the demon monarch for a while. He did not get any good news, so he brought the demon monarch out. The demon monarch was hiding in the system space. As for the demon monarch himself, he lost consciousness the moment he entered the system space. He had no idea where he was. When Lin Fei came out, there was no one outside. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was not guarding outside. I'll have to trouble you for a while. After I read through the hierarch technique, I can leave. Lin Fei was bold. He had to be wary of the Dark Shadow Palace Master plotting against him. The Dark Shadow Palace Master heard that Lin Fei had come out. It was a little too short. Chapter 3051. After coming out of the Dark Shadow Throne, Lin Fei quickly received the 100,000 kilograms of divine yuan energy sand prepared by the Dark Shadow Palace Master. It was not a large number, but it was enough to make it extremely strenuous. Not doing anything did not mean that he did not have to contribute. After receiving the 100,000 kilograms of divine yuan energy sand, Lin Fei went to read the ultimate god technique that the Dark Shadow Palace Master had given him. Such a precious technique would naturally not be placed in a place like the library. Lin Fei finally realized the difficulty of becoming an ultimate god. It's just as I imagined. It's really difficult to become an ultimate god. Flipping through the ultimate god's techniques, the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace brought over a technique to become an ultimate god through physical cultivation. According to what was written, to become an ultimate god, one must hone their physical body to the extreme to be able to contain the power of vital destruction. This was the most important step. It was just as Lin Fei had guessed. When one's physical body was extremely strong, one could store a terrifying amount of destructive energy in one's body. Look at what it says. Storing less than 10 traces of destructive energy in one's body makes one a first-class ultimate god. It's the weakest ultimate god. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fei realized that condensing 15 traces of destructive energy was really nothing. At most, he would be a first-class ultimate god. although the method to become an ultimate god was not very detailed. It was equivalent to opening a new door for him after reading through all of it. How stingy! Just because Lin Fei could not use it did not mean that others would not fail. He simply let the system copy it silently without triggering the fluctuations left on the technique. You're really leaving? Great Venerable Han Tian was surprised to hear that Lin Fei was leaving. Time was too short. If I don't leave, your palace master won't be able to sit still, so I'd better leave as soon as possible, Lin Fei said in a self-deprecating manner. Great Venerable Han Tian could not persuade him to stay. As he said, Lin Fei's presence in the Dark Shadow Palace was not a good thing for anyone. No one would feel at ease at the thought of violence. Where are you going next? Don't tell me you're going to the Space-Time Temple, Grand Monarch Shaker Heaven asked. If I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble with the Space-Time Temple for the time being. As the strongest of the three top forces, their foundation is beyond your imagination. For example, Lin Fei humbly asked. To be honest, Lin Fei didn't know much about the Temporal Temple. He believed that his master, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, should know a lot about it. For example, the Temporal Temple has at least 10 treasures like the Slaughter God Weapon. They are called the Space-Time God Weapon, and if 10 of them were to attack, not many people would be able to block them, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Also, the time and space grand spell formations have been set up outside the time and space divine palace. Compared to them, our sect is far inferior. Lin Fei listened quietly. He had seen the divine weapon of massacre before. It would not be easy for Lin Fei to kill such peculiar existences with all his might. The time and space grand spell formations? The space-time temple's space and time formations are unparalleled in this world. Anyone can hide the space-time temple in the depths of space. However, with the addition of time formations, the space-time temple will be hidden in space and time. Without a guide, it will be impossible to find it. Grand Monarch Shaker Sky said, It sounds very powerful. If they're not powerful, then they're not the temporal temple. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker laughed. Having witnessed the Dark Shadow Palace Master's prowess, Lin Fei did not dare to take the space-time temple lightly. Especially the killer move that the Dark Shadow Palace Master used at the end was extremely powerful. It was probably a killer move that only godly venerable rank experts could master. Do you have any good suggestions? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was pleased that Lin Fei asked him this. Don't get involved in the vortex between the demon motherland and the three top forces. It's best for you to find a place to cultivate. With your strength, as long as a godly expert doesn't take action, few people can be your match. If you continue to get involved, I don't know what will happen. The waters of the Saint Spirit world are deeper than you think. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker reminded. Deeper than you think? Lin Fei pondered. You're only at the surface level. You attacked the Massacre God Court, but only a sect master came out. Even the Patriarch did not show up. Do you think the Massacre God Court has no experts? Lin Fei quietly pondered. What he said was right. The foundation the Massacre God Court had displayed was indeed a little weak. Only the three Massacre God weapons were a little interesting. The waters of the Saint Spirit world are very deep. You better hide somewhere. It will be good for you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker did not go deeper. If you have nothing else to do, you could go to a place. I believe that place is suitable for you. If you're lucky, you will gain a lot. Lin Fei asked casually, what place? A holy land for body cultivators like us. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker laughed. Sacred Body Mountain. Sacred Body Mountain? Lin Fei had never heard of this name before. I knew you brat wouldn't know about it. That's right. Your cultivation speed is too fast. Any body-tempering body cultivator needs at least 100,000 years to reach 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, and 200,000 years to reach Grand Sovereign Realm. As for top Grand Sovereigns, it's 700,000 to 800,000 years. It's normal that you don't know about the Saint Body Mountain. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker explained. In the Saint Spirit world, there are 10 great sects, and each of them has a holy land. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a thing. If he hadn't heard about it, he wouldn't have known. But now that he heard it, he was shocked. There was a big meaning behind it, Ever since the 10 great sects came into existence, each of them would create a holy land. The masters of these sects would attach importance to the Holy Land because they could obtain a certain amount of resources from the Holy Land. For example, cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and even some supplementary cultivation techniques. As time passed, these sects would form a group with great influence. For example, in the current 10 great sects, each of their holy lands was guarded by masters. They would not allow anyone to blaspheme their holy land. It was like a home. Originally, our conjoined body training sect was already at the bottom of the top 10 sections. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon fall out of the top 10 sects and become a second-rate or even third-rate sect. But now, with your existence, the conjoined body training sect will definitely flourish in your hands. Lin Fei understood the meaning behind Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's words. The Sacred Body Mountain is not only a home for body cultivators, but it also has many good things. As far as I know, the first-generation Holy Lord left behind a set of saintly treasures, as well as a top-grade divine weapon. I'm not bragging. It's even better than your Essence Energy divine weapon because it's enchanted. If you can obtain it, it'll definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Hearing you say that, I'm more and more interested. Chapter 3052. Lin Fei left. Everyone in the Dark Shadow Palace heaved a sigh of relief. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a god of death. Who knew when things would get out of hand? They would definitely be in trouble. Who could stop Lin Fei? 10 of them would die. The Dark Shadow Palace Master personally witnessed Lin Fei leave. He's finally gone. For some reason, the Dark Shadow Palace Master felt that something was wrong. I have to go back and check to see what's wrong. The Dark Shadow Palace Master would never have thought that Lin Fei would bring him huge trouble by taking the Demon Lord away. At that time, he really regretted it. He left the Dark Shadow Palace. In a forest, Lin Fei released the Demon Lord, who had been in the system space. What is this place? When the Demon Lord came out, his mind went blank. During that period of time, he had no impression of Lin Fei at all. His gaze towards Lin Fei became even more fearful. Lin Fei's methods were too heaven-defying. He would never have thought that Lin Fei would carry a system with him, and that there was a space within the system. Of course, it's the Saint Spirit Realm. How is it? Does it feel different? You're free. Lin Fei smiled. The Demon Lord looked around. As expected, this was not the world of the Dark Shadow Throne. He really came to the Saint Spirit Realm. For this day, the Demon Lord had been looking forward to it for a long time. He never thought that he would one day gain freedom in this way. The Demon Lord felt like he was dreaming. He had obtained freedom just like that. You really let me go. The Demon Lord felt like he was in a dream. Of course, because you're a good person. Haven't you heard that good people are rewarded? The Demon Lord opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. You brought me out. Aren't you afraid that I'll recover my strength and bring people to take revenge on you? The Demon Lord stared at Lin Fei. I welcome you at any time, but you have to be prepared to be tortured by me, Lin Fei said casually. The Demon Lord left. Haha, I'm finally out. Only after flying far away did the Demon Lord feel that he was not dreaming. He had escaped from that damnable place and regained his freedom. Lin Fei, if you let me out, I won't kill you, but I'll suppress you for 10,000 years. The things on this Devil Monarch aren't that easy to plunder. With a hint of ruthlessness, the Demon Lord flew off in a certain direction. Lin Fei did not mind letting the Demon Lord go. It was purely to cause trouble for Mo Zugua and the Shadow Palace Lord. Since he dared to spread the news and attract the formidable martial artist from the Saint Spirit domain to deal with him, he would have to pay a certain price. He believed that the Demon Lord's background was not ordinary and was closely related to the Demon Nation. Now that the Demon Lord had regained his freedom, he would assuredly scramble for power. Lord Devil 33, are you ready? And your ancestor? Upon hearing Grand Monarch Shaker Heaven's words, Lin Fei temporarily gave up on the idea of going to the Space-Time Temple. The foundation of the Temporal Temple was much stronger than that of the Dark Shadow Palace. If he were to go there rashly, there was no guarantee that he would not fall into a trap. especially since he had gone to the Massacre God Palace and the Dark Shadow Palace. There might be many formidable martial artists there. The Temporal Temple specialized in the time and space sects, and there were many formidable martial artists there. Lin Fei might not be able to gain any advantage if he went there. After all, the time and space sects were the most difficult to deal with. Lin Fei had experienced it himself. Space attacks were still manageable, but time attacks were not easy to deal with. If a top-notch great sovereign attacked, it would be rather difficult to deal with. Lin Fei would not foolishly go to the Temporal Temple directly. This time, he planned to go to the Saint Spirit Domain's sacred ground to take a look. He was very interested in that set of Sacred Heaven equipment. If he had the chance to get his hands on it, he would not mind giving it a try. Half a month later, Lin Fei passed through a black swamp. This swamp was huge. After passing through this swamp, he would arrive at the sacred ground of the Saint Body sect. The Saint Body Mountain. He's here. Damn, he can really run. Everyone thought that he would go to the Temporal Temple, but he ended up coming to this swamp. It looks like he's going to the Saint Body Mountain. In the void, several figures hid themselves. Get ready to attack. Don't give him a chance to attack. Blast him to death. Lin Fei was in a good mood along the way. All of a sudden, a shaky energy wave swept over and swept past his body. Not good, the power of time. Lin Fei's flying speed slowed down. 70% to 60%, 30% to 20%. His entire body was immobilized. Boom, boom, boom. The familiar power of destruction swept over. The area where Lin Fei was covered by the power of destruction. A huge black hole appeared. We used a total of 15 destruction spheres. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. The heavily injured Lin Fei is definitely not our match. Who asked him to bring so many treasures with him? In the void, more than a dozen peak-level Great Venerables were paying attention to the movements in the swamp. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they had used 15 primary annihilation spheres and one time stop. They wanted to catch Lin Fei off guard. Under such an ambush, even a body transformation cultivator would not be able to withstand the impact of the primary annihilation spheres. Who asked Lin Fei to have such tempting treasures? 2 essence energy divine weapons, especially one of which belonged to the Illusion School. The other party had announced that whoever brought this treasure to the Illusion School's Illusion Moon Island would be greatly rewarded. Illusion Moon Island was the core of the Illusion School. It was rumored that the Illusion School was likely to become the 10th school, replacing the Physique Cultivation School. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds tore through the air. What's that sound? The dozen or so Great Venerables used their treasures to cover their tracks. Following the 3 sounds, their treasures were heavily damaged. After 3 consecutive sounds, the treasure's effects were torn apart, revealing the figures of the dozen or so Great Venerables. Run. That's a slaughter divine weapon. To hell with it. How can he control it? Hurry up and run. When one of the Great Venerables recognized the 3 shadows, he was scared out of his wits, and his pupils shrank. The dozen or so Great Venerables immediately ran away in fear. It was too terrifying. Lin Fei had actually subdued 3 slaughter divine weapons without anyone noticing. His strength completely surpassed that of a Great Venerables, and he could withstand the attacks of a hierarch expert. Ambushing me, you guys have guts. Lin Fei's mouth was slightly bloodied. The dozen destruction spheres were quite powerful, and he was slightly injured. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Along the way, Lin Fei deliberately concealed his tracks, but he did not expect to be ambushed. Facing the 3 slaughter divine weapons, the dozen or so Great Venerables were no match. They were killed within 10 moves. No one could withstand the slaughter divine weapons, and it was completely one-sided. Unfortunately, they only have the strength of a Great Venerables. Chapter 3053. After dealing with the little troublemaker, Lin Fei continued on his way. As for who had ambushed him, he had no interest in finding out. This matter wouldn't be as simple as this one. With the title of the strongest person below the hierarch realm, there would definitely be countless people who wanted to deal with him. It was just a bunch of unlucky bastards. After forcefully collecting the divine slaughter weapon at the entrance of the divine massacre hall, Lin Fei had the little devil decipher the traces left behind by him, adding 3 more top experts. Passing through a boundless swamp, they had arrived at the Saint Body Mountain. A huge mountain, like a pyramid, pierced the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. On this mountain, a large number of buildings stood erect. Every building was majestic, stretching all the way to the top of the mountain. With the Saint Body Mountain as the center, a large city stretched out into the distance. Other than that, there were 18 stone pillars that stood out from the rest. From afar, Lin Fei felt a terrifying aura. Another terrifying grand formation with destruction energy as its foundation. As expected of the holy land of the physique cultivation sections. Just this grand formation alone can stop 99% of the experts. Lin Fei was in no hurry to enter the city. In the sky above him, more and more physique cultivation sex experts appeared. Sacred heaven equipment, here I come. When Lin Fei arrived at the city's entrance, he prepared to enter. Normally, one wouldn't see many physique cultivation sex experts in the Saint Spirit world. But here, all the people lining up were physique cultivation sex experts. Most of them were 5th order to 6th order heavenly god realm, each exuding a powerful aura. A 7th order heavenly god realm's physique stood out like a crane among chickens. Make way, everyone make way. Lin Fei also joined the queue. Since the city's grand formation was open, he had no intention of sneaking in quietly. Hurry up and make way. Young Master Fan is back from hunting. Don't make way, you're courting death. A moment later, on the official road in the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a group of people charged over on their mounts. They were led by a black-robed youth. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and his eyebrows were sharp like blades. He was a man of great strength. Leading a group of black-armored subordinates, he roared as he charged into the city. Young Master Fan? A newcomer asked curiously. An older heavenly god explained, You must be new here, right? You don't even know young Master Fan? He's a top genius of the Sacred Body Mountain's Grand Elder's bloodline. At such a young age, he's already a 9th order heavenly god realm cultivator. Rumor has it that the Grand Elder's bloodline will be qualified to rule the Sacred Body Mountain. Do you think we should give way? Lin Fei listened quietly. That old celestial god powerhouse said a lot of things. No one knew if he was showing off or trying to do something. The surrounding people listened with great interest. The Sacred Body Mountain has too many tricks up its sleeves. The internal strife is quite intense. Lin Fei paid the entrance fee and walked into Holy Body City. As soon as he entered the city, he felt a special force crushing down on him. This force did not come from the formation, but from the Sacred Body Mountain. I was wrong. That mountain is actually a treasure. It's even more advanced than my sky, splitter rod, and illusory world. If I were to use all of them, not many would be able to withstand it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Inside this big city, with the Sacred Body Mountain support, even a hierarch realm master wouldn't be able to gain any advantage here. Being able to survive for so long, it really has something special about it. Lin Fei pondered as he walked. Finding an inn to stay in, Huang Xiaolong spent some more crystal stones and easily obtained some important news about the Sacred Body Mountain. From start to finish, it only took him 3 days. The Sacred Body Mountain is going to choose a new Holy Lord. Lin Fei received an important piece of news. The Sacred Body Mountain was going to choose a new Holy Lord to lead the physique cultivation school to glory. This was an internal struggle. The 10 great elders of the Sacred Body Mountain were competing against each other. The 10 great elders had existed since the Sacred Body Mountain was established. There were 10 families in total, and each family had an elder position. As time passed, it became a competition between the 10 great elders. Since the previous Holy Lord passed away 200,000 years ago, a new Holy Lord had not been chosen. No one was willing to accept who would become the next Holy Lord. That was because every Holy Lord had an obvious symbol, which was that they had the sacred heaven set and an elemental energy divine weapon to enhance their strength. Without those two things, no one could sit on the Holy Lord's position. This time, the new Holy Lord was chosen because of the appearance of the sacred heaven set and the divine weapon. The 10 great elders could not sit still. Everyone wanted to sit on the Holy Lord's position and control the huge force that was the sacred body mountain. The reason why the first elder's line was ranked at the top was because the Holy Lord belonged to their line 200,000 years ago. At the same time, they also received the most resources. Their line had great influence. In this reselection, everyone was optimistic about the first elder's line. Those who could compete with him were the second elder and the third elder's line. As for the rest, they were the crown prince's study companions. They were purely there to watch the fun. After hearing this news, Lin Fei finally understood why great venerable Han Tian had asked him to come. I'm not interested in the Holy Lord's position, but I'm very interested in the sacred heaven set and the divine weapon. Lin Fei was not very satisfied with the sky splitter rod. It would be best if he could change it. The thought of a divine weapon with special attributes made him drool. He found a token that Great Venerable Han Tian had given him. Great Venerable Han Tian had told him to look for someone after arriving at the Sacred Body Mountain. That person might be able to help. Sacred Body City, the 10th Elder, the Xie family. As a last-ranked family, the Xie family's influence in the Sacred Body Mountain was getting weaker with each generation. In this generation, the Xie family's influence had weakened to a very low level. Even so, the position of the 10th elder of the Xie family would soon change hands if nothing unexpected happened. The Xie family was anxious and uneasy. Until now, they could not find any way to solve this problem. Since 150,000 years ago, when the head of the Xie family went out to explore the secret realm, he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Since then, the Xie family's influence had been declining. This was something that could not be helped. In the Sacred Body Mountain, everything depended on one's strength. The Xie family had nothing to say. But now, the position of the 10th elder was becoming unstable. The Xie family had no choice but to be anxious. Without the position of the 10th elder, the Xie family would soon fall from a first-rate family to a second-rate family, or even a third-rate family. This was something that they could not accept. Ed, someone is outside and wants to see you. Xie Dujuan was not in the mood to see that person. No, but that person said that if the head sees this, you will definitely see him. The Xie family's guard took out an item. It was a black statue. Xie Dujuan glanced at it casually. His whole body was attracted by the black statue. He stood up immediately with a trace of excitement on his face. Chapter 3054. Holy Body City, Xie Family. Lin Fei, dressed in black, stood in front of the Xie family's door. "Senior, please come in." Someone came out to greet him. Lin Fei nodded slightly and walked into the Holy Body Mountain, the Xie family, one of the 10 great elders. Almost every disciple of the Xie family was anxious and uneasy. Being one of the 10 great elders gave them the confidence to be above everyone else. In the meeting hall of the Xie family, Bloody Battle Army had been waiting, holding the statue in his hand. He was sure that it was the real thing. Only he knew the meaning of this thing. The appearance of this statue stirred a bit of emotion in his heart. "Family head, someone is here." The guards brought someone in. Bloody Battle Army saw a young man come in. This is the person sent by Great Venerable Han Tian. He seems too young. This was his first thought, and he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Great Venerable Han Tian's words were left in the statue. The person who came today would be of great help to him. After seeing the person in person, he didn't feel any particularly strong aura. This was completely an ordinary person. "You brought this here." Bloody Battle Army opened the statue in his hand. "Who is Great Venerable Han Tian to you?" Lin Fei smiled. "I'm quite interested in this. You know, this concerns how I will deal with you." Blood Battle Army laughed. "You talk big. If you want to know, it's fine. Grand Monarch Shaker Heaven is my senior brother. Back in the day, we learned martial arts together. Later, he went to the Dark Shadow Palace and became one of the higher-ups, while I inherited the status of an elder of the clan. Bloody Battle Army didn't care that the young man didn't know how to speak. After all, this was someone sent by his senior brother. No matter how many years had passed, his senior brother was still his senior brother. This would never change. All these years, if it wasn't for his senior brother's secret help, the Xie family would have been eliminated long ago. I knew that the relationship between you and Great Venerable Han Tian wasn't that simple. It turns out that you were my senior brother. Lin Fei had already guessed that their relationship was not simple. Young man, now that you've revealed your identity, I'm rather curious as to how you can help our Xie clan. The Blood Battle Army knew that this person was sent by their senior apprentice brother, but they didn't know his identity. According to their senior apprentice brother's words, as long as this person was willing to act, nothing would be a problem. Lin Fei came to a chair and sat down. My name is Lin Fei. Is that okay? Lin Fei. The Bloody Battle Army was stunned. What can name do? But in the next second, the eyes of the Bloody Battle Army widened. This name was too familiar. You're Lin Fei, the Lin Fei who single-handedly killed the massacring God Court's upper echelon and a massacre sect master. Blood Battle Army exclaimed. Lin Fei chuckled. I don't think anyone would dare to use my name. Blood Battle Army slapped his forehead and came to a realization. Why didn't I think of this? Senior Lin Fei, I really didn't expect you to come in person. He was secretly glad that he didn't offend Lin Fei. Now, everyone knew that Lin Fei was a top-notch person in the physique tempering sect. He could even withstand 3 massacre divine weapons. There were even rumors that his physical body was infinitely close to that of an ultimate god's. This was a godly person in the physique tempering sect. He would trample on anyone he saw. Although Lin Fei was a junior, he was a top-notch person in the physique tempering sect. Blood Battle Army didn't dare to look down on this person. He also quietly changed the way he addressed him. He was no longer a young man. If he didn't meet him at the beginning, he would really have missed a great opportunity. Although Lin Fei had caused a lot of trouble in the Saint Spirit domain, he was a top-notch person that everyone looked up to in the Sacred Body Mountain. He was like an idol. He could still live so carefreely in the face of 3 top-notch forces. Most importantly, he had only cultivated for a few 100,000 years. This was definitely a monstrous cultivation speed. The younger generation of the Xie family also saw Lin Fei as their idol. Senior apprentice brother was too awesome this time. Blood Battle Army was really overjoyed. Lin Fei knew what he had done. I've also said that I'm very interested in that set of Sacred Heaven equipment. In addition to that divine weapon, I'll help you solve the Xie family's problem. Thank you, Senior Lin Fei, for being willing to help. As long as the Xie family can stabilize their elder position, it'll be fine. Blood Battle Army was very clear about the Xie family's capabilities. An overly high position was not suitable. As long as there was an elder position, the Xie family would not fall. Arrange a place for me to stay. Lin Fei stood up. Oh yes, tell me about the Sacred Heaven equipment and the rules this time. Blood Battle Army nodded. No problem, I'll arrange it for you immediately. With such a big shot around, Blood Battle Army wanted to see how the other 9 great families would compete with this big shot for the position of Holy Leader. Who in the current generation had the ability to have a body that was infinitely close to the ultimate god level? Even among the older generations, only a few could do it. Blood Battle Army himself was one of them. Family head, bad news, they've barged in. Just as Blood Battle Army was about to arrange for Lin Fei, a guard rushed in. What are you panicking about? Blood Battle Army's face darkened. Family head, the Yun family is here. We can't stop them and will be here soon. The guard panicked. Their words are very unpleasant. They want the Xie family to give up the position of elder. Blood Battle Army's face darkened. The Yun family is too arrogant. He turned to Lin Fei and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh. The Yun family has been improving their strength and influence recently. At the same time, they maintain a very close relationship with the Great Elder. The Great Elder also hopes that they can become one of the 10 great families and replace the Xie family. They're here. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Family head Xie, we came uninvited. Please don't be angry. Lin Fei had just finished speaking. A group of people came in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged divine realm expert. He strode in, followed by more than 10 people. All of them were emitting a strong aura. So it's young Master Yin. Don't you know that barging into someone else's house is a very bad thing? Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and take all of you down? Blood Battle Army said calmly. The person who came was the young Master Yun of the Yun family, Yin Wuzhing. Family head Xia. If you knew how to take action, it wouldn't be today. Yin Wuzhing said arrogantly. I'm here today to tell the family head that the Yun family wants the position of elder. The Xia family better give up on it, lest we hurt our relationship. Before this, Blood Battle Army was still afraid of the relationship between the Yun family and the Great Elder. However, everything changed after the appearance of Lin Fei. He was full of confidence in Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a top-notch physical cultivator. The Yun family is really arrogant. Men, take down this young Master Yin. Let him know that the Xie family is not a place where he can act presumptuously. Blood Battle Army shouted. Chapter 30:55. An elegant young man walked over from the back. Yin Wuzhing and the rest immediately made way for him. It was a young man in green robes. He brought along 2 followers with him as he walked towards the crowd. Third young Master Fan. The Great Elder was from the Fan clan. Blood Battle Army's expression changed. What do you mean by this? Although Third Young Master Fan was not as powerful as the famous First Young Master Fan, he was still a direct descendant and had a high status in the Fan clan. Third Young Master Fan waved his fan. Clan head Xia, you're asking the obvious. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. Giving up the position of elder is good for you and for everyone. Clan head should know the current situation of the Xie family. This time, Third Young Master Fan was here to support the Xie clan. The Xie clan had fallen behind, occupying a position and not letting it go. Furthermore, they did not support the Great Elder's faction. If they did not deal with you, who else could they deal with? Blood Battle Army was furious. They were still part of the Xie clan and one of the 10 Great Elders. If it was in the past, Blood Battle Army would not dare to do anything. The influence of the Great Elder was not something the Xie clan could afford to offend. However, it was different now. Third Young Master Fan saw that Blood Battle Army did not speak and knew that he had made the right decision to come. The Xie clan was already in the past. Clan head Xie, if your Xie clan hands over the position of elder, I can guarantee that your Xie clan will be safe for the next 5,000 years. You should know that your Xie clan will not be able to hold on to your position this time. Once you are chased out, the Xie clan will not have a good time in the future. Third Young Master Fan continued. If the Xie clan's old ancestor was still around, Third Young Master Fan would definitely not dare to come. Physical cultivators usually had a bad temper and were good at using force. However, things were different now. Third Young Master Fan believed that Blood Battle Army would definitely agree. 5,000 years of peace was a huge temptation. Those elder clans that had retired were all in decline. 5,000 years of buffer time would be of some use to them. Third Young Master Fan really knows how to talk. Blood Battle Army shook his head. Unfortunately, I will not agree to it. The position of elder is not something that you can make me give up with just one sentence. Even if the Great Elder is here, it will still be the same. You can bring your men and scram now. Don't force me to make a move. After all, I am an elder here. You really want to offend our Fan clan. Third Young Master Fan was displeased. It seemed like he had wasted his words. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? Scram. Blood Battle Army didn't want to say anything else. Third Young Master Fan coldly snorted. Patriarch Xia, you have guts to reject our Fan clan's good intentions. In that case, you can forget about your position as an elder. Young Master Yin, let's go. Blood Battle Army suddenly pointed at Yin Wuzhing. Third Young Master Fan, you can leave now. However, this young Master Yin has insulted our Xie clan. Slap yourself 100 times, or don't even think about leaving this place. The Xie clan is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Third Young Master, he's going too far. Yin Wuzhing was unhappy. He was Third Young Master Fan's man. How could an elder of the Shui clan, who was about to be kicked out of power, dare to make things difficult for him? There must be something wrong with his brain. Third young master Fan's face darkened. Family head Xia, you're not giving me any face. Wuxia is my man. You're making me very unhappy. 100 slaps, it's that simple. Third young master Fan didn't know where the Blood Battle Army got their confidence from. Were they planning to clash head-on with him? This was completely different from the news he got from the Xia clan. How dare you? The Blood Battle Army suddenly released his aura and grabbed Yun Wuxia. There's nothing to be afraid of. The Xia clan is not a place for the Yun clan to act so presumptuously. Third young master Fan did not expect that a family head from the Blood Battle Army would actually dare to make a move. In terms of strength, he was completely no match for the Blood Battle Army. He could only watch helplessly as Yun Buzheng was captured and whipped 100 times. The last time, Yun Buzheng's body exploded, but he was not killed. Third young master Fan, you can leave now. Family head Xia, you'll regret what you've done today. Third young master Fan turned around and left. His heart was filled with hatred for the Blood Battle Army. After third young master Fan left, young master Yun and the rest followed suit. This Fan clan is really arrogant. After they left, Lin Fei said with a smile. The Blood Battle Army smiled bitterly. They're indeed arrogant. The Great Elder is from the Fan clan. They have many experts, and they even left behind a Saint Body divine weapon. If it wasn't for the 10 Great Elders, the Saint Body Mountain would have long belonged to the Fan clan. They also have a treasure like the Massacre divine weapon. It was obtained by the previous Saint Lord. The Fan clan's strength grew during those years. Now, the only ones who can fight against the Great Elder are the Second Elder and Third Elder. As for the rest of the clans, they are useless. Lin Fei patted the Blood Battle Army's shoulder. With me around, you don't have to worry. The Fan clan won't be able to withstand a single blow. Even if they had a Saint Body divine weapon, Lin Fei didn't care. As long as the strongest experts of the Saint Body Mountain didn't make a move, there was nothing for him to worry about. Lin Fei believed that since they didn't make a move before, they wouldn't make a move now. They were all people with principles. After third young master Fan left the Xie clan, his face turned sinister. Blood Battle Army, you old thing actually dare to not give me any face, and even dare to hit my people. You are too much. When third young master Fan came, he was very confident. Third young master, you must avenge me. It doesn't matter if he hit me, but he clearly didn't put you in his eyes. Yun Wuxia said angrily. You must teach him a lesson. What kind of joke is this? Originally, this young master didn't intend to make a move. Since Blood Battle Army didn't give me face, then let's give him a gift. Third young master Fan laughed sinisterly. Lin Fei stayed in the Xie clan. Blood Battle Army arranged the best place for Lin Fei to stay. All of this was done in secret. No one knew that Lin Fei had come to the Saint Body Mountain. Senior Lin Fei, these are the things you wanted. Including the most recent ones, they are all here. The Blood Battle Army personally delivered the relevant information. Lin Fei sent the Blood Battle Army away and began to read through the information in his hands. The Saint Body Mountain was not as simple as it seemed. The Saint Body Mountain was no less than a tiger's den. He went through the information very quickly. The history of the Saint Body Mountain was also described in detail. Lin Fei quickly had a general understanding of it. There was also information about the Sacred Heavens set, divine weapon, and other things. It was an eye-opener. The reason the physique cultivation sects could achieve so much in the past was probably because of this set of equipment. Since the physique cultivation sects have set equipment, what about the other sects? Lin Fei could not help but fall into deep thought. According to the information, the set equipment was very powerful and could increase one's strength. It could even be on par with a hierarch expert. That was why the 10 major sects were so influential. The physique cultivation sects were already so powerful, let alone the other sects. Chapter 3056. On the 5th day of his stay in the Xie family, Lin Fei discovered something interesting. The family leader of the Blood Battle Army had been forced to abdicate by a few collateral elders. They wanted him to give up his position as an elder in exchange for the safety of the Blood Clan in the future. The collateral elders of the Xie family wanted the safety of the Blood Battle Army. They wanted the Blood Battle Army to give up their position as an elder and not offend the Fan family. They joined forces with most of the Xie family. The Blood Battle Army was furious. Most of the elders no longer supported him. They did not want to offend the Fan family and the Yun family, which could become one of the 10 great elders in the future. The Blood Battle Army did not spread the news that Lin Fei was staying in the Xie family. They did not want to be exposed so that they would have time to prepare. Lin Fei was very famous in the Saint Spirit domain. He was even known as the #1 person below the ultimate god. However, no one was willing to accept this title, especially those who had been famous for a long time. If they found out now, they would be in big trouble. The Blood Battle Army did not want to be targeted, especially at a time like this. How much did you get in return? The Blood Battle Army was very angry. It was obvious that these people had been persuaded by outsiders, such as the Fan family. Family head, we just don't want to offend the Fan family. After all, we still have to live in the Saint Body Mountain. We do not want to be stranded outside. Family head, we can't hold on any longer. Why should we offend the Fan family? Give up your position as an elder. We, the CF family, give up. These CF family elders were all very tough. The Blood Battle Army was very disappointed. This was the CF family. Even some of the direct descendants had joined in. Good, you got guts. As long as the Xie clan is in my hands, it's not up to you to decide. Men, take them all down. The Bloody Battle Army had known for a long time that the Xie clan wasn't very united. At that time, they did not care. But now the Blood Battle Army realized. The Blood Battle Army used violence to suppress these elders. Many disciples and elders were killed, but this greatly affected the Xie family's strength. Senior Lin Fei, I've made a fool of myself. I didn't expect the Fan family to be so powerful to be able to rope in so many people. After suppressing these people, the exhausted Blood Battle Army arrived at Lin Fei's residence. They really know how to make use of people's hearts. Actually, you can announce my existence. Maybe they won't think that way. Lin Fei laughed. That's their fate. The Blood Battle Army had never regretted it. Without them, the Xie clan will be even more united. From now on, we really have to rely on Senior Lin Fei. As long as Senior Lin Fei was there, the Bloody Battle Army had nothing to worry about. The Xie clan was still an elder of the Sacred Body Mountain. I've received news that experts from many sects have come to compete for the Holy Lord position, including those from the Space-Time sect, the Illusory Realm sect, the Destruction sect, and many others. It looks like they're here to celebrate the Holy Heavens set. Blood Battle Army's face was solemn. It can't be. They have the guts to come and snatch it. There were a few tyrannical auras on the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that whoever made a move would be unlucky. They've all colluded with the big clans. For example, the Great Elder, the Fan family, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. All of them have the support of sections. Regarding this, the old ancestor of the Sacred Body Mountain didn't stop them. Interesting. This is really interesting. Lin Fei laughed. It's only interesting when there are more people. If it's too easy, it'll be really boring. Space-Time sect, it should be the people from the Temporal Temple. And the Illusory Realm sect, hee. The Blood Battle Army shivered. Why do these words sound so creepy? Third Young Master, that Blood Battle Army is really tough. They actually suppress them directly. Now, the Xie clan's internal strength has been greatly damaged. It's even more impossible for them to stabilize their elder position. Yin Wujing reported, the Xie clan is finished. Third Young Master Fan said proudly, this is the consequence of not giving me any face. Third Young Master is indeed powerful. The Blood Battle Army is courting death. Without the elder position, the Xie clan is just a piece of fat meat. Yin Wujing laughed. The Xie clan is nothing to worry about. Your Yin clan can wait to take over. Thank you, Third Young Master. After Yin Wujing left, Third Young Master Fan came to the study room and said to the people inside, Father, the Blood Battle Army has suppressed the internal forces. There's no chance for them to compete for the elder position. Third Young Master, you've done well. Father, this is what I should do. Third young Master Fan might be arrogant outside, but in front of his father, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "All right, father, I'm quite curious. Since when did the Blood Battle Army become so iron-blooded? I feel that there's a problem with them suppressing the internal forces." "Don't worry. This is the Xie clan's final struggle. There's no threat. Instead, it's the second elder and third elder who invited reinforcements. We should pay attention to them. How can the second elder and third elder be a match for father?" Third young Master Fan did not care about this at all. This time, the Fan clan would definitely become the sacred leader and rule over the sacred body mountain. No one would be able to stop them. Even if the second elder and third elder joined hands, it would be useless. Tell them about the Yun clan's elder position. As long as they follow our Fan clan, they will definitely receive benefits. I'll pass on a message to them. On the sacred body mountain, the day of the reselection of the sacred leader was finally released. It would be 3 years later. This was the news that came from the sacred body mountain. Regarding this news, the great elder Fan clan, the second elder, and the third elder clans were the most excited. They were the 3 clans with the highest chance of winning this time. Other than these 3 clans, the other elders had no hope of becoming the future sacred leader. In these 3 years, these 3 clans were the most popular. The reselection of the sacred leader was very meaningful. Only the sacred leader would be qualified to obtain the sacred heaven set and divine weapon left behind by the previous sacred leader. Their strength would increase greatly, and they would be able to command the sacred body mountain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their authority was monstrous. As for who the sacred leader would be, everyone was looking forward to it. As for the other 7 elders' clans, no one paid much attention to them. After all, they were just there to accompany the sacred leader. The day of the reselection of the sacred leader approached. The sacred body mountain was very lively. Almost all the clans that were on good terms with the physique cultivation sects had come. The reselection of the sacred leader was a big matter. With a sacred leader leading the physique cultivation sect, its significance was completely different. As the great elder's bloodline, the Fan clan had recruited many experts in the past 3 years. Their overall strength had increased extremely quickly. After all, they were the clan with the highest chance of becoming the sacred leader. Almost every day, the Fan clan's entrance would be visited by people of high status. These people all had high hopes of becoming the sacred leader. Chapter 30:57. Dong, 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 dong. A loud sound rang out from the sacred body mountain, one after another. It rang out a total of 9 times. Everyone looked at the tall and majestic sacred body mountain. That was the most sacred place of the body tempering sections. It's finally time to select a new sacred leader. I wonder which family will take over. It must be the Fan family of the first elder, maybe the second elder's Bai family. The third elder's Chun family is also disappointing. All 3 of them have had sacred leaders before. No one can guarantee who will take over. All the body tempering experts of the Saint Spirit domain gathered at the foot of the sacred body mountain. The test of the sacred body mountain has begun. A path appeared on the sacred body mountain without any warning. It stretched all the way to the foot of the mountain, and it was the most eye-catching at this moment. This is the sacred leader path. Rumor has it that to become a sacred leader, one has to go through the sacred leader path. All the previous sacred leaders had to go through this path. I didn't expect to see the sacred leader path appear in my lifetime. The body tempering experts cheered. Their eyes were full of admiration. The end of the sacred leader path was connected to the highest level of the sacred body mountain. That level had been closed ever since the sacred leader left. An old man stood on the highest level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of body tempering experts knelt down. Patriarch, I finally see the Patriarch. All hail the Patriarch. As soon as the Patriarch of the sacred body mountain appeared, everyone could feel a strong sense of oppression, even from afar. The sacred leader path has opened. Any body tempering expert who has lived for 1,000,000 years can ascend the sacred leader path and become the sacred leader of the sacred body mountain. The patriarch's voice rang out like a bell. Everyone was excited. Normally, if nothing happened to the sacred leader, it was rare for a new sacred leader to be selected. However, every time it happened, it was a major event. The position of a sacred leader was tempting to countless people. The ranking of the elders would be delayed for the time being. For a major event, like the selection of the sacred leader, the ranking of the elders was not important anymore. The sacred leader path, a body-tempering expert within 1,000,000 years, Lin Fei looked at the sacred leader Dao in the sky and smiled. From the information sent over by the Bloodbath army, Lin Fan knew of the existence of the Holy Lord Dao. It was something created by the Sage Body Mountain. On the surface, it seemed that way, but in reality, once one reached the Holy Lord Dao, they would know how terrifying it was. Senior Lin Fei, this is the Sacred Lord Avenue. In a moment, people from all the great clans will go up. The first person to reach the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain will be the new Sacred Lord. The Bloody Battle Army was getting more and more fanatical. Aren't you afraid of outsiders impersonating you? It's impossible to impersonate on the Saint Lord Grand Dao. Anyone who doesn't walk the body-tempering path will be killed the moment they enter the Saint Lord Grand Dao. There has never been a mistake. The patriarchs on the Saint Body Mountain won't allow it. Let's go. At the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, at the entrance of Sacred Lord Avenue, a large number of body refinement school experts were gathered here. Although many people did not have the ability to fight for it, going up to experience it was also a form of training. No one knew when such an opportunity would appear again. It was good to experience it once. This was the thought of most people. The Great Elder's bloodline is here. The Fan family's bloodline was the first to arrive at the entrance of Sacred Lord Avenue. The Great Elder will definitely be able to enter the Saint Body Mountain this time. I heard that the Great Elder went there last time and has experience. If the Great Elder can't do it, who can? He is a peak body refinement school expert who has cultivated for more than 600,000 years. The Fan family's Great Elder looked at Sacred Lord Avenue. 570,000 years. Sacred Lord Avenue has opened once again. The Fan family's Great Elder sighed. Father, you can definitely do it this time. The Bai family and Qin family are no match for you. You have cultivated your body-tempering cultivation method to the highest level. Several of his sons beside him said. The Fan family's Great Elder shifted his gaze and saw the Bai family and Chun family's people appearing. The two leading elders had auras comparable to the Fan family's Great Elder. They had also cultivated their cultivation methods to the highest level and had the ability to compete with each other. Elder Bai, must you compete with me for the position of Sacred Lord? The Fan family's Great Elder's eyes flashed coldly. You should know that if you lose, your Bai family will have a hard time in the future. The authority of the Great Elder and the Sacred Lord was completely different. In the Saint Body Mountain without a Sacred Lord, the Great Elder's authority was great, but it was not so great that he could suppress the other elders. However, it was different for the Sacred Lord. Even the other elders had to obey the Sacred Lord's orders. Great Elder, at this point, you are not the only one who can become the Sacred Lord. The second elder of the Bai family said lightly, his tone filled with hostility. That's right, Great Elder. Everyone has the qualifications to become the Sacred Lord. It can be you, it can also be us. The Chun family's third elder also came over. All these years, the second elder and third elder had been in an alliance. Their relationship had always been like fire and water, and neither side could suppress the other. This time, the opportunity had come, a real opportunity. At this juncture, the three major families would not retreat. I have given you the opportunity, but you will regret it later. The Fan family's Great Elder snorted coldly. We will wait. The Bai family and Chun family also threw caution to the wind. Do you see that? That is the Fan family's Great Elder, and over there are the Bai family's second elder and Chun family's third elder. They have all cultivated their physique tempering techniques to the peak. The Bloody Battle Army did not bring many people with them. As soon as they arrived, they whispered, Their physical bodies are indeed strong, and they live up to their reputation. The top-notch cultivation techniques from the Saint Body Mountain are not simple. It only took a glance for Lin Fei to see through them. Compared to Proud Heaven, they were far, far weaker. In fact, he could easily defeat them in every aspect. Even if they had techniques to increase their power, they still wouldn't be able to compete with him. Senior Lin Fei, you can't kill on the Holy Leader Dao. If you do, the Patriarch of the Sacred Body Mountain will personally come to suppress you. Bloody Battle Army reminded Lin Fei. The person beside him was someone who killed people like flies. Don't worry, I will not kill them. Lin Fei did not say another sentence. They will definitely be severely injured. Dong dong dong. Another 9 sounds rang out from the Saint Body Mountain. Each sound was louder than the last. All the physique tempering experts suddenly surged with fighting spirit. The last sound rang out, and more than a dozen figures rushed up the Sacred Lord Dao. Everyone charge. Sacred Lord Dao, here I come. The Sacred Lord Dao was very wide. However, when everyone stepped onto the Sacred Lord Dao, the first test came. A huge gravitational force pressed down, and one physique tempering expert after another was pressed down on the Dao, unable to move. Large groups of physique tempering experts were pressed down. This first wave of gravitational force was nothing. Those with strong physical bodies could almost withstand it. The highest level of the Saint Body Mountain, 3 white-haired old men appeared. Each of them looked old, but each of them was very terrifying. Chapter 3058. The 3 strongest ancestral patriarchs of the Sacred Body Mountain. The reason why the physique tempering sect was able to stand strong for so long had a lot to do with their presence. They did not have the aura of an ultimate god, but no one doubted that they could unleash the battle prowess of an ultimate god, especially with the support of the Sacred Body Mountain. Even a real ultimate god would be useless against them. Third brother, I think that person from the Fan family has a good chance. The one who had spoken earlier was the 3rd elder, a sworn brother of the opposite sex. He was respectfully addressed as the 3rd elder. Fan family? There is indeed a chance. The 3rd old ancestor quite liked to listen to the 2nd old ancestor's words. He came here once in the past. Now that he is here again, there is no need to worry about his strength. The Bai family and the Chun family actually have a chance. The 2nd ancestor said, Big brother, what do you think? It's hard to say if we're body tempering experts. Although there are a lot of body tempering techniques on the Saint Body Mountain, the world is very big. Who knows if experts will appear? I heard that there's a powerful body tempering expert in our Saint Spirit domain. He's called Lin Fei or something. The boss looked ordinary, no different from an ordinary person. Lin Fei? I think I've heard of it before. Divinity Umbra said it himself. The number 1 person below the Divinity Umbra. The Umbra Palace Master is really cunning. I guess that kid doesn't know the meaning of those words. They had all heard of this person, but they did not pay much attention to him. They only believed what they saw with their own eyes. The kid from the Fan family is the first one. With these words, the 3rd ancestor's attention was once again focused on the Holy Lord Avenue. On Holy Lord Avenue, at the very front was the great elder of the Fan clan, and behind him were several experts of the Fan clan. They formed a barrier to prevent the people below from catching up. This was also a strategy. It wouldn't do to be all brawn and no brains. The Divine Lord Great Path could be considered a double test. Behind them were the 2nd elder of the Bai clan and the 3rd elder of the Chun clan. Behind them were a group of experts who could keep up with them. This was also the foundation of the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder. The Sacred Body Mountain's gravitational force continued to increase. Everyone's speed kept slowing down. Those who couldn't keep up were eliminated, and Holy Master Avenue automatically teleported out. The other elders, on the other hand, couldn't do it. There was a long distance between them. Bai family, Chun family, you're going to lose this time. Fan Clan's Grand Elder charged forward. Once the distance was up, his chances of winning were higher than anyone else's. The test of the Sacred Lord Great Dao was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was gravity, which tested the strength of one's body. If one couldn't even withstand gravity, How could they enter the next stage? The second stage was to fight against the sacred leader's special divine weapon. Only by breaking through their blockade could he enter the third stage. At this stage, they needed to cooperate. If they cooperated well, they would have a higher chance of passing. Otherwise, they would be easily eliminated. The last stage was to block the 3 attacks left behind by the previous Holy Lord. It sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. The Fan clan has entered the divine weapon battlefield first. Bai family and Qin family, follow closely. Wait, it seems like a group of people has entered the 5th Elder's house. When did the Li family have this ability? The experts around them are very powerful. There were still many people who could make it to the second stage. Most of them were in groups. It wasn't that the group couldn't pass this hurdle. As the name suggested, the divine weapon battlefield was a specially refined divine weapon that was impervious to all weapons and had an overbearing defense. Every one of them was no weaker than a peak Grand Monarch. There were a total of 99 top-notch divine weapons in the divine weapon battlefield. These top-notch divine weapons would stop them in their tracks. The Great Elder is so fast. His wind divine body has been cultivated to the highest level. In terms of speed, not many people can compare to him. A top-notch method of cooperation. The Fan clan's Great Elder was like the wind, constantly knocking away the sacred body divine weapons. When they were knocked away, he would charge forward and slowly increase the distance between them. The Bai family and Qin family had actually joined forces. Their strength had increased greatly. That kid from the Fan clan is quite good at calculation. He has taken the path of trickery. The third old ancestor laughed. The third old ancestor was quite satisfied with the Fan clan's performance. The Bai family and Qin family are also going all out. If that kid from the Fan clan doesn't go all out, he might really be taken down. Sacred Leader Dao. The sacred body divine weapons attacked continuously, each time with their full strength. With the help of gravity, it was very difficult for the elders who rushed in to deal with them. Boom! In the divine weapon battlefield, a middle-aged burly man erupted with a terrifying aura. As soon as the burly man erupted with his aura, he punched out. An illusory mountain appeared, and the 5 sacred body divine weapons were sent flying. Boom! 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 Every time the burly man punched out, he could open a path. Soon, he caught up with the first group of people. The Fan clan's Great Elder, the Bai family, and the Qin family's Great Elder were instantly shocked. To be able to have such strength alone, he must be an expert from a clan. With the first one, there was a second one immediately. In total, a total of 5 such experts appeared, and all of them came prepared. Those who had been eliminated were also paying close attention to it. Mysterious experts. They're using secret techniques. Their strength has increased greatly. They're going all out. Even the sacred body, divine weapons, can't stop them. The 5 of them have joined forces and suppressed the Fan clan's Great Elder. The Great Elder is being restrained. The Bai family and Chun family have reached the first wave. In the divine weapon battlefield, the situation had changed greatly. They have all performed well. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei had been at the back. He was not very anxious. In fact, he just wanted to see how many experts would appear on Sacred Leader Avenue. He had to admit that the physique tempering sect was still very powerful. There were many physique tempering great venerables that had rushed in. In a one-on-one situation, as long as they did not encounter experts of special sects, the physique tempering great venerables would still have the upper hand. After feeling that there were no experts, Lin Fei did not plan to wander around. Lin Fei fully activated Proud Heaven Stage 11. Once Proud Heaven Stage was activated, gravity was nothing. Lin Fei's entire body flew past everyone like a stream of light. 2 sacred body divine weapons attacked. 2 spiral attacks pierced over. Sacred body divine weapons were equivalent to top-notch great venerables. In terms of power, they were even more proficient and abnormally terrifying. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei slapped away the sacred body divine weapons. No pressure at all. The material is a little worse than the slaughtering divine weapon, but can withstand Proud Heaven's attack. Even top-notch great venerables of the same level are not a match for it. After 2 slaps, Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for this thing. How sturdy! That guy is so fierce. He directly knocked away the Sacred Body divine weapon. What a joke. He really knocked it away. Who is that guy? A blow from a Sacred Body divine weapon can injure a physique tempering great venerable. Chapter 3059. Lin Fei's black robes were not very eye-catching on the divine weapon battlefield. There were too many of them. It was only when Lin Fei unleashed his proud heaven art and sent the Sacred Body divine weapons flying that he was immediately noticed. He sent the Sacred Body divine weapons flying again. What's his background? What kind of physique does he cultivate? He actually had the absolute advantage in the clash. Unbelievable. None of the Sacred Body divine weapons that charged forward were not sent flying. Lin Fei charged forward and caught up from behind. He saw the first group of people. Another one is coming up. Which clan is he from? The group at the front was restraining each other. No one could pull too far away from each other. The closer the Sacred Body divine weapons were, the stronger they were, and the harder it was to deal with them. On the battlefield of divine weapons, one could not use treasures and could only rely on pure strength. This was a test, and it would also cause body refinement cultivators to lose some of their advantages. Father, he is from the Xie clan. I saw him last time. Third young master fan also saw him and widened his eyes. Xie clan? The Fan clan's grand elder was very surprised that there was such an expert in the Xie clan. Everyone, focus. He won't be able to do anything alone. The Fan clan's grand elder was not very worried. The Bai and Chun clans also noticed it. For a moment, no one recognized Lin Fei. Stop him. Don't let him come up. The people below all knew what to do. They joined forces to attack Lin Fei. Lin Fei was unstoppable. Proud Heaven art withstood everyone's attacks and rushed into the battlefield. After a round of punches and kicks, the encirclement became a joke. Who knows who that person is? His defensive cultivation technique is so powerful. There were a few high-level supreme sovereigns in there just now. The strength of a body refinement cultivator could be seen from their cultivation technique. The protective cultivation technique was one of the best proofs of this. Powerful defensive cultivation techniques could withstand 80% to 90% of the attacks. There are not many such powerful defensive cultivation techniques. Each of them was mastered by someone and rarely leaked to the outside world. Ordinary people were not qualified to see them, but today they saw it for themselves. That faint golden layer of defense became an existence that they couldn't break through. How could anyone not be shocked? On the Holy Body Mountain, the 3 patriarchs also noticed it. What a powerful body protection technique. It is something we have never seen before. The third ancestor frowned and said, "Second brother, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you recognize it?" The second patriarch was very puzzled, and he looked a little lost. It's very unfamiliar. Saint Spirit Domain, including the Black Domain, has a powerful body protection technique. How could I not have seen you before? The two of them did not know much about other cultivation techniques, but no one dared to say that they knew more about the body cultivation techniques than they did. That was because 90% of the cultivation techniques came from the Saint Body Mountain. This was the pride of the Sacred Body Mountain. Big brother, do you know him? Third ancestor and the second ancestor asked. They had never seen such a powerful defensive technique before. It was able to withstand the attacks of a body-tempering cultivator. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I couldn't recognize a protective technique. If I'm not wrong, this protective technique should be a new top-notch cultivation technique. A new top-notch cultivation technique? How is that possible? A top-notch cultivation technique can be used to cultivate an ultimate god's body. A top-notch cultivation technique of the body-tempering cultivator was more difficult than ordinary ones. Even they, who guarded the Sacred Body Mountain, only cultivated a top-notch cultivation technique. Lin Fei charged forward. The body protection technique emitted a faint jingguang. After withstanding the attacks, Lin Fei arrived at the position of the first group. No one could stop him. When Lin Fei came up, the fan Bai, and Chun families, including the other 5 experts, did not look too good. All of them were body-tempering cultivators, so they could naturally see how powerful the body protection technique was. "You guys are so slow." Lin Fei came up and smiled. "Then I won't wait for you guys." His words provoked everyone quite a bit. "Not waiting for us? Do you think you can rush over by yourself?" They were at the front, and whoever dared to rush over would be attacked by everyone. The sacred body divine weapon in front would also entangle them. It was impossible to pull away from them. Boom! Lin Fei threw a punch. The shadow of a fist whistled through the air. For this punch, Lin Fei directly activated the 3-stage power technique. He threw a punch. The great elder of the Fan family paled. The Bai family paled. The Chun family paled. The others also paled. This punch was too ferocious. It was too ferocious. They were about to block the other party and rush over, but Lin Fei's punch forced them to defend with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. They all retreated, their blood surging. Their faces were extremely dark. How can the CF family be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. The great elder of the Fan family was shocked. That punch just now was too much for him to handle. Cracks also appeared on his powerful physical body. Not good, it's coming again. After forcing them back with one punch, Lin Fei threw a second punch, followed by a third and a fourth. With the power technique activated, Lin Fei's strength was far from unlimited. Fight! The 3 families also threw caution to the wind and used their secret techniques to increase their strength. The second punch continued vomiting blood. The third punch, vomiting blood. The fourth punch, vomiting blood. He kept vomiting blood. I know who he is. He is Lin Fei. I recognize him. It can't be, right? The strongest person below the ultimate god realm? How can it be him? No one knew who shouted, but everyone was no longer calm. The great elder of the Fan family had received the news as well and was shocked quite badly by it. He is Lin Fei. How did the CF family find him? The great elder of the Fan family was on the verge of tears. If he did not care about it before, after a few punches, the power was shocking. Even after increasing his strength, he was still not a match. His blood surged, and his body was about to split open. The 5th punch had not been thrown. Their blockade became sparse. Lin Fei rushed over and was ahead of them. Hold him back. The great elder of the Fan family suppressed his thoughts. Needless to say, everyone knew what to do. With the sacred body divine weapon in front and then behind, they should be able to hold back Lin Fei. Until now, they could not understand why Lin Fei would come to the sacred body mountain. Boom! Boom! Lin Fei charged forward and let the attacks fall from behind him. 90% of them were blocked. Get lost! The sacred body divine weapons in front of him all rushed over and blocked all the paths. Lin Fei forced them back with a punch, and the sacred body divine weapons were sent flying one by one. A few more came up and were sent flying with another punch, and their chests caved in. In front of Lin Fei's explosive power, these sacred body divine weapons were not enough, unless they were existences like the massacre divine weapon. When he was about to reach the end, 3 sacred body divine weapons surrounded him. Compared to the sacred body divine weapons, they were much stronger. Chapter 3060. It's a clean sweep. Even the divine weapon on the divine weapon battlefield couldn't stop Lin Fei. No wonder he's the strongest person below the ultimate god level. It's a crushing charge. It's so exciting and exciting. Lin Fei's appearance had shattered everyone's expectations. The 3 most qualified clans had turned from an advantage to a disadvantage without any ability to resist. No matter how hard they chased, they were unable to restrain Lin Fei. They could only watch as Lin Fei continued to advance. Every time the divine body divine weapon went up, it would be sent flying. Lin Fei was completely unarmed, and his powerful strength stimulated their vision. They didn't know that a physique refinement expert could be so strong. Lin Fei has entered the final stage. The Grand Elder is going all out. If we don't stop Lin Fei now, Lin Fei will really enter the Divine Body Mountain and become the new Divine Lord of the Physique Refinement sect. The Xie clan is going to soar to the sky. I heard that Lin Fei stayed in the Xie clan for a while. I saw the Xie clan leader and senior Lin Fei coming in together. The Xie battle army was still entangled by the divine weapon. Lin Fei charged forward and overtook the three Grand Elders. He was more excited than anyone else. From the looks of the people around him, he could tell that they were envious of him. Senior brother is so powerful. The Xie clan's elder position will not be shaken. Even though he knew that Lin Fei was ridiculously powerful, it was impossible for him to completely ignore the attacks from the experts of the three great clans. Only a top-notch physique refinement technique could do that. Their cultivation techniques were considered top-notch, but they were actually the lowest of the top-notch cultivation techniques. Countless people were envious of them. However, Lin Fei's cultivation technique was probably a top-notch cultivation technique that could allow him to attain an ultimate god-level physical body. Xie clan leader, you've really hidden your strength well. You've even invited the strongest person below the ultimate god level. Congratulations, Xie clan leader. With a powerful person like Lin Fei around, who would dare to doubt that the Xie clan would be kicked out of the 10 Great Elders position? Wouldn't that be a big joke? After getting rid of the divine body and divine weapon, Lin Fei was about to take the last test. The sacred body divine weapons behind him did not catch up. Boom! The enormous pressure was like the sky was crushing down on them. Crack, 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 crack. Lin Fei's body creaked as if he was going to explode in an instant. Compared to before, the gravity was many times stronger. He couldn't move. Lin Fei circulated his triple-layered power, shaking the surrounding void. The gravity from above continued to crush down, not giving Lin Fei any chance to resist. Is this the test? Lin Fei thought to himself. This was the most tyrannical gravity he had ever seen. Triple strength combined with prideful heaven 11-fold physique, it was almost impossible to move. This kind of test, who could withstand it? Unless the ultimate gods are here, no matter how many of them come, they're just going to die. Lin Fei could barely sense that the power came from the tall sacred body mountain. With this treasure guarding it, there were really not many people in the world who would dare to be presumptuous in the sacred body mountain. Ha! Lin Fei, you definitely didn't expect that this last test is not that easy to pass. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder also saw that Lin Fei was unable to move, and he finally smiled. How can you withstand the gravity of the sacred body mountain? We've overestimated him. Seeing that Lin Fei was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move, they heaved a sigh of relief. There was still a chance. On the sacred body mountain, the three Grand Elders were also watching Lin Fei's every move. Luckily, he's not too heaven-defying. If he can withstand it, then he'll be the most tyrannical person in the history of the sacred body mountain. The second Grand Elder and third Grand Elder secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had seen monsters before, and there were really not many who performed exceptionally in the last stage. Lin Fei's performance was quite good, very monstrous. The rest will depend on who can last the longest. The Grand Elder looked at the sacred leader and said, there was a prerequisite for this last stage, and that was to compete with one's willpower. It was not that easy to withstand the sacred leader's 3 attacks. One had to endure the terrifying pressure of the gravity, and many people couldn't withstand it. If one was strong enough, there was no need to waste time, and one could directly rush to the end and accept the sacred leader's test. Until now, no one had been able to do this. It was really too difficult. Even the top supreme beings of the body-tempering school couldn't do this. This was also why the Grand Elder and the Fan Clan were happy. As long as Lin Fei's performance wasn't too heaven-defying, and he forced his way through, then they would have a chance. Triple strength combined with proud sky 11-fold strength. Lin Fei tried several times, but he couldn't move too far away, and the distance between him and the sacred leader was only 1 meter. Under the gravity, it was difficult to move. I have to use the 4th stage. Lin Fei didn't want to play boring games with them. High profile. In the sacred body mountain, the more high profile, the better. From the information, the sacred body mountain hadn't fallen because of the three grand elders. Although they didn't care about anything with them around, the internal conflicts of the 10 great clans didn't dare to go too far, and they didn't dare to touch the bottom line. Lin Fei's high-profile performance was witnessed by everyone, and no one would say anything. To the body tempering school experts, the sacred body mountain had been in decline for too long without a sacred leader. The current body tempering school was no longer as glorious as it used to be, and the number of cultivators had also decreased. Everyone ran to the Emperor Wolf School, which was easy to enter. If the sacred body mountain didn't produce any experts, the body tempering school would fall sooner or later. Explode. Lin Fei activated the 4th stage of the power art. He punched out. Hua hua hua. Gravity distorted and collapsed, and the gravitational force on his body also began to collapse. A Jin Guang surrounded Lin Fei, resisting the terrifying gravity. Lin Fei started to charge forward, continuously throwing out punches. Every single punch shattered the gravitational force, taking advantage of the opportunity to catch up. He was extremely domineering. The Fan family's Grand Elder had just rushed in with his people, and when he couldn't move, he saw a figure moving in front of him. He actually moved. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Bai and Elder Chun behind him had the same expression. In their eyes, all that was left of Lin Fei was his back. He was getting further and further away from them, leaving them in the dust. No, we have to catch up. Everyone, attack together. That's right, Lin Fei won't be able to last that long. Everyone, use your secret arts together. They also didn't want to see Lin Fei enter the sacred body mountain and become the sacred leader. They had to stop him now. In a rare moment, everyone gave up on everything and joined forces. Their attacks were focused on a single point, and they really shook the gravity, giving them the ability to move. They began to chase. Under the power of the 4th stage of the power art, Lin Fei's strength was not inferior to that of a divine venerable. Every time he punched, the gravity would be broken, and he could advance a few hundred meters. At the same time, he also found the trick to it, and his movements became more proficient. The distance between them continued to increase. A circular platform appeared. Chapter 3061. He really crossed over. That's the absolute gravity zone. Even a top expert couldn't move. He really crossed over. The Fan family's Grand Elder and the others are doomed. Lin Fei, the number 1 person under the Hierarch realm, really isn't as simple as it sounds. That's a top-grade physique. Probably comparable to the ancestors. Those watching from the outside were speechless. The last trial of the Holy Lord path was actually the most difficult. For example, absolute gravity. This was one of the Saint Body Mountain specialties, the arrival of an Emperor Intent Master. In front of absolute gravity, no one could withstand it, be it 8th Order or 9th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. The result was the same. Who knew how many people had stumped at this trial? Under absolute gravity, unless one's strength was outstanding, the possibility of passing through was very low. Up until now, no one had succeeded. Lin Fei's performance was too amazing, too monstrous. He passed through, leaving the Fan family's Grand Elder and the others far behind. Judging from a situation, they wouldn't be able to catch up unless Lin Fei couldn't withstand 3 attacks from the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is out. I wonder which Holy Lord it is. If his luck is good, Lin Fei might really pass. Initially, everyone thought that the main event would be between the Fan family's Grand Elder and the Bai and Chen families. But in the end, it fell on Lin Fei, the guy who had caused a huge commotion in the Saint Spirit world. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a walking gold ingot. Up until now, it seemed that no one had been able to take down Lin Fei. And to the powerhouses of the Body Transformation School, having such a ferocious person was also a great honor. Didn't you see how he had suppressed all the other geniuses recently? The number 1 person under the Hierarch realm, Hierarch Dark Shadow had said it himself. Whether it was sincere or not, it was rare to hear it from Hierarch Dark Shadow's mouth. The powerhouses of the Body Transformation School had always worshipped the strong, especially the powerhouses of the Body Transformation School. It would be very shameful if they couldn't name a powerful master when they went outside. This technique is so familiar. Third old ancestor suddenly said. Such a domineering increase in strength. I remember there is a secret method of the alien race called the fivefold strength technique. The second ancestor remembered. Lin Fei broke through the absolute gravity and shocked the three ancestral patriarchs. A monster, an absolute monster. Being able to blast through the absolute gravity and make it to the final stage was beyond their expectations. It's very possible. The great ancestor was very suspicious. Just now, that Lin Fei's strength increased explosively. It is the most overbearing secret technique I have ever seen. His body does not show any signs of collapse. It is definitely a top-notch cultivation technique. The three patriarchs were very excited. It was a top-notch cultivation technique that he had never seen before. Self-created, or all of these were enough to move the three patriarchs. Big brother, I heard that the fifth stage strength formula is a secret that is not passed on to others. If one's body is not at a certain level, one can't cultivate it. Look at him. He has obviously mastered the fourth stage. Scary, really scary. The third ancestor said in a deep voice. I wonder if he can block the Sacred Lord's attack. The three ancestral patriarchs paid special attention to Lin Fei. They were all old and needed a strong physique cultivator to carry the banner of the physique cultivation sect. At that moment, they seemed to see hope. Perhaps Lin Fei could do it, although the chances were very low. On the round stage, a majestic figure appeared. He was dressed in white and stood there casually. Everyone felt like they were facing a mountain, suffocating and unable to cross it. I know that's the Sacred Lord, someone exclaimed. He is Infinite Sacred Lord, one of the top 5 Sacred Lords among the Sacred Lords. He is also a top-notch physique cultivator. He later stepped into the ultimate God realm and is known as Infinite Sacred Lord. No way. Infinite Sacred Lord is too terrifying. I heard that Infinite Sacred Lord punched 10,000 times in one go and destroyed an entire continent. No ultimate god of the same level is Infinite Sacred Lord's match. Lin Fei is in big trouble now. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder and the others who had been chasing behind could not help but laugh wildly when they saw the majestic figure. Ha ha! Infinite Sacred Lord is here. Lin Fei has no chance. He's unlucky to have encountered Infinite Sacred Lord. That guy is said to have infinite power. We can finally relax. Back in the day, someone encountered Limitless Holy Lord and was easily destroyed with a single thought. They were relieved. Infinite Sacred Lord was recorded in the secret manual. He was a domineering Sacred Lord and a scourge among the ultimate gods. Countless people had suffered under him and did not even dare to let go of his last attack. Infinite Sacred Lord. The three ancestral patriarchs of Sacred Body Mountain exclaimed. How did he encounter Infinite Sacred Lord? The third ancestral patriarch frowned. This is bad. Infinite Sacred Lord's power is not something he can withstand, even if it's hidden. That's a pity. The second ancestral patriarch knew how terrifying Infinite Sacred Lord was. Back when they were still juniors, the Infinite Divine Venerable roamed the world and left behind an illustrious name. At that time, the Sacred Body Mountain was incomparably glorious. No one knew how many experts were willing to become the Sacred Body Mountain's worshippers. It was clear how domineering it was. The first ancestral patriarch said, the Sacred Lord Tao is controlled by the Sacred Body Mountain. Those who enter will encounter the Sacred Lord based on their own strength. This Lin Fei is very strong, so he encountered Infinite Sacred Lord. The second and third ancestral patriarchs shook their heads. Huff, huff, huff. Facing the figure on the round platform, Lin Fei once again felt suffocated. It was as if he was facing an insurmountable mountain. He's too strong. It seems like he can crush me with a single breath. Lin Fei was horrified. The Sacred Lord of the Sacred Lord Tao was not his real body, but a manifestation of a thought left behind by the other party. However, such a thought was terrifying. The Saint Spirit domain is really deep. Previously, Lin Fei thought that he was strong. However, compared to the other party, it seemed like the other party could crush him with a thought. You're not bad. I haven't met a monster like you in a long time, the tall and sturdy figure said lightly. Junior Lin Fei, please enlighten me. Lin Fei was shocked. However, he was still confident that the other party could defeat a thought. You're neither servile nor overbearing. You can still maintain such a state of mind when facing me. Very good, very good. The tall and sturdy figure turned around and punched. This punch was very ordinary. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. Boom, boom. His physical body collapsed. This is too scary. Is this the power of an infinite sacred lord? Lin Fei activated the 4th-tier power technique and the Proud Sky 11-fold physique, but he could not withstand it in a single breath. His physical body collapsed. It's not that easy to injure me with a punch. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei reconstructed his physical body. Chapter 3062. Once Infinite Sacred Lord made his move, Lin Fei's body was blown up without any resistance. Even when he reformed, he was still blown up. Again and again, no matter how fast Lin Fei recovered, his body was still blown up. It was difficult for him to last for more than a breath's time. It was as if his opponent's power was endless. Infinite Sacred Lord is really terrifying. Lin Fei is also terrifying. He has condensed it 98 times. Wrong. I think it really is 99 times. He's too powerful. Even a godly venerable expert can only watch helplessly. Yes, it's the 99th time. This is the demeanor of a physique cultivator in the past. Everyone watching was excited and palpitating. It was too exciting and exciting. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. This was a true physique cultivator. Those who thought they were powerful were now ashamed. Their limit was not the real limit. Just look at Lin Fei, the strongest person below the godly venerable level. Everyone was convinced. They knew they cannot do it. I endured it. On the 99th time, Lin Fei condensed his body and withstood this wave of attacks. This is true power. Lin Fei was secretly glad. If he had not accumulated a large number of life crystals, he might not have been able to endure it. That endless power was raging and full of destructive aura. After withstanding 99 times, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. He did not need to guess to know that he had encountered an extremely powerful sacred lord. Even among the sacred lords of the Sacred Body Mountain, he was ranked at the top. This luck, Lin Fei did not know what to say. I hope the second sacred lord is not so powerful. If he cannot pass, it would be a huge loss. He actually passed. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder and the others were pale. Although they did not get close, that power was wreaking havoc on the Sacred Lord Avenue. They suffered a huge psychological impact. They did not know how many times they had died before this power. Infinite Sacred Lord was too invincible. He might be able to pass the first stage, but he definitely won't be able to pass the second Saint Lord. Who does he think he is? He met Limitless Sacred Lord in the first round. His luck won't be any better in the next round. Yes, let's wait and see. The 3 ancestral patriarchs were overjoyed. We're really old. Under Infinite Sacred Lord's attacks, Lin Fan condensed his physical body 99 times. How powerful and domineering was that? If it was them, they wouldn't be able to do it. I'm getting more and more curious about the physical body he cultivates. To be able to contain so much life energy, such a person is truly the number 1 person below the hierarch level. No wonder Hierarch Dark Shadow didn't dare to use his full strength. The consumption is too great, and he might not be able to kill Lin Fei. The great ancestor side, second elder, and third patriarch remain silent. If he can pass the next Sacred Lord's test, the Sacred Body Mountain will definitely shine in his hands. The Grand Patriarch was looking forward to it. Not bad, not bad. Sacred Lord Limitless said faintly. The figure disappeared. As soon as Sacred Lord Limitless disappeared, the oppressive aura disappeared as well. The last round required 3 Sacred Lords. Sacred Lord Limitless was the first, and everyone was looking forward to the next two. Hua, hua, hua. After the time taken to brew a cup of tea, a new figure condensed on the round platform. Compared to the previous Sacred Lord Limitless, this Sacred Lord's figure was not as domineering. He's quite lucky. That seems to be the Lord of the Apocalypse. It really is the Lord of the Apocalypse, a very unique Sacred Lord. Lin Fei was afraid that another Sacred Lord with domineering strength would appear. That would be difficult for him to deal with. As for this Sacred Lord, he didn't seem to be much of a threat. Compared to the previous Sacred Lord, there was a clear gap. Since you can come out from my array, you've passed. The Lord of the Apocalypse looked very gentle, and it was hard to imagine that he was a powerful existence in the body tempering style. Array? Lin Fei was surprised. Hua, hua, hua. The Lord of the Apocalypse waved his hand, and hand seals appeared one after another, condensing into a huge array that trapped Lin Fei within. The 5 great attributes erupted. Lin Fei was immediately surrounded by a sea of fire. Wave after wave of attacks came one after another. The Lord of the Apocalypse isn't that easy to deal with. The Grand Old Ancestor shook his head. Everyone knew that heavenly gods in the body tempering style were all violent fellows. Not many of them could sit down and learn array formations, let alone decipher them. The Lord of the Apocalypse was one of them. He had fused the Tao of array formations, and his achievements were exceptionally high. Almost all the experts who fought with the Lord of the Apocalypse were at a disadvantage. With the help of the Tao of array formations, the Lord of the Apocalypse's strength skyrocketed. The fact that he was able to set up a huge array so easily showed his understanding of the Tao of array formations. Facing such a famous alternative Lord of the Apocalypse, they did not know whether Lin Fei's luck was too good or not. First, there was infinite Lord of the Apocalypse, and now there was the Lord of the Apocalypse. One was harder to deal with than the other. The chances of breaking through were even lower. This array formation is too good. Lin Fei activated Proud Sky's body protection, withstanding the attacks, and continued to move. Although the Lord of the Apocalypse's request was very simple, to leave the array formation, he would have to face the array formation's attacks. If he was seriously injured by the array formation before he could leave, it would be a waste of effort. Lin Fei moved very quickly. In the eyes of everyone, he was dodging. Those who knew the Lord of the Apocalypse all knew that his array formations were notoriously difficult to decipher. It was unknown how many heavenly gods had stumped. This time, he won't be able to break the Lord of the Apocalypse's array formation. The people at the back all laughed. It was really a big blow to them. If it was a Lord of the Apocalypse who was good at strength, they might be worried. However, it was a completely different case for the Lord of the Apocalypse, who was best at array formations. It was almost impossible for a junior like Lin Fei to break through the Lord of the Apocalypse's array formation. This was really bad luck to the extreme. 2 hours later, Lin Fei was trying to break through the array formation in vain. The Lord of the Apocalypse's array formation was not that easy to break. At this time, Lin Fei attacked. He punched the same spot, and each punch was followed by dozens of attacks. Then he quickly changed places and punched dozens of times. All of this happened in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. This kind of blind attack. No one thought that Lin Fei could break through the array formation. 2 hours? What a joke. Boom. Another punch landed on the same spot. Swoosh. Swoosh. The huge array formation produced huge ripples, and all the attacks disappeared. The array formation no longer existed. Everyone heard the sound of something shattering. I've not let you down. I'm out. Chapter 3063. He passed again. He can even break through the Lord of the Apocalypse's array. He's too heaven-defying. From now on, Lin Fei is my idol. Lin Fei is very likely to enter the Sacred Body Mountain and become the new Holy Lord. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder and the rest have no chance. A powerful Holy Lord is about to appear in our physique tempering sect. He will lead us back to our former glory. Breaking an array had never been an easy task. Lin Fei completed such an arduous task in 2 hours. It was not enough to describe him as monstrous. It was truly amazing. Physique tempering experts had always been admired for their martial prowess. They were not good in other aspects. To be able to break through the Lord of the Apocalypse's array was truly amazing. It's over, it's over. He can even break through the Lord of the Apocalypse's array. Is he really going to enter this Sacred Body Mountain? He's too monstrous. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder and the rest had completely lost their chance. All of them were in despair. Chase. They couldn't catch up, since they could not stop Lin Fei on the battlefield with the Sacred Body Divine Weapon. There was no hope for them in the future. The Lord of the Apocalypse smiled at Lin Fei. Very good. You can come find me in the future. His figure also disappeared. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there's an array. Be it the former or the latter array test, it was not an ordinary level of difficulty. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was a difficult test. 9 out of 10 people would be stopped, and the remaining 1 would be able to pass the first round. After passing 2 rounds, Lin Fei braced himself for the final round. Another 10 minutes later, on the round platform, a phantom appeared. This illusory figure did not condense, and its appearance could not be seen at all. Everyone could only see a blur. The moment this phantom appeared, the 3 ancestral patriarchs were so shocked that their jaws dropped. How is this possible? The first Holy Lord. This kind of situation hadn't happened in a very, very long time. They had also learned from the secret tome that there were no records of the first holy leader of the Sacred Body Mountain. The most distinctive feature was that the first holy leader had only left behind a projection. The phantom appeared. Everyone at the foot of the Saint Physique mountain widened their eyes. That's him. Why not? I can't even see his face clearly. That's a Saint Lord. How could there be such an existence? No one could recognize it. This was an inconceivable thing in the history of the Sacred Lord Great Path. A strange and mysterious phantom appeared. As for Lin Fei, who was right in front of him, his hair stood on end. He knew that the other party was looking at him and could kill him with a single glance. There was no need for him to make a move. Just a glance was enough. That limitless Holy Lord was terrifying. In that case, this person was even more terrifying. It was so terrifying that it could kill him with a single glance. Lin Fei even suspected that even if he had a large amount of vitality, he might not be able to withstand the boundless killing intent of this gaze. A phantom? Is it the first few Sacred Lords? An idea occurred to him. He could not stay calm anymore. I won't die in the hands of the last Sacred Lord, will I? It's easy for you to get past me. The phantom said calmly. I have a movement here. If you can master it in 3 days, you will win. Watch carefully. It did not give Lin Fei any chance to think. The illusory figure slapped outwards, and countless runes appeared, condensing into a massive character. This character gave off an ancient and wild aura. As soon as the ancient word appeared, the Sacred Lord Great Path was split into 2. Only a dark space was left. Okay, you have 2 hours. Make good use of it. The phantom disappeared. That area went back to normal. At the moment, only Lin Fei knew how dreadful this movement was. This is even more dreadful than the one the Divine Shadow Venerable exerted last time. This movement was still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. He would never forget it. Compared to the Divine Shadow Venerables, it was more powerful, more domineering, and destructive. The power that erupted in that instant. Lin Fei saw clearly that this force tore apart the Annihilation Force. He did not know how many layers of existence it had shattered. Lin Fei was very powerful now. However, it was not difficult for him to blow apart the Annihilation Force with one punch. He could not crush it layer by layer for the time being. Analyze and replay. 2 hours. Even Lin Fei could not guarantee whether he could master it or not. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to give it a try. He believed that as long as he mastered this movement, his strength would be greatly enhanced when he exerted the Annihilation Force. This enhancement would be absolutely dreadful. The 3 Grand Elders were dumbfounded. Their eyes were full of admiration. The first Sacred Lord. I can't even imagine it. 2 hours. This is Lin Fei's opportunity. The essence talisman of the first sacred lord is something that many people dream of. The three grand elders' eyes were red with envy. This was a great opportunity that could not be encountered. Although they had all seen the first sacred lord make a move, they could only watch. Everything was shrouded by a layer of power, and they could not see it clearly at all, except for that Lin Fei. They could not help but be envious of such a good thing. Even the first sacred lord had appeared. If it was in the past, no one would have been able to break through. Putting everything else aside, just the infinite sacred lord alone was enough to give them a hard time. The Lord of the Apocalypse's array formation was also top-notch. No way. Such a good thing actually exists. What kind of move is that? It looks like a character. Who knows what it is? A character blasted open the sacred lord's path. It was a truly terrifying killing move. For most of the people present, this was the first time that they had seen such a move exist in the world. It was a true indiscriminate attack, a one-character annihilation. This was clearly an extremely high-level move. Lin Fei stood there without moving. It wasn't easy to quickly grasp the power of a single rune, especially with only 2 hours. Lin Fei could only pin his hopes on the system now. Although 3 days was a little rushed, Lin Fei had already tried to break it with the system when Hierarch Dark Shadow used it. Although this move was of a higher level, with the foundation from before, he believed that there was a high chance of success. Lin Fei could only wait. Half a day passed quickly. Hour after hour passed. 1 day, 2 days. No one believed that Lin Fei could grasp such a top-notch move. It was too difficult. If he had more than 100 years, perhaps he could. 3 days was obviously too much. How many people would be able to do that? There's no hope, the Grand Elder said regretfully. He did not know that the first Sacred Lord would propose such a test, but it was simply too difficult. Essence talismans were not something that could be obtained in a day. Even they had spent tens of thousands of years to grasp the first essence talisman. Chapter 3064. Grasping an essence talisman in 3 days. No one thought that Lin Fei could succeed. It was too difficult. Grasping an essence talisman in 10,000 years was a monstrous talent. Even though Lin Fei's performance was amazing, essence talismans were not as simple as it seemed. That mysterious figure had destroyed the sacred leader Dao with a single character. It's almost time. He will definitely lose. What a pity. If Lin Fei joins the Sacred Body Mountain, his future achievements will not be inferior to any of the previous generations of sacred leaders. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The deadline was about to arrive. Even though everyone hoped that Lin Fei would succeed and the Sacred Body Mountain needed such a hot-blooded person to join, the final test was simply too difficult. It was not as easy as it seemed. Grasping an essence talisman in 3 days, and it was an ancient one at that. The 3 patriarchs of the Sacred Body Mountain also shook their heads in pity. It's too difficult. It's an essence talisman, and it's the first sacred leaders. If it were us, it would be impossible for us to complete it in 3 days. They still had good eyesight. It was a pity for Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei couldn't join them, the 3 of them decided that they had to recruit Lin Fei to the Sacred Body Mountain no matter what. If the Sacred Body Mountain didn't want to recruit such a monstrous talent, then the Sacred Body Mountain would be too blind. If word got out, they would become the laughingstock of the other sections. We don't need to trouble ourselves. Lin Fei has no chance. It's almost time. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder and the others were completely relieved. It was better not to use that 1 in 10,000 chance. It was simply impossible. Lin Fei had no chance to become a sacred leader. Just because he had no chance, it did not mean that they had no chance. Perhaps passing the test of the 3 sacred leaders would be easier than any other test. Who asked Lin Fei to be so unlucky? The sacred leaders he encountered were all more powerful than the previous one, especially the last one, who gave him no hope at all. I did it. It was almost time. A hint of joy finally appeared on Lin Fei's tense face. Go! An ancient character appeared out of thin air in the distance. Once this rune appeared, it stirred up a terrifying power. It shook the sacred leader's great path to the point of almost collapsing. Compared to that sacred leader's power, there was still a certain gap. Lin Fei used it. He has really grasped the essence talisman. It started to look like it. The heavens are blessing our body-tempering sect. The essence talisman has been mastered just like that. The three ancestors were completely stunned, and it took a long time for them to speak. Those were elemental talismans. To be able to master it in 3 days, it was still lacking in power, but it was a genuine elemental talisman attack. They would never be wrong about this. A top-notch monster among monsters. They knew that the Sage Body Mountain had picked up a treasure this time, and it was a great treasure. How did he master it? It's over, it's over. He's the new Saint Lord. How can he become the Saint Lord? That's the position of our Bai family. The great elder of the Fan clan vomited blood. The great elder of the Bai family and Elder Chen looked as if their parents had died. They were dejected and had no energy left. Lin Fei had moved into the Sage Body Mountain and become the Saint Lord. They had no ability to compete with him. Putting everything else aside, the three ancestors were standing behind the Saint Lord. Every time a Saint Lord took office, the three ancestors would be the ones who provided the most help. Lin Fei was already a heaven-defying monster. With the help of the three ancestors, they were no longer a match for him. The Saint Lords had absolute authority. The body-tempering sect has a new Saint Lord. The strongest person below the ultimate god, Lin Fei. This is big news, really big news. After getting that set of equipment, Lin Fei will be able to compete with the ultimate gods. I'm afraid the body-tempering sect is going to rise again. This news must be reported immediately. Many of the observers were spies. At this moment, they could no longer remain calm. If it were the Fan clan, the Bai clan, or the Chun clan, they would have prepared a series of tricks to deal with them. Now that it was Lin Fei, it was a completely different story. Everyone knew about the commotion Lin Fei had caused in the Saint Spirit domain. Now that he had moved into the Sage Body Mountain and obtained the Sage Body Mountain's heritage, it would not be easy to deal with him anymore. One by one, the news was sent back. Those forces who received the news were all shocked. The strongest person below the ultimate god, Lin Fei, had become the Saint Lord of the body-tempering sect? What a joke. Those elders were all useless. How could they let Lin Fei take the position? This was the reaction of all the forces after receiving the news. Young man, we will meet again. The figure disappeared after leaving those words. Lin Fei was really looking forward to meeting this mysterious figure again. Fortunately, I simulated the talisman at the crucial moment. Otherwise, I would have really failed. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the last crucial moment, the system simulated the attack of the talisman and took the shortcut. Everything was fine. The other party did not see through him. It was exactly the same. Lin Fei was worried that the other party would see through him. Even if the little devil said not to worry, he was still worried. It was not easy to get to the last step. If he failed, it would be a huge loss. Whoosh! A huge Jingguang descended from the sky. The Jingguang came from the Sage Body Mountain. Lin Fei was enveloped by a Jingguang and flew to the highest level of the Sage Body Mountain. The Sage Body Mountain will hold the sacred ceremony in a month. With a loud bang, the Sacred Leader Avenue disappeared. Everyone left the Sacred Leader Avenue. Another voice came into everyone's ears. Ha ha ha! Our Sage Body Mountain finally has a Sacred Lord. Yes, and it's such a monster Sacred Lord. I'm afraid in a few 100,000 years, Lin Fei will become a real ultimate god. Our Sage Body Mountain has been in hiding for so long. It's time to move around. Lin Fei went up the Sage Body Mountain. The people at the foot of the Sage Body Mountain cheered. Since the Sage Body Mountain did not have a sacred lord, its influence decreased day by day. The physique refinement experts were the most affected. Many of them changed their appearance and joined other sections. The physique refinement sect had never produced a strong heavenly god. Even if there were a few great venerables, it would not change the current situation. The physique refinement sect urgently needed a hot-blooded and battle-hungry young expert. Lin Fei was undoubtedly everyone's ideal candidate. Not only was he strong, but his potential was also terrifying. The title of the strongest person below the ultimate gods was not a joke. It was not something that could be casually said. Putting everything else aside, just who could single-handedly block the entrance of the Massacre God Court? Who could kill the higher-ups and leaders? Chapter 3065. They arrived at the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying aura from the Sacred Body Mountain. Layers of absolute gravity filled the area, and it was even more dangerous than the absolute gravity on the Sacred Lord Avenue. With this treasure of the Sacred Body Mountain, even the ultimate gods from outside will not dare to act recklessly here. The absolute gravity pushed the Jingguang back wherever it passed. Lin Fei did not doubt that if this golden light had not guided him up, he would not have been able to make it up by relying on his own strength. Absolute gravity would have pressed down on him layer by layer. That was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he could not move quickly in the face of such gravity. He would be like a moving target. Just the thought of it was terrifying. On the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain, the three ancestral patriarchs had been waiting for a long time. Sacred Lord. When Lin Fei landed, the three ancestral patriarchs greeted him in unison. They lowered their heads slightly and did not show any signs of arrogance. Lin Fei was shocked. Ancestral patriarchs, you're too kind. There's no need to do this. Lin Fei had a good impression of the three ancestral patriarchs. The three ancestral patriarchs must have contributed a lot to the Sacred Body Mountain's existence. According to the information obtained from the Bloody Battle Army, the three ancestral patriarchs almost never left the Sacred Body Mountain. They were always cultivating in seclusion on the mountain. You've passed 3 tests, and you're the Sacred Lord. The third ancestral patriarch said, "That's the rule of the Sacred Body Mountain." The second ancestral patriarch said with a smile. The Grand Patriarch was also happy. "Sacred Lord Lin, you must be tired after 3 tests. Let's go inside and rest for a while." All right. They walked into the huge palace. The interior was different. It was truly a paradise, a fairyland-like existence. Sacred Lord Lin, this is the core of the Sacred Body Mountain. The third ancestral patriarch introduced as they walked and pointed at a space gate in front of them. The space gate was very conspicuous. Lin Fei had long noticed that the space gate was different. Although the surroundings looked ordinary, he could feel the terrifying danger. Even an ultimate god would not be able to withstand it. "This space gate is very different," Lin Fei said. "Sacred Lord Lin, you have a good eye." The second Grand Elder smiled. "This is the blessing of the Sacred Lord. Even if the ultimate gods come, they can only stare at it. Whether they can come in or not is another matter. This Sacred Body Mountain should be an ultimate god treasure. It might even be an upper-grade ultimate god treasure." Lin Fei asked. "It's indeed a superior-grade ultimate god treasure. It's considered a top-notch treasure even in the Saint Spirit domain. Apart from a few other treasures, our Sacred Body Mountain is famous for its defense. Sacred Lord Lin should have experienced it before. For example, absolute gravity. That's a level 3 absolute gravity. This Sacred Body Mountain has a total of 5 levels." Lin Fei suddenly said with a smile. "3 ancestors, aren't you afraid that I'm sent by someone else?" The great ancestor said, "Our eyes have never been wrong. If Sacred Lord Lin is really sent by someone else, he wouldn't be able to pass the final Sacred Lord test. Countless heavenly god experts have died in the hands of the previous Sacred Lords." The 3 ancestral patriarchs showed Lin Fei around and arranged for him to stay in a palace with beautiful scenery. "Sacred Lord Lin, have a good rest. We won't disturb you any further." The 3 ancestors left one after another. Lin Fei had passed the test of the 3 Sacred Lords. He didn't consume a lot of energy. However, when he faced the first Sacred Lord, he had consumed a large amount of life energy. This Sacred Body Mountain is much more domineering than I imagined. It seems like Master Han Tian had a reason not to let me go to the Temporal Temple. I can't even handle the power of a superior-grade ultimate god treasure. He had to use the level 4 strength technique when facing the level 3 absolute gravity. The main point was that this wasn't his limit. If he used the level 4 strength technique, Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could break through the absolute gravity. My strength is still lacking. I have to cultivate the heaven-defying 12-layered tyrant body to perfection. Lin Fei rested for 3 days. He would walk around and admire the sacred body mountain every day. The 3 ancestors did not appear. 3 days later, the 3 ancestors appeared in front of Lin Fei again. Sacred Lord Lin, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. The 3 ancestors smiled. Ever since Lin Fei entered the sacred body mountain and became the new sacred lord, the entire Saint Spirit domain knew about it. The addition of such a ferocious and monstrous genius would have a great impact on any sect, especially with Lin Fei's violent methods. He was not easy to deal with, especially now that he had become the Saint Lord of the Sacred Body Mountain. With the treasure of the Sacred Body Mountain, it would be impossible for them to deal with Lin Fei. Saint Body Mountain, this treasure, was famous for its powerful defense, especially its absolute gravity. If one was confined in the air, that would be the most miserable. It was unknown just how many heroes have been killed like this. Going to the Sacred Body Mountain to cause trouble? Don't even think about it. After the news spread, the Physique Cultivation faction received a lot of attention. It was impossible not to pay attention to it. With Lin Fei, the Physique Cultivation faction might rise again. There were also some factions that made statements. For example, a faction supported by the Massacre Court shouted at the Physique Cultivation faction, "Physique Cultivation faction, you made a mistake by letting Lin Fei become the Sacred Lord. You will regret it. Don't you know what kind of person Lin Fei is? Your Physique Cultivation faction might disappear one day. Lin Fei, get out of the Physique Cultivation faction." The Physique Cultivation faction was blind to let Lin Fei become the Sacred Lord. They will regret it very soon. There are also some factions that supported Lin Fei. Lin Fei is the strongest person below the godly venerable rank. Becoming the Sacred Lord of the Physique Cultivation faction is a huge advantage for the Physique Cultivation faction. Congratulations to the Physique Cultivation faction for having a new Sacred Lord. The Physique Cultivation faction finally has a Sacred Lord. The Physique Cultivation faction is going to rise. Back then, the Physique Cultivation faction only became unstoppable because of a powerful Sacred Lord. I'm really looking forward to it. As one of the top 10 factions, the Physique Cultivation faction had a solid foundation. A single divine, venerable rank treasure from the Sacred Body Mountain was enough to make them proud. The 3 patriarchs saw what was happening outside. They spread the word. Sacred Lord Lin is already the Sacred Lord of the Physique Cultivation faction. If you have the guts, then fight. The Physique Cultivation faction will not blink. The domineering words made the Physique Cultivation faction excited. The patriarchs had spoken. It was truly domineering. It had been a long time since the Physique Cultivation faction had spoken so domineeringly. The 3 patriarchs had not felt so refreshed in a long time. With the addition of Lin Fei, they felt that it was not impossible for the Physique Cultivation faction to regain its former glory. They had high hopes for Lin Fei. A powerful Sacred Lord could solve many problems. I've rested quite well. It feels different to rest on a high-grade, godly venerable treasure, Lin Fei said with a smile. Sacred Lord Lin, since you've passed the 3 tests, you're qualified to inherit the Sacred Body Mountain. The Grand Patriarch's face darkened. Before that, there's a very important matter that requires Sacred Lord Lin's attention. What is it? Chapter 3066. For some reason, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the sacred heaven set and the weapon were not easy to obtain. The divine weapon's name was quite nice and mighty. Aren't these things on the Sacred Body Mountain? Lin Fei pretended to be confused and asked. The 3 great ancestors looked even more upset, as if it was a great humiliation to them. Sacred Leader, this is what happened. The first great ancestor began to explain. With this explanation, Lin Fei finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. No way, how could this happen? Lin Fei had not expected such a reason. If word of this got out, who knew how many people would laugh at him? Yeah, the third great ancestor and the second great ancestor looked helpless. In that case, if I don't go and retrieve them, the sacred heaven set and sacred sky dominating blade will never appear. Lin Fei had wanted to see the sacred heaven set, but now he realized it was a trap. It turned out that the previous sacred leader died in a special place. The sacred heaven set and sacred tyrannical blade were left there. The three great ancestors had been there before, but returned in a sorry state. They had been there more than once or twice, and came back disappointed each time. After a long time, the three great ancestors began to despair. Even the Saint Body Mountain's treasure was left behind. It was truly a shameful matter. Three great ancestors, you think too highly of me. You can't even go in, let alone me. Lin Fei was not confident at all. What was going on? Sacred leader, you can do it. The three great ancestors said in unison. Our strength is in the sacred body mountain. With the help of this treasure, we're not afraid even if an ultimate god comes. However, without the sacred body mountain's help, we're only at the pseudo-ultimate god level. We can't even reach the first-class ultimate god level. Grand Elder smiled bitterly. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed with him. Even Lin Fei was not sure he could escape unscathed under the sacred body mountain support. With the support of a powerful treasure, it was not impossible for one's strength to soar. This was something that everyone was aware of. Sacred Lord Lin, don't be fooled by the fact that we've been cultivating longer than you. We might be able to suppress you in the Saint Body Mountain, but we might not be able to do so outside. For example, you're cultivating a top-tier body-tempering art that's extremely tyrannical. If Sacred Lord Lin were to personally go with the three of us to assist you, I believe that we'll have a high chance of winning. When the Sacred Body Mountain was promoting the new Sacred Lord Lin Fei and the three old ancestors quietly left the Sacred Body Mountain. Finding the Saintly Heaven Set and Saintly Sky Tyrannical Blade was more important than anything else. If anyone managed to get their hands on them, the Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't have a good time. Even though everyone knew that the previous Sacred Lord wasn't around, the Saintly Heaven Set and Saintly Sky Tyrannical Blade had always been on the Sacred Body Mountain. This was something that no one had ever doubted. This big lie had deceived countless people, and until now, no one doubted it. The Scattered Star Sea is just ahead. During these days, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He went through the secret information collected by the Sacred Body Mountain. The true secrets of the upper echelons were also known one by one and were no longer secrets. Although the Sacred Body Mountain was not that famous now, it was still one of the 10 major sects. It was not difficult to find out the top-notch secrets. For example, the Scattered Star Sea. It was a top-notch secret place. The Scattered Star Sea used to be a foreign continent. It was later affected by the Vital Destruction Force and drifted to the outside of the Sacred Spirit Domain. Later, a Divine Lord blasted open a passage and turned it into a place for exploration. The Scattered Star Sea was filled with Vital Destruction Force. One must have the strength of a pseudo-ultimate god to enter. Ordinary peak great venerables would die if they entered. It was quite terrifying. If one did not have the strength of a pseudo-ultimate god, they would either be in the depths of a top-notch sect. No one knew of such a place. The four of them blasted open the void and arrived at the end of the barrier. A vortex appeared in the black and white energy. The Scattered Star Sea has a total of 9 entrances in the Sacred Spirit Domain. This is the closest one to our Sacred Body Mountain. Everyone, be careful when you enter, said the Grand Ancestor. No one dared to be careless in the face of the black and white Vital Destruction Force. The four of them activated their protective techniques and rushed into the vortex. There was a passage in the vortex. Although the Vital Destruction Force was weaker than the one outside, it was still not something ordinary Great Venerables could withstand. It took them half an hour to pass through the passage. That half an hour was enough to stump a large number of Great Venerables. The moment they stepped into the Scattered Star Sea, they were surrounded by the aura of death. A huge foreign continent suspended in the air appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The crazy annihilation energy surged over like an endless ocean, constantly crashing into the four people's bodies. The Scattered Star Sea was a huge foreign continent in the past. It was said to be even stronger than our sacred spirit domain. Many people like to come here to explore and look for treasures left behind by top-notch sects, said the Grand Ancestor. Many lucky fellows obtained many treasures here. If they were unlucky, they would die without even a corpse left. Looking at the huge foreign continent that stretched as far as the eye could see, Lin Fei knew how terrifying the Scattered Star Sea was. Just the endless vital destruction force alone was enough to make one feel terrified. All right, let's go up. The Scattered Star Sea was bigger than the Sacred Spirit Domain. There were ruins everywhere on the continent, and many of the ruins had been excavated. It was obvious that there were many people who were not afraid of death. A huge foreign continent was indeed worth everyone's effort. Not to mention anything else, the Umbra continent's top-notch cultivation technique, the quintuple strength technique, was a great help to Lin Fei. No matter how terrifying Proud Heaven was, his explosive strength was even more shocking with the help of the vital destruction force. The previous Holy Lord went to the Titanium sect in the Scattered Star Sea. Rumor has it that the Titanium sect is a top-notch sect in the Scattered Star Sea. It's said that it was created by a group of foreign tribes. The Grand Ancestor led the way as they flew forward carefully. Even if the Titanium sect was destroyed by the vital destruction force, it's still not easy to enter. We were stopped outside every time we went. It's really shameful. Lin Fei was surprised. With your strength, you can only enter the outer area. The three pseudo-ultimate gods were no weaker than divine slaughtering weapons, but they still could not enter. The Titanium sect was too powerful. It had become a deserted place, but it was still so terrifying. The four of them flew at high speed. The Scattered Star Sea was in ruins. Lin Fei and the Grand Ancestor saw ruins after ruins of large cities along the way. These ruins have all been excavated by people, so there's nothing left. The treasures are basically in special mini-spaces. The Titanium sect is in a mini-space. If you're lucky, you can also get your hands on a mini-space. The three Grand Ancestors kept talking about the Scattered Star Sea. Chapter 3067. The four of them were very careful along the way. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. According to the Grand Ancestor, there is almost no danger in the outside world, but it was completely different inside those small spaces. For example, the Vajra sect. The name of the sect sounded ordinary, but in the Scattered Star Ocean, it was a well-deserved top-notch faction. When we go in later, we must not split up. Those essence demons are very scary. It'll be troublesome to defeat them one by one. The Grand Ancestor said to Lin Fei. On the way, Lin Fei learned about the existence of the essence demons. They were killed by the essence destruction power. However, the other party had strong willpower and existed in a different state after death. They were always wandering in the place where they were when they were alive. The three patriarchs were repelled by the essence demons every time, so their resentment was extraordinarily deep. Since it's so dangerous inside and there are powerful essence demons guarding it, why would the previous sacred leader come to the Vajra sect? Lin Fei didn't say another sentence. Is there something wrong with his brain? The Grand Ancestor looked embarrassed. He underestimated the power of the Vajra sect. No way, the holy heavens set weapons and set attributes can't stop them. Lin Fei asked again. We can only say that we were unlucky. The Vajra sect had a top-notch powerhouse guarding it. The previous sacred leader underestimated them and was killed by them in the end. There were a total of 5 powerful essence demons. Lin Fei secretly took a breath. 5 powerful essence demons. Their luck didn't seem to be very good. The entrance to the Vajra sect was in a ruin. If not for the Grand Ancestor leading the way, they wouldn't have known that the entrance to the Vajra sect was here. It was a very inconspicuous place. The Grand Ancestor and the other 2 entered first, followed by Lin Fei. Woo 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 woo. As soon as they entered the space, A whistling sound reverberated between heaven and earth. Lin Fei's proud heaven's protection was immediately impacted, and ripples appeared on its surface. This is the essence demon's howl. The Grand Elder and the others were used to it. After they entered, they appeared outside a forest. The surroundings were quiet. These essence demon trees have all mutated and will take the initiative to attack. The Grand Ancestor advanced in a direction and was very familiar with how to enter. Soon, an origin demon appeared in the forest. The original demons were similar to what Lin Fei had imagined. They were just like humans, surrounded by a layer of black fog. They looked very strange. This is an original devil sentinel that constantly patrols. If it discovers an outsider, it will let out a long howl. Very soon, a group of original devils will arrive. These original devils are extremely difficult to kill, said the third ancestor. Yuan Mo is powerful, but as long as we don't get within a certain range of them, they won't be able to detect us, said the second ancestor. Lin Fei's group continued forward. The number of primordial demons started to increase, and they kept roaming around. During this period, they also encountered essence devils a few times. With the four of them attacking together, they easily killed the primordial devil without alerting the primordial devil in the distance. As they sneaked in from the periphery, a large number of essence demons appeared. Each team had over 100 essence demons. These essence devils were the core strength of the Vajra sect when they were alive. The Grand Ancestor pointed at the origin demons. Any one of these origin demons would have the strength of a top-notch great sovereign outside. Lin Fei finally understood how terrifying the Vajra sect was. The core strength was terrifying. Fortunately, we brought something this time. The Grand Ancestor took out a mini puppet and injected a trace of essence destruction energy. The mini puppet flew out with a whoosh and turned into the size of a normal person. The moment the mini puppet appeared, it caused a huge commotion. The patrolling primordial demons continuously let out long howls and chased after the mini puppet. The originally heavily guarded situation swarmed forward with the appearance of the mini puppet. Let's go. The mini puppet won't be able to hold on for long. Do you see that palace? The Grand Ancestor finally brought the group to the vicinity of a ruin. In front of the ruin, there was a group of palaces that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Those palaces are supported by array formations. Although the essence destruction energy destroyed some of them, it couldn't destroy all of them. The place we're going to is inside. The Grand Ancestor said solemnly. Every time they came to this place, the three ancestors were very careful. Only the three of them knew that the palaces that looked quiet and peaceful were hiding a huge danger. Lin Fei focused his gaze. Scan. He also wanted to know how many powerful primordial demons there were that could scare the three ancestors. Hiss. After a scan, Lin Fei was shocked. A large patch of green dots appeared in the continuous palaces. They were densely packed and very dazzling. In addition, there were a total of 5 big red dots in the center of the palaces. The 5 big red dots kept flashing. Ultimate gods. They must be ultimate gods. At the very least, they're first-class ultimate gods. Lin Fei had learned about the ultimate gods at the Divine Body Mountain. They were from first-class ultimate gods to ninth-class ultimate gods, with first-class ultimate gods being the lowest and ninth-class ultimate gods being the highest. The big red dots that appeared in the Jingang sect were all at least first-class ultimate gods. They were real ultimate gods. Each ultimate god had mastered more essence destruction energy than he did. The Jingang sect was also a sect that focused on strength. It was very likely that these ultimate gods had ultimate gods' physical bodies. It was normal that the three ancestors couldn't win. Even the previous sacred lord who wore the sacred heavenly set couldn't withstand it. The 5 ultimate gods were a little too terrifying. Wait, I think someone's coming. When everyone was about to enter, Lin Fei suddenly said in a low voice, "Someone's coming?" The first great ancestor obviously didn't believe it. That's impossible. Other than the 3 of us, no one else should know about this place. The scattered star, C, is very big. It's even more troublesome to find a small space like this. We set up the entrance every time. The second great ancestor's expression changed slightly. If someone was coming, it would be really troublesome. This place was different from other places. If someone really came and discovered the sacred heavenly set, it would be really troublesome. They're coming. After entering, Lin Fei turned on the system monitoring. It was originally a casual action, but he didn't expect someone to really come in. The patrolling original demons were the first to discover the intruders. Several patrol teams immediately chased after them. A huge warship appeared in the sky. Boom! A black beam of light shot out. Large patches of original demons were blown to pieces. It's those lunatics from the Heavenly Feather Clan. The first great ancestor's face darkened when he saw the warship. Why are they here? This is big trouble. I didn't expect them to have such a trick up their sleeve. I think I saw people from the space-time temple. There were about 10 people standing on the deck of the warship. These people were very unique. 5 or 6 of them had a pair of wings on their backs. The space-time temple's #1 genius, Kong 1. I know him. Chapter 3068. The #1 prodigy of the temporal temple. It would be strange if Lin Fei didn't recognize him. He had chased him in the Black Domain and ended up being killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't expect him to come out so soon, and his aura was even stronger than before. It was Lin Fei's first time seeing the Heavenly Feather Race. He had heard of them before, but when he saw them in person, they were just like their name suggested. They had a pair of wings on their back and looked arrogant. They weren't easy to deal with. Now that they're here, it will be troublesome for us to retrieve the Saintly Heaven Set and Saintly Heaven Tyrant Blade. The first patriarch's expression was solemn. With the Heavenly Feather Race here, they're like tigers that have grown wings. The Heavenly Feather Race's sky warships have all come out. This seems to be #3, which is equipped with a special energy pool that can absorb elemental destruction energy. They are trying to attract the attention of the Yuan demons. The huge white warship's cannons were aimed at the palace. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light shot out, streaking across the sky like streams of light. Ripples appeared in the sky above the palace. The howls of the Yuan demons didn't stop. Large numbers of Yuan demons surged out from all directions. At a glance, it was a dense mass that made one's scalp go numb. The white warship's light beams were filled with destructive power. A single shot destroyed a large number of Yuan demons. It kept the Yuan demons at a certain distance. This situation lasted for an hour. Almost all the Yuan demons in the palace had been lured out. They're coming out. Lin Fei had seen domineering people, but he had never seen such a domineering Heavenly Feather Race. They immediately attracted the attention of the Yuan demons. A huge figure rushed out, followed closely by a boundless evil aura. Without even taking a look, the figure punched out. Within the huge fist shadow, there was an illusory word. This illusory word grew larger and larger, almost as if it was real. A ripple appeared on the white warship, and a huge word appeared. Layers of mountains appeared in the sky. It was a true 10,000 mountains. His opponent had shattered countless mountains with a single punch. After the mountains collapsed, they immediately condensed again and again, blocking the opponent's domineering attack. The sky battleship #3 is indeed domineering. Even the talismans are integrated into the array. No wonder it's said to be so hard to find. The third ancestor secretly sucked in a breath. I can't help but admire this method. The huge original demon continued to attack, throwing punches at the white sky warship. This was also Lin Fei's first time seeing the Sky Feather Race. He realized how powerful the Sky Feather Race was. Their battleship was so strong that it could come and go as it pleased. Holy Lord, they must be trying to lure the powerful original devils out and then go in to plunder the treasures. This isn't the first time they've done this. For us, there are advantages and disadvantages. The first great ancestor said, the advantage is that we can rush in while they're going in. The disadvantage is that once we show up, we will definitely fight. At that time, it will be very difficult for us to find the saintly heaven suit and the saintly sky dominating saber. There were many experts on Sky Warship 3, especially the 5 or 6 Heavenly Feather Race members. It was obvious that their statuses were not low. His strength couldn't be ignored. Once they fought with the Heavenly Feather Race, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If it was just a simple treasure hunt, they wouldn't be afraid. At worst, they would just fight it out. This time, it was different. They had come with a purpose. Before achieving this goal, everything else was meaningless. The saintly heaven suit and the saintly sky dominating saber were too important. It would definitely be troublesome if people found out about it. Even with the sacred body mountain, it might not be able to stop an ultimate god. The saintly heaven suit and the saintly sky dominating saber were the only things that could threaten an ultimate god. Everyone understood the importance of this. Lin Fei could tell that the 3 great ancestors were very afraid of the Heavenly Feather Race. We will attract their attention later. Holy Lord, go to the saintly heaven suit. The great ancestors said, with Holy Lord's strength, not many people can be your match in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, you have the Massacre Divine Weapon. If they're not prepared, they will definitely be caught off guard. This is our chance. After witnessing the Heavenly Feather Race's methods, Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. Especially when they were working together with the Temporal Temple, it would be rather taxing for them to use their time and space killer moves. All right, Sky Warship 3 continued to attract the attacks. 2 powerful Origin Demons had appeared. The 2 Origin Demons seemed to know how dangerous Sky Warship 3 was. They attacked it out of pure instinct. Streams of elemental destruction energy condensed behind them for them to use. Sky Warship 3 was able to hold on and attract the enemy's attention. Brother Kongwen, how is it? Is Sky Warship 3 pleasing to your eyes? A tall Heavenly Feather Race member said with a smile. His face was full of pride. It's really good stuff. Those 2 Origin Demons have the strength of a godly venerable, but they won't be able to break through Sky Warship 3's defenses in a short period of time. No wonder you said that it's like entering an uninhabited place. I'm impressed. Venerable Kong once smiled. The tall Heavenly Feather Race member said with a smile, of course. Our Heavenly Feather Race's products are worthy of our reputation. There should be 3 or 4 godly venerable auras in that palace. It's a pity that they don't come out. It's not bad that we can take care of 2 of them. Now, let us show Brother Kong when the 3 ultimate moves of our Sky Warship 3. Hua hua hua. Sky Warship 3 withstood the attacks of the 2 Origin Demons. With a whoosh, it turned into a huge divine weapon. It was dozens of meters tall and held a huge black saber in its hand. Whoosh! The huge divine weapon slashed forward, tearing the void apart. The 2 Origin Demons that were attacking were mercilessly split apart. The Origin Demons behind them shattered into pieces. The blade of the saber landed on the palace's array formation. The buildings within the array formation collapsed and shattered. The divine weapon struck again, slashing in the same direction. 3 slashes arrived instantly. The array formation of the palace was too ancient. After the 3 slashes, an opening appeared in the palace and a flaw appeared in the array formation. The Sky Divine weapon really lives up to its reputation. Venerable Kong one laughed. I'm afraid those Shadow Divine weapons and Massacre Divine weapons are no match for the Sky Divine weapon. Let's break the array formation. Let's go in. This Vajra sect is a top-notch sect. There must be some good stuff left behind. It'll be a pity if we don't sweep them clean. The moment the Sky Divine weapon attacked, it violently tore open an opening. Lin Fei and the other 3 secretly gasped. It's a Sky Divine weapon, and it's even Sky Divine Weapon 3. It's really terrifying. The Great Patriarch's expression changed. Sky Divine Weapon 3 isn't the most powerful. The most powerful one is Sky Divine Weapon 1. It's the Heavenly Feather Race's trump card against outsiders. Let's go in while they break the array formation and get ahead of them. The 3 patriarchs acted according to the plan without any hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 3069. Someone's here. Supreme Venerable Kongwon was the first to sense it. Damn, someone dares to hide right under our noses. Seal. With a point of his finger, space froze, forming barriers that blocked in front of them. This was the strength of the spatial school. If one wanted to fight with a spatial school expert, one would definitely be tortured miserably. One might not even be able to get close to the other party, and even their moves would be in vain. The three patriarchs each attacked, blasting the barriers. With loud, rumbling sounds, they blasted open the barriers one after another. The barriers kept shattering, and the first to rush in. Three top-notch body-tempering Supreme Venerables. They must be the three old things from the Sacred Body Mountain. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's eyes flashed, and he immediately knew who the three were. The three of them were using pure strength. In the Saint Spirit domain, it was easy to guess. It's them? The tall Heavenly Feather Race expert frowned. Are you sure? Supreme Venerable Kongwen waved his hand, and the three figures from before condensed. Who else could it be? Why would they come to this place at this time? How strange. The Sacred Body Mountain had chosen a sacred leader, and under normal circumstances, they should be preparing for the celebration. Something happened at the Sacred Body Mountain. Supreme Venerable Kongwen reacted extremely quickly. If they are here, then Lin Fei must be here. At the mention of Lin Fei, killing intent surged. Lin Fei, come out! Supreme Venerable Kongwen shouted. The space outside the palace collapsed in large areas, forming shattered black holes. Brother Firmament, something must have happened at the Sacred Body Mountain. Their sacred leader is also here, the Lin Fei that you are very interested in. Supreme Venerable Firmament was the Heavenly Feather Race expert. Lin Fei. He has 2 Essence Force divine weapons, is proficient in a top-notch body-tempering movement technique, and has 3 divine weapons of slaughter? Yes, it's him. Ha ha ha. Since they are here, they can forget about leaving. Firmament said domineeringly. Let's go in and meet them. Everyone, chase after them. Whoosh, whoosh. The group of people chased after them, while the 3 patriarchs were attracting their attention. Lin Fei used the shadow stealth movement technique and was the first to quietly rush in. Even Supreme Sovereign Kongwen and the others did not notice him. Rushing into the palace, Lin Fei quickly rushed to the designated location. Shadow stealth was quite useful. The scattered original devils couldn't detect his presence at all. Lin Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be entangled by the essence devils at this time. Those fellows weren't to be trifled with. For example, the Heavenly Feather Race. The Sky Battleship number 3 had transformed into a divine weapon of the sky and possessed immense power. He had killed 2 divine venerable primordial demons. That was true, and there was no room for falsehood. Initially, Lin Fan had thought that the massacring god weapon he had obtained was extremely strong. However, compared to the Sky Feather Race, the difference was huge. They weren't even on the same level. Lin Fei, I know you're here. Lin Fei had just circled around a palace when the void began to compress, becoming incomparably dense like mud. It was extremely difficult to advance. The space faction sure is troublesome. Behind him, Supreme Paragon Kongwen had caught up with his people. Those original devils were all fixed in place. Come out. Boom, boom, boom. Large swathes of the void collapsed. Lin Fei couldn't advance any further. He could only give up on shadow stealth. Others might not be able to stop him, but for those of the space faction, it was no ordinary trouble. Your temporal temple is really born in the year of the dog. You even discovered me. Lin Fei sneered the moment he came out. Born in the year of the dog. You're the one who's born in the year of the dog. Supreme Paragon Kongwen was furious. You took advantage of me last time. This time, you won't be able to escape. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament had caught up. He was very interested in this Lin Fei. It's indeed a top-notch body tempering technique. Such a condensed fleshly body is perfect for refining divine weapon puppets. Supreme Paragon Kongwen was overjoyed. He's very mysterious. Perhaps there's some huge secret on him. Ha ha ha, I love digging up secrets. Brother Kongwen, you don't mind giving this person to me, right? Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament's eyes lit up. No problem. It's Lin Fei's fortune to be able to catch Brother Heaven Firmament's eye. Supreme Paragon Kongwen was very willing to give face to the other party. The Heavenly Feather Clan was an existence that even the Temporal Temple didn't dare to offend. What a fast speed! Supreme Paragon Kongwen used spatial compression to restrain Lin Fei's speed. Grand Monarch Heaven Vast morphed into a streak of light and chased after Lin Fei, leaving after images behind him. Kids, surrender. No one can escape from our Heavenly Feather Clan. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament speed was top-notch. This was the Heavenly Feather Clan's specialty. Ha ha ha. Surrender. You're thinking too much. Catch up to me if you can. Lin Fei changed his direction and flew toward the nearest ultimate devil. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament looked at Lin Fei's back with a sneer. I wonder where this fellow came from. He actually dares to talk big in front of the Heavenly Feather Clan. What an ignorant fellow. Huh. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament's speed skyrocketed. Come down. With his speed skyrocketing, Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament arrived near Lin Fei. His blade-like wings slashed out twice. Similarly, no shadows could be seen as they landed on Lin Fei's prideful heaven's barrier. Lin Fei was a body-tempering expert with his prideful heaven 11-layered physique. His speed surpassed most people. There weren't many who could contend with him in terms of speed. The Heavenly Feather Clan's speed was astonishingly fast. It wouldn't be so obvious under normal circumstances. But now that he was affected by space, Lin Fei's speed was much slower. The Heavenly Feather Clan is also a body-tempering expert. The blade-like wings landed on Lin Fei's body. Indeed, your body is infinitely close to a hierarch's. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament laughed. Ordinary supremacies wouldn't be able to withstand it. You're not bad. I like you more and more. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament's wings slashed out again. His speed increased. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Every slash landed on his body. No matter how Lin Fei dodged, Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament's attacks landed on his body every time. His prideful heaven's barrier was easily blasted apart. The Heavenly Feather Clan is indeed powerful. Their wings aren't inferior to an elemental energy divine weapon. They can easily break through my prideful heaven's barrier. What a strange race. Their attacks seem to have a lock-on effect. Lin Fei was affected by Supreme Paragon Kongwen's spatial power. It was extremely rare for him to be able to accurately land an attack on his body. He couldn't dodge it at all. Powerful. This was the only thought in Lin Fei's mind. Lin Fei, aren't you very strong? Why don't you keep dodging? Why don't you fight back? Supreme Paragon Kongwen keeps creating spatial obstructions to affect Lin Fei's flying speed. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament's attacks increased in speed. His shadow couldn't be seen anymore. You can't block it.